Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. This is day one of the 2022 IWWF Europe and Africa Open Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Recetto in Italy. Glad to have the pleasure of your company as we get set for our first event, which is going to be the Open Women's Trick Competition. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and sitting next to me here in the announcing point is Nicholas Bonatti. He will be helping me out with the tricks event. So buongiorno.
Buongiorno, Tony.
Yes, indeed. So, what are you looking forward to so far as the Open Women's Tricks are concerned? I mean, we have 10 competitors, and 5 of those will make it through to the final. So it's going to be a tough cut, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, because when you have not a lot of skier, then you have just 5 that go through. So, yeah, usually in the prelims, you need to be really focused and don't ski at your 100%, but you have to be really on the ski with a little bit slower rhythm and try to make your run completely, because the other skier maybe wants to go a little bit faster and maybe they lose some tricks, they cut the trick or they can fall. So I think the goal for today is to stand up 2 passes also if you're not going fast.
Indeed, indeed. So the start time for the first event is going to be at 8:30. Currently, there you see the schedule right up on your screen. We've got Open Women's Tricks, and then we've got 3 series of slalom. Now, you, Nicholas Bonatti, for your part, you're going to be halfway down the list in the Open Men's Slalom skiing. We'll see that a little bit later on. So, I mean, from your perspective, what is your approach going to be going into that event? I mean, I know it's a little while away, but how have you been preparing to slalom in Series 1?
I mean, usually I'm not in the position of planning so much in slalom. I usually try to ski my best and be in a good shape, and that's it. I don't plan my results, or I don't watch the other skier before me, because I'm not at the top. So I just try to ski well and feel good on the ski. That's it.
But from a strategic point of view, I mean, where you are, which is like 7th from the end, I believe there's about 14 skiers or something like that. So I mean, you don't necessarily have to ski all the way to the top to make it through. Just maybe within about the top 3 or 4 skiers that at that time to make it through to the next round. But it's going to be a really tough one, because I mean, you've got skiers such as Thomas de Gasperi, Sasha Deska, and a whole slew of other skiers that could potentially put themselves in the final, right?
Yeah, it's correct. And also the condition here, not now, but I think in few hours it's gonna be perfect. And with the best boat in the market now, it's Kinotique, and the best driver in Europe. The cut is gonna be high. So everyone has to ski well to get to the first 12th spot for the final.
All right, then, with that being said, conditions here, 19 degrees Celsius, which is about 67 degrees Fahrenheit, wind blowing towards the south at 11 kilometers an hour. So that kind of gives you an idea of where we're at with the conditions. We'll be back in just a few moments. This is the 2022 Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships, and we'll be back right after this. Well, here we are at the European Open Championships here in Recetto, and one of the home favourites here is Beatrice Iani. How are you doing?
Good, thanks, Danny.
Okay, so you're a defending European Championship medalist from last season, isn't that right?
Yeah, I got 3rd last year in Greece. Yeah.
Okay, so how's things been going along with you this season so far? You feel confident enough to climb higher up the podium?
Yeah, I hope so. For sure, I'll try to. This season is going pretty well for me, so hopefully I'm gonna ski good this weekend too.
Okay, and being here at Recetto on home country or home soil is one plus, but in years gone by, this site hasn't really treated you that well.
Yeah, I knew you were coming up with that one, but hopefully this year is gonna be much better than back in the day. So yeah, really look forward to it.
All right, there's Beatrice Iani, and we look forward to seeing her prove her mental out there on the slalom court. Well, here we are at the European Open Championships, and standing next to me is Chiara Bonneman. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
All right, getting ready to practice out here on this beautiful site. What are your expectations going forward?
Well, right now it's still practice, so I just want to enjoy my set and see what I can do and just relax the last set before the tournament. So, yeah.
Have you gotten to ski much in tournament this season so far? Or has it been pretty light?
Pretty light, actually. It's my first tournament of the year, just because I started working in February, and I don't have that much time anymore for tournaments. So the time I have, I like spending on practice, actually.
What do you work as?
I'm a doctor.
Oh, very nice. And hopefully we'll be surgically taken away through the slalom course at the Open European Championships. Well, here at the Open European Championships here at Recetto, we have a skier from Ukraine. This is Danielo Filchenko, one of the top overall skiers in all the world. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, Tony. Thank you very much. Glad to be here and very, very lucky to be here as only Ukrainian. And we have another skier, Misha. He's 12 years old.
All right, then. So from one extreme to one age extreme to the other. Now, getting from Ukraine to here raises its own set of challenges, because being able to fly in and out is impossible these days, right?
Yes, impossible due to martial law and the war in Ukraine. We cannot fly, and so we had to drive, and it was a bit of we had some issues on the road, and it took almost 5 days instead of 3 to get here. But I'm here, I'm ready, I'm about to take some practice sets, and after tomorrow we start.
Excellent. And do you feel good enough with your skiing right now in all 3 events to have a shot at the world overall record possibly?
World overall record, it's gonna be tough, but I'm ready to show my best and give my all, so we'll see.
Coming to us out of Ukraine, that's Danielo Filchenko at the Open European Championships here in Italy. Well, here we are at the Open European Championships, and a home skier. Even though she's from Greece, she's very welcome here in Italy on this site. This is Maria Vernietsova. How are you doing?
Hello, Tony. I'm good. Thank you. I'm glad that I'm here.
Okay, about a month ago, you skied in the European Over 35 Championships. How did that work out for you?
Very good. I won the slalom event, jump, and the overall.
And you also helped Team Greece to the team overall as well.
Yes, for the first time we managed to got the gold to win.
All right then, so shifting from the over 35s to the Open, what are your expectations for this event?
Of course, to win the jump, but also to manage to jump with a big jump. I want to win with a big jump. So I hope I can make it to put it all together and put a big jump.
Okay, so how many times have you been in tournament this season? You haven't skied all that much, have you?
No, I have skied, but here only at the site because I'm working, so I cannot do a lot of tournaments. So if I'm not mistaken, I only did 2. So that would be the seniors championships and 1 tournament that we had here. That's it. 2 tournaments, and this is my 3rd one.
And hoping to finish very high in both of them. She's gotten the over 35s. Can she do it in the Open as well? We'll find out and see at the Open European Championships here in Recetto. Well, here we are at the Open European Water Ski Championships here in Recetto, and a skier here from Austria is Claudio Kostenberger. How are you doing?
Doing good. How about you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Have you skied much this season in tournament or in practice?
Actually, I've had only a few tournaments because I've been busy working. Real life's caught up with me, so now I got to work a full-time job and try and figure out to find some skiing time in between.
Okay, and you actually qualified as a pharmacist from Louisiana Monroe. That's your line of work today?
Exactly, yeah. I had to do a few more courses in Austria to get it converted for Austria, and for almost 2 years now I've been working as a pharmacist at home.
Okay, your results in the European Open Championship have been rather mixed over the years. You've finished close to the podium. I think you've actually finished on the podium once or twice. But even if you hadn't, do you feel confident enough in your abilities to come through in the clutch?
Well, hopefully. I don't know. I mean, I've been chasing that first medal for 10 plus years now, so maybe this year's the time. I'll try my best. I've been jumping not too bad, so hopefully I can put one out there and get on the podium finally.
All right then, and that's Claudio Kostenberger in the Open European Championships, chasing his first podium medal in the jump event. Well, here we are at the Open European Water Ski Championships here in Recetto, and we've got tricking specialist here from Denmark. This is Tui Nielsen. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for letting me be here. You know, the weather is great and I'm so excited for the tournament. You know, I've been skiing here just a couple of times now and it's amazing, especially with these conditions.
Have you had an awful lot of time to practice or to compete out of your native Denmark?
So, a month ago I traveled to San Sebastian, so I already had a little bit of the same conditions as now, what I think is going to help for the tournament.
Okay, so what kind of tricking score are we looking for you? I mean, if you'd stand up both passes and score everything that you wanted to, do you reckon it'll be enough to see you in the tricking final?
I hope so. So last time the cut was not too much. I believe it was like 7.5 or 8. Right now my run is about 9.3, so it should be enough.
All right, then we wish you the best of luck. This is Tui Nielsen out of Denmark at the Open European Water Ski Championships. Well, here we are at the Open European Water Ski Championships, and standing next to me is an overall skier from Italy. Made it onto the podium in the U21 Worlds last time, but hoping to make an impression here. This is Edoardo Morenzi. How are you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Nice to be at home.
Excellent, and I mean, having that home advantage, I mean, does it mean that much to you going out there and skiing in front of the home crowd?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's my second European I'm gonna do here in Recetto. Feel pretty confident. Broke my ski yesterday, so I have to fix that, but feel pretty confident for the tournament.
How much does that weigh on your mind? I mean, obviously you've got people that are helping you get back out in the water. I mean, I'm sure that one or two competitors, even if they're not Italian, are more than willing to lend you their equipment. But even so, it must weigh in the back of your mind, knowing that what you'll be hitting that ramp is not your own.
Yeah, for now I'm pretty calm, trying to be pretty calm, and I'm gonna try the ski today. And after the 2 sets, I can decide to be nervous or stay chill.
Excellent. We hope that it's the latter rather than the former. It's the European Water Ski Championships, the Open European Water Ski Championships, and one of the main contenders is this guy, Edoardo Morenzi. Well, here we are at the Open European Water Ski Championships here in Recetto, and one of the home skiers, and looking to defend, if not go higher than her previous medal placement from last year, which was second, is Alicia Bagnoli. How are you doing?
Hi, good Tony, thanks. I'm definitely excited to be skiing the Open Europeans here in Recetto, my home site. Trying to improve my skiing this year. I'm doing overall 3 events, so you know it's hard to get the 3 events all high up, but that's the goal for this tournament. So I might have a chance for some medals, so I'm gonna go for it.
All right then, and how much is that a struggle to not only ski in the one event which you favour, which is slalom, but also combine that with the training necessary to stay above the fray in tricks, and also tackle the jump event, which is no cakewalk.
You know, it's been a long season, a long summer, a lot of training. Maybe when you don't ski great in one discipline, you have the other one where you can balance it up. So I think that's what works for me. So you know, the 3 event just makes me overall happier in case one discipline doesn't go well. So I'm happy with 3 event now.
Let's focus on the team a little bit, because like the 2 top nations of France and Italy coming into this event, how confident are you or the remaining team members in Italy that they can actually sustain a level which will put them on the very top of the podium?
We have definitely a good team. We're a lot of skiers this year as an Italian team. I think we're all going hard and try to get as many medals as we can. We're a good team. Every good skier is competing, so the chances are high. So we'll see how it's going to go.
That is Alicia Bagnoli, and this is the Open European Championships in Italy. We'll look forward to seeing her perform and see how well the Italians perform as a team. Well, here we are at the Open European Water Ski Championships in Recetto here in Italy, and one of the favourites in the tricks and the slalom event is Nicholas Benatti. How are you doing, sir?
Everything is good. I'm happy to be here in Italy after 10 years. The last Europeans were in 2012 in Italy. So yeah, pumped to be there, to be here, and can't wait to compete.
Okay, and I mean, it must mean a great deal for you as an Italian skier to perform in front of an Italian crowd. You know, I mean, that must fill you with a lot of delight, but it also puts a little bit of pressure of expectation to perform.
Yes, but I mean, it's so nice to have your family here and watching you skiing in this event. Usually, like my father and my mother cannot be here to see me competing. So maybe in the weekend, if I go to the final, I have this chance. So I'm happy of this situation and I don't feel the pressure about it. No.
And how much have you competed so far this season? Has it been a long summer for you, or is this one of the few tournaments that you get to compete in?
Yeah, I compete enough. Like I've been in Bottas for a pro tournament in Tricks at the beginning of the season. Then I went to World Games in Alabama. So pretty much Tricks at the beginning, and after that we had like Pro-Am and other competition for slalom. So quite a good season for me. Yeah, quite a good season, and we'll see. Maybe this is going to be the last part of the cake.
Excellent stuff, and hoping to put a good performance on top of a long and successful season. That's Nicholas Bonatti here at the Open European Water Ski Championships in Recetto. Oh yes, and here we are right now. We are live, coming to you from Recetto in Italy. We're just a few seconds away from starting with the women's elimination round in tricks. Our first competitor up is going to be Marie Vypragnetsova, then Elena Ahama, Julie Fay, then Lily Steiner, Katerina Vrabkova, Zuzana Oravkova, Elena Thompson, Ina Sanguino, Nicola Kuhn, and finally Alicia Bagnoli. Top 5 advance through to the next round of the competition. Our first competitor onto the water right now with the honor of starting these Open European Championships is Marie Vypragnetsova of Greece. And you know, Nicholas is certainly no stranger to these conditions and actually this site.
Yeah, what I see on the list, it's also that they have a good challenge for the overall event. So that put a lot of pressure on this event, because usually Tricks is the one a little bit more inconsistent.
Ooh.
So we'll see.
Yeah, now wake line back looked a little sketchy, but she still has enough to do the side slides and wake back and wake front. You know, a steady looking opening pass, I would say. I mean, probably not a smoothest or a cleanest looking run, but you know, with her being in overall contention right on the very first event, you know, yeah, it's very, very important to start off well and start off with two stand-up runs.
Exactly, Tony. But the tricks, like, were a little bit stiff, but at the same time, like, for me, credits. So
yeah,
as we said, we have to stand up 2 passes and get the maximum score for the preliminary round, and then maybe if you can get to the final, then you can put a bigger run and try to go a little bit faster and to try to win or to be on the podium.
All right, and Marie Vypragnetsova will probably be the first to tell you that tricking isn't quite her bag. As a matter of fact, so far as her tricking form goes this year, the best that she's scored so far this season is 1,700 points, and her personal best is 3,500 points coming to us out of Greece. She won the European over 35 jump title. Now that is going to be her event, and we'll look forward to seeing her later on. But obviously she is a contender for one of the top spots in the overall competition, and a skier who this is the resident coach here at Recetto, right?
Yeah. If you come to ski here in this place, you can have Maria and another guy from Belarus. Mm-hmm. If you ski with the ski school of Dario Rossi. So yeah, pretty good coach and passionate about water skiing. So we'll see the second pass on toes for Maria.
And looking in extremely good shape, you know. I mean, she's worked out hard in the off-season to be in the best physical shape possible to compete, especially when it comes down to toe tricks with two toe sides. Here we go. There's the reverse toe back and toe front. Let's see if she can go with the toe wake back. And provided that she stands up all the way through, this could end up being one of her better performances. Oh, a little very, very stiff there with the right leg. and goes with the toe sides at the end, and just throws her hands in the air, and stands up all the way through. That's probably going to be her best performance of the season, taking into account that she's only scored 1,700 points as recently as the Europe and Africa over 35 championships, which were held in her country of Greece. So how did you reckon she did with toes?
I mean, yeah, as you said, she was a little bit stiff, but it's also 8:30 in the morning, so with a little bit cold weather.
Yeah, 67 degrees, about 19 degrees Fahrenheit, about an 11-kilometer wind blowing from the north towards the south. And these lakes, as a matter of fact, for those of you who haven't been to Recetto or this is your first sight of it, they align north and south, so that takes advantage a little bit of the prevailing wind so far as the jump is concerned. But with tricks, it doesn't matter so much. But Marie Vipranetseva going from one trick to the next and just trying to stay very, very stable there and trying not to fall out the back, which is where the vast majority of falls come in the toe wake front. But not having too much control with the toe leg, but she has enough experience to deal with that, Nicholas.
Exactly. Like as we said, she tried to put the best score for the overall. I think she doesn't have the so many chances to get to the final in this event, but with a good score, maybe she can go close to be on the podium in overall. So at the end of the day, 2 stand-up pass. So we'll see the other skier what they can do.
And we'll look forward to seeing her slalom a little bit later on in the competition, and indeed see her jump as well. Another person who we would look forward to seeing jump is this competitor, but she'll be tricking first. This is Elena Ahama. She comes to us out of Austria.
I think she's a pretty young skier. Probably she competed in the under-21 last week.
Yes, she did. She competed in the U21's third place in the jump event in the European under-21s, 6th place in the U21 Worlds last season, and is age 20.
Okay, so she's pretty much a jumper.
Yeah.
As a main event.
Oh yeah, and I mean, if you know her father, Carla Ama from way back in the day in the 80s and the early part of the 90s, you'll be witness to some of his antics on the jumping ramp. But let's have a look and see what his daughter can do with the first few tricks. A wake lino to start off with, the step sequence, then goes into the wake back-to-back and back-to-back reverse. Will probably be the first to tell you that tricking is probably not her best suit. But there you go, there's the first flip.
Oh.
And sitting down on the landing. I don't think she spotted the top of the wake too much on the downslope, but not a bad effort there.
No, she started pretty good. Like the first steps were super clean and with the perfect composure of the position of the body. Alignment, hips and shoulder were good. And also the rhythm for me was the right one, like really in timing with the boat.
Developing a good tempo, yeah.
Yeah, and I think like flips for women are not so easy because they don't have the power on the legs that we have. Like, but they have to use a little bit more the edge and the position of the ski when they arrive to the wake. And you can see here a little bit for me the ski a little bit too much in front. So you see also the landing. When you start with your ski a little bit in front, you land with your ski in the front.
So she just tries to extend a little bit too early off the top and leaving that ski a little bit out in front and not carving that edge to push it away, right?
Exactly.
All right then, so we're picking up Elena Ahama and taking her towards the end of the lake. Then she'll swap out from one ski to the next. There we see our boat driver there, Ricardo Botas, coming to us from Spain. And he's certainly got a pretty heavy schedule, not only driving these championships, but almost as soon as we get done here, he's on a flight to Buresh over in the western portion of France to pull the World over 35 championships as well.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a very busy man. He's a man in demand. All right, then, there is your schedule where we've just started the tricks event. We've yet to get the score for Marie Vipranetseva. We'll try and get that to you on our live scoring.
Did you hear, Tony, that now there is a new system to calculate the points live? I think it's not ready yet, but they are trying to,
So yeah, and as a matter of fact, and you bring that subject up. Thank you very much for doing that. And actually, as a matter of fact, in the tricks competition at the Malibu Open, which will also be broadcast live, exclusively live on TWBC, it will be shown for the very first time. Donald Conley's electronic tricking system will be making its debut, and that will be in a few weeks in the United States. But here we are in Italy, and
second pass, toe pass for Hammer Elena.
Yeah, Elena Ahama. Let's see if she can handle the toe tricks. A little bit pitch forward there with the toe 5 back. The judges may take a very dim view of scoring that toe 5 back by way of its continuous rotation or lack thereof. Toe back, toe front, the reverse toe back to the front. Oh, there we go. Goes for the toe O, and just extending up a little bit at the end and just not compressing down on the knees to get that trick away. So good looking pass for the most part.
Yeah, rapine, it's another trick that is so important and so difficult at the same time, because with that trick you can really have a really big score in toes. But to have it consistent in that trick, you need to train so much, and it's one of the trick where you need a lot of coordination between pull and the body position. So not easy.
Most certainly. I mean, and also just encouraging yourself to actually go out there and do the toe tricks with the toe foot close to the standing leg. Because I mean, if you have it extended too far out away from the body, then it becomes a heck of a lot harder to actually maintain your balance if you're going from all the way out to all the way in.
Yeah. You have to have the connection with the boat all the time, because as soon as you lose that connection, you lose the balance, because you don't have the pulling from the boat. You are connected with your leg and just one leg to the boat. So if you miss that, you have to be really lucky to be in the right position when the pull comes back. So, tough.
Yeah, indeed. And Elena Hammer having a tough time getting out of the water there, but our medical officials there lending a helping hand. And, I mean, it's just one of those things, in tournaments, especially in Italy, where if you have a tournament during the official phase of the tournament, which is the familiarization and the actual competitive skiing, you actually have to have, in Italy by law, you have to have paramedics and a doctor on standby, which you don't see in a lot of other places around the world. But in Italy, they're better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I come also from another sport like gymnastics, and when we organize tournaments, we need like ambulance and a doctor every time. Or you can just have one of the two if you have an hospital closer than 15 kilometers from the event. So this is the rules. I think it's still the rules now.
Okay, and probably the nearest medical facility from here is more than 15 kilometers away, which is why we have medical officials of that high caliber here. So, I'm Tony Lightfoot, that's Nicholas Benatti, and the provisional score that we got for Marie Vipranyetseva is 1,930 points. 1,930 points. It's her best score of the year.
You said that, Tony.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
So you have a little bit experience now in
just a little bit. I'm not too sure. I'm not. We're looking around to see what the boat is doing, and so looks like we're going to take Elena Hammer here for a re-ride on pass number 2. Looks like there's some technical situation going on, but a re-ride was offered, and I think it's going to be accepted, and we will return to live action.
Yeah. We hope that she can get better now, that she has the second chance by, I don't know, maybe she was happy I
maybe.
don't know. You never know. Like when something like that happen, you.
Now, so far as the rewrite is concerned, does that mean that that it's a protected score on pass number one if there is a technical item at fault, or is it just basically start from scratch and whatever you score on pass number two, that's it?
I don't know. It depends, because if they don't have the video on the camera, I think the first pass is just erased. There's no second pass, so she has to do it again like it was the first time.
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, if it was anything else, then it probably would have been a protected. But as it is video related, so far as the officials are concerned, then. All right, then. So we'll return in just a moment. Right after this, this is the 2022 European Open Water Ski Championships coming to you live from Recetto in Italy. All right, and welcome back. This is the 2022 European Open Water Ski Championships coming to you live from Recetto in Italy. And for those of you that don't know exactly where Recetto is and you're trying to find it on the map, it's just a little ways west of Novara. We're actually in the province of Novara. Beautiful city, very, very historic, and certainly a place to visit if you want to go on a tourist type journey in this beautiful area of Italia. Here we go. This is Elena Ahama. We're halfway through the pass. 10 seconds. You have 20 seconds to complete these tricks in each run. Look at her go. Oh. Now, does she have... Oh, no, whoa, look at that. And I think she's going to be rather grateful for that rerun.
Oh, yeah, she stood up. She stood up the second pass.
And I think for all intents and purposes, taking into account Marie Vipranetseva's score of 1930, I would say that one has probably taken the lead. And she is about as happy can be.
Yeah. She had a really, really good run. And the first part of the repin was much better. Like as we said before, the connection between the two legs were closer, and so she could stood up, and I think she's really happy about it.
Yeah. I saw that left shoulder right at the get-go, and I thought that she would struggle to maintain a balance through this pass. But working her way along, just growing in confidence here, especially with that toe wake back, and then obviously with the toe wake front, just keeping that toe foot very, very close to standing leg, and that ensures that she doesn't fall out the back. And there we go with the reverse toe side. There's the toe back and toe front. And then what was the difference here as she got towards the end? Here is the toe O wrapping. Look at that, Nicholas.
Yeah, she was nearly to fall, but I think she wanted to stand and she wanted to finish the second pass with still alive. I think it's a survival mode of the preliminary round.
Well, second chances don't come around too often in the tricks event, and she definitely took advantage of that, so well done, Elena. All right, then, preliminary round, top 5 advance through from this elimination round in the women's tricks through to the final. Julie Fay is going to be our next competitor to come, and she will come to us out of Switzerland.
Oh, it looks like the sun is coming out. Hopefully, the weather condition.
Oh, it's always sunny in Italy, don't you know that?
Yeah, I mean, this place is called Recetto, Scinautico, and Tanto Sole, which is a lot of sun. So it's supposed to be.
Well, I didn't quite know that, but yeah, thanks a lot for that little snippet of additional information. We're here in Italy. This is the Open European Water Ski Championships, and we're live with our next competitor. This is Julie Fay.
I remember Julie like skiing the San Gervasio Junior Pro-Am last year, or it was this year. I don't remember.
I think it was last year, as a matter of fact.
So she's a slalomer.
All right, there's Julie going through her tricks on the opening pass. Oh, look at that. Spin to the front there, getting ready for the wake line O, a surface O's. Look at that, wake back, a couple of side. And getting a little bit unbalanced towards the end, but I think she was wanting to put some throwaway tricks in there. And that is Julie Fay from Switzerland, aged 18, coming to us out of Switzerland. She is the Swiss national slalom champion in 2021, and she competed in the European Championships in the U21s just this past weekend in Austria. But showing us some very nice tricks out there and looking quite stable, including going into a step sequence. Now, tell us a little bit about this trick here, which is the spin to the front and getting ready for the wake line O.
I mean, the run, it was really like uncharacteristic. Like usually you start with the steps and then you finish with the other tricks. So I like it. I was surprised of this sequence of tricks. And I think just at the end, like when you start with a rhythm in tricks, it's better if you keep that rhythm. And she tried to put all the tricks at the end super fast, and she lost the balance a little bit. But I think it was the last trick. So at the end of the day, it was a good run.
Yeah, I think 20 seconds might have actually come and gone by the time she started to execute those side slides at the end. But for the most part, everything looked pretty impressive there for Julie Fay as we look out towards the dock and see Lily Steiner from Austria, just trying to get some last minute tips from the legendary Austrian skier himself, Mr. Franz Oberleitner. And I mean, he is, an absolute legend in the sport. Started competing in the Open European Championships way back in the early 1970s, and started his first World Championship way back in 1975. So he's certainly someone to lean on so far as experience, and especially in this level of competition.
Yeah, as soon as I started skiing, I saw Franz everywhere. So. He's pretty much a part of this sport and one of the most experienced coach in the world. And I think he also trained in the US during the winter time, so it's full-on water ski all year.
Absolutely, from start to finish, and actually used to coach alpine skiing for a while for the British junior alpine water ski team, but. We'll focus a little bit on that in just a moment or so. But to the west of Austria is Switzerland, and that's where we'll find Julie Fay for a second and final 20-second pass. Look at her going from one trick to the next, keeping the toe foot. Oh, whoa! Look at this, bulks out of that one to do that.
Crazy.
Yeah, that is just crazy pants right there. Goes with the toe wake back to back, and. She didn't feel confident enough to go with the toe wrapping, but decides to flip that line over her head and go for that instead.
But she was super fast.
I've never seen that before.
No, never. Me neither. Like, and she was super fast. Like, it was used to do this movement in all the runs. Probably, as we said before, maybe she competed for the overall event as well.
Of course.
And she had this toe, the repin, that is so risky. So she decided to just repin by hand. So never saw this these things before.
Absolutely. I mean, it's something that you very rarely see, but obviously the overall element comes into play so far as Julie Fay is concerned, and obviously it's very critical at this point. Okay, looks like we got a score for Elena Ahama in amongst all of that, 26.90, so she definitely has the lead. Look at that. Oh, that was a split-second decision right there, Nicholas.
Exactly. Like, I think she just, we say in Italian, like improvvisare, something that you don't know you're gonna do it, but you're gonna do it. So it's
very improvisational.
Improvisation, exactly.
Yes, indeed. And going up through that run, and for the first three competitors, they've pretty much all the way stood up, aside from the end trick at the end beyond 20 seconds. So I would say within the scope of 20 seconds, Julie Fay essentially stood up on both passes.
Yeah. She fought maybe at the last trick, so I think the score is going to be high and challenging the lead.
All right, then, let's have a look and see what our next competitor can do. She comes to us out of Austria, and it is Lilly Steiner.
Yeah, I saw in the list that we have 3 skiers from Austria on 10 competitors, so a good amount of skier for this event.
Yep, and let's see if they can get off to a flying start with their skiers. 2 out of the 4 skiers so far starting the event are from the Alpine nation of Austria. Look at this. Oh, a little bit released there with the hand, but managing to keep on going with that 5 front, and there's the reverse. Oh, on the back of the ski, and there's a Waco towards the end.
Wow.
And the sense of relief there is very, very visible there, Nicholas.
Yeah, we talk about the survival mode, and here you saw like 3 times she lost the connection with the body and the boat, and at the end of the day she grabbed the handle as strong as she can to hold the line, and she stood up.
Indeed, indeed, and it's nice to see that step tricks are still very much alive and well in the sport of tournament water skiing at this level, as we see Lilly Steiner go through that step sequence, a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump. Has a personal best of 4,240 points, so she has the potential of taking the lead. It would be a very, very slender lead indeed if she gets to that personal best level, but a skier who was second at the U21 Europeans in jump this season and is the Open National Champion in jump, slalom, and overall. And I mean, it's probably hardly surprising that among her hobbies are alpine skiing and volleyball. She definitely has the build to be a volleyball player.
Okay, I don't know that, but
yeah,
she play volleyball. Okay.
Okie dokie. So this is the Open European Water Ski Championships coming to you live from Recetto. He is Nicholas Benatti, and he will be skiing a little bit later on today in the Series 1 men's slalom. And he'll also be tricking later on. You'll be tricking tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think 8:30 we start the main event.
Okay. So let's have a look and see what Lilly Steiner can do. Age 17. Coming to us out of Austria.
This is the money pass.
Yes, indeed. The second and final pass. This is going to be toe tricks, and still trying to wrestle with that toe strap there. Toe 5 back. There's the toe back to backs. Now working away. Toe wake back to back. Stomps that one. Toe wake front. Toe back and toe front, toe back, reverse toe back, and oh, there we go, toe 5 front, nicely done. Can she do the toe into wrap? There we go, launches herself with the toe Waco, and
wow.
How many skiers is that so far?
Wow.
5 skiers so far that have gone through both of their passes?
Yeah, all of them. Like
all of them.
It's crazy high level. And, but this one for me looks the best pass I saw it till now. This toe pass was just really, really well done.
Yeah.
The 540 repin without pull, it's a thing that not a lot of people in the world can do it, and she does it like super easy and smooth.
Indeed, indeed. Kind of struggled a little bit with the pull there. Kind of pulled a little bit short. Didn't have that much slack to work with. But, I mean, she stood up all the way through, and a good credit to her for doing that. There's the toe fight back to get things off onto a high tempo. Now, a lot of skiers at the highest level who have ordinarily tried doing a toe 7 front have actually decided to go with the toe fight back, because toe fight back is a higher tempo trick, and if you can develop a high rhythm, a high cadence, then the rest of the tricks are a little easier to perform towards the end there, Nicholas.
Yeah, it's a decision you have to make. Also, the 7 is a little bit slower trick. So if you have a lot of trick at the end, like toe Waco and all the side slides that are a safer trick, you decide to start with a toe 5 back. So it depends on your run, on the trick that you have in your pocket.
Indeed, indeed. So that was Lily Steiner. We certainly congratulate her on making it through both 20-second passes. As we now see our next competitor coming to us out of the Czech Republic. This is Katerina Vrabkova.
Tell me something about this competitor, Tony.
Okay, her personal best is 4,500 points in the tricks event. Has slalomed about halfway down the 11.25 meter run, or 38 off for those of you that are tuning in from the United States and wanting to equate the metric system, which we use exclusively here at the European Championships. And here we go. This is Katerina Vrabkova of the Czech Republic, age 23. Let's see what she does. Continuing to rock away from one trick to the next. There's the line back and line front. Wake line back, good elevation, wake line front. And a couple of sides, and that's 20 seconds right there.
What can we say, Tony? Another stand-up pass here. And I don't know, like usually like Czech Republic is a good country for tricks.
Mm-hmm.
We remember Martin Kollmann for sure, and Daniel Odvarko in the past also was a really good skier.
Yeah, and Adam Sadomeyer, of course,
exactly.
And just a whole slew of others. Zdeněk Coleman as well, the younger of the Zdeniks in that family, and then there are a whole bunch of others as well that are climbing through, including Katerina right here, to try and maintain the Czech Republic's competitiveness in this event.
Yeah. Usually they are super fast, super clean, and she was good. Like she was. Balance on the ski, really good work with the legs, mostly in the last tricks where you need to pump on the way to have the tricks credit. So I like the move of the legs in this pass.
Okay, and not the first time that Katerina Vrabkova has competed here. Actually competed in the Trofeo Kappa at Recetto right here on this facility, and has tricked 3,540 points and 3,080 in that competition. Her best score of this season is 4,230 points over in the Czech Republic. So she's had some decent scores, but I would say safely her average is about 3,600 points so far this season. So if she can get anything above that, then she'll be delighted.
Yeah, I think her goal is to pass the 4,000 mark to have a better chance to pass to the final event.
All right, then we're going to get another point score coming through in just a moment or so. We've just been alerted by our producer that a point score is going to be forthcoming. With the second and final 20-second pass, critical run, the money pass, as Nicholas would say. There we go. That's the toe five back to get things running. This is Katerina Vrabkova. Toe wake front. There we go. A couple of toe sides to the toe back and to the front. Reverse toe back. Come on. Oh! And it's...
Yeah.
We were waiting for that. That was our first fall of these of the European Championships, essentially.
Yeah, she missed the survival mode because I think she had a little bit time to grab the rope with the hand and try to stand on the ski, and she missed that. We
Yeah,
saw
she
other
did.
competitor like just throw the hand and try to save themselves, and she missed that for me.
So I mean, you've been in that situation enough times before in your past, you know. I mean, in competition or in practice. I mean, a lot of it is very instinctual, what you're doing on the ski with tricks. But if you get into a situation like this, what should you do? Should you be patient or should you go for that line? What should you do?
I think you have to try to break your body, like your upper body, so the ski goes a little bit in the back and the connection of the rope come back. And if it doesn't happen, grab the rope with the hand and try to go for the Toweiko and maybe like change your run at the end. But it's really difficult to do it because we train every day the run. And we memorize everything, so it's difficult to change. So what I see before with the other competitor that changed the run because maybe they had like a little bit fear on the trick was so impressive for me. It was so difficult.
All right then, so we've got a point score for Julie Fay of 3840, 3,840 points. So that is the score, and that is enough to put Judy Fay in the lead. We've still got one more score to come from Lily Steiner and indeed from Katarina Vrabkova. And our next competitor coming to us out of the nation of Slovakia, it's Zuzana Oretkova.
Okay. Slovakia.
Yeah, from Slovakia, which is situated towards the east of the Czech Republic. And we'll see what she's got.
I think the wind blow up a little bit. The first pass, it's headwind, so a lot of skiers decide to start with a hand run.
Yeah. Certainly, I mean, and toe tricks being the very nature of toe tricks means that you only have one limb in which to pull yourself along and to stay focused on top of the water, which means a lot of skiers will actually use the tailwind for toe tricks. Here we go. There's the first successful flip.
First flip.
Yes,
done.
indeed. So Zuzana Oretkova from Slovakia. I hope I didn't butcher her name too much. She's age 20, and she was third in slalom at the U21 European Championships this season. The Czech and Slovak champion in overall, and is a pretty decent overall skier. As a matter of fact, her trick personal best is just a little over 5,000 points, and you can definitely see why.
Yeah, we saw like 2 540. Wake 540 and the flip. I think this is the first one, 540, and then I think she did also the one going out exactly, and the flip at the end. So yeah, the first time we see this morning 2 540 in a run and a flip. That's probably it's a contender to take the lead at the moment, but. She has to do the second run.
All right, then. So let's see how many skiers we've got. I think we've got about 5 skiers remaining. Actually, she is our 5th skier from last. So if she takes the lead, then she's through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, exactly. So I can't wait to have the new system of trick calculate, because you know the run of your previous skier before you ski.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also know the points of your first pass. That's I think it's a new era of trick skiing.
Yep, you're very excited about that. I'm sure a lot of other people are as well. I mean, it's I mean, in this day and age, you know, where you want everything and you want it now, and if you didn't get it now, you wanted it yesterday. You know, you just want to get those trick scores out so you know kind of where you are situated. But here we go.
Really clean pass. Hey.
Toe wake line back, the first time we've seen that.
Nice
yes,
run.
and nicely done, and she's good. She is good with that as well. So excellent skiing there from Zuzana Oretkova from Slovakia, and
I think she's a contender to get to the first girl to as the ticket for the final.
Quite possibly, yes, if she takes the lead. So good
next
effort.
skier, it's interesting. Milakova.
Yes.
When I start skiing, I had in my house like a VHS, and we saw like words in Villach or words in Rockbrunn 94, something like that. And I remember Milakova was
95.
one of the best overall skier at the time.
All right, we got a score, and it's 39.30, so 3,930 for Lily Steiner. And because of that, if Katerina Vrabkova takes the lead and is unchallenged by Zuzana Orakova, then that could mean that Katrina is through to the next round of the competition. We've yet to see. We're going to see if we can get a few more scores coming through momentarily. But I tell you what, I mean, these female trickers are certainly putting their best foot forward out there, and very few of them have succumbed right now. And here is that interesting skier to whom you're referring to, Nicholas. This is Elena Thompson, coming to us out of Switzerland, formerly of the Russian Federation, but has competed for Switzerland for many years now, and placed very, very high in the overall competitions. All the way dating back to 1997, where I believe she actually won the World Overall Championship right there in Colombia in South America. Toe wake 5 back. Look at her go with the foot in the back now. That's the wake 5 front. Wake back to the back. 5 front reverse. 5 back. Let's see what she's got. Ski line back to back. She's still got it, you know. Look at this, Elena Thompson.
Wow. Wow, it looks like we are going in the past now with this run. It's really like old school skiing, but super efficient, super fast and clean.
Yes, indeed, and it all starts off like this. This is a hybrid pass, which featured toe tricks and I believe some hand tricks there. I mean, this goes way back beyond and way into the 70s. This kind of run. I mean, I watched the likes of Natalia Rumiantseva in the 1981 Women's World Championship with a hybrid run herself. Actually started off with hands and then went on to toes. This is a little bit in the opposite direction here, and we've got a score that just came through on your screen for Katerina Vrabkova of 33.20, which isn't enough to take the lead, and Lily Steiner is still in the lead with 93.30. But I mean, you can't help but not be amazed with that performance there from Elena Thompson.
No, super good. Like starting with the toes and then finish with the hand run. It's a thing that I miss. It's not like usually we have a lot of skier that made the same run, and when you see something like that, it's really interesting for me, and I think also for the people that are watching.
And what's harder is doing it the opposite way, actually doing handle tricks first and then toes, because you've got to get that toe foot into the toe strap and actually get it secured enough to where you can actually put something worthwhile after it. But here is the complete toe pass. It's going to be a toe 7 front. Let's see what she's got. Or it could be a toe wake 5 back. No, it's the 7 front. There we go. Toe 5 back, toe back to backs. Now winding it on with the toe 5 front, out, straight back in, whips in towards the toe wake O, toe wake O, reverse. You don't. Oh, toe wake line 5 back.
No.
Oh, and she loses the toe strap. Oh, my word.
No, it was perfect.
It was. I mean, that's one of the better ones I've seen, especially out of our female competitors. And I mean, she's visibly annoyed, but hopefully that could be mitigated by the fact that maybe her score as a result of those tricks that she put in may have been enough to put her through to the final. I mean, I would surmise that she's done just that.
Yeah. At the moment, it was the best run, the best 2 passes we see, and look at this perfectly connection with the boat, and the body super straight. You can see here another interesting tricks.
Toe wake O into wrap.
It's crazy.
And then just look at the toe strap. Comes off the top of the wake, bam, hits it.
No.
Oh, and no, her heel strap broke. Her heel strap broke on that.
Yeah. No, so unlucky. It was so good. And I remember the toe-way Corey pin.
Yeah, that
It was a trick that Martin Coleman used to do in the past.
Look at the instant replay right here. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah, it broke. Anyone got a spare bicycle tire in a tube?
But I think we have Battani here, the Punto Sport that provides all the things for water skiing, skis, and all the other stuff. So I think he can help Elena to get back on the toes. I think in the final. I think.
Yeah, indeed. I think she's probably made it through to the final. Elena Thompson, for her part, has tricked towards the 67-30 points in previous competitions. But let's focus on our next competitor coming to us out of France. This is Ines Anguano, and she is the European champion, not only in tricks but also in slalom jump and overall.
Ooh.
In the European Under 21 Championships, and I
think they won also the team with.
Yes, indeed, and that fourth gold medal, that fifth gold medal was part of the team situation as well. Oh, look at that! But I tell you what, she's going to have to work here to stay on top of the water, and strangely, doing toe tricks on her opening pass.
Yeah, that's the first time we see this morning, and with the headwind, I think it's a strategy for her. Probably she likes to have the tighter line in the toe pass, but at the end of the day, it pays off.
Indeed.
Good run.
Indeed, and we wonder what she's got in store for us with the handle pass with the tailwind behind her. But I tell you what, she holds that toe foot very, very close to her standing leg. That's always a mark of a good and solid and disciplined tricker.
Yeah, and it looks like she's still hungry after all the gold medals she got last week.
Is it hungry or hangry? All right, then. So looks like we got a lead score of 39-20, 3,920 points for Zuzana Orakova. As Lily Steiner is still in the lead by only 10 points.
And she's the first female in the final, I think.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, because Elena was the fourth skier from last on, and Ines is the third skier. So
the cut is 39.30.
39.30, yes.
39.30, okay.
All right. 29.30, 3,920 is the actual cut. So anything above that would put a potential tricker through to the next round of the competition, which should be easy money for the remaining trickers to take to the water.
Yes, but I don't say anything because I know how tricks can be hard on yourself. And
yeah.
You have to be think about yourself, do your run, and it's better to don't know the score of the other athletes. All
right then. So Ines Anguano from France, and certainly it's going to be a battle between the French and the Italians in this event. There's no denying that. I mean, the French come in with an excellent team. So do the Italians. They're wanting to defend home soil to the best of their abilities, and we'll see what Ines Anguano from France can do to get the French off to a flying start in this event.
Yeah, both Italy and France has a young team.
Oh wow, that was a strange-looking trick. She went off with a simple wake-o and tried to do it double wake. Unfortunately, came up a little bit short. Oh, look at this. There's one flip. There's the second flip. The first time we've seen a second flip in and a surface 540 spin. That was a strange run there, Nicholas.
Yeah, I think she felt a little bit of pressure after the first pass, which was super good, and she knew that with a stand-up pass she was in the final. So I think these bubbles were just about the stress she had for stand-up the run.
Well, I mean, she probably got word from the team captain, Sebastian Kahn, that she just needed to just essentially stand up her run, because I mean Ines Anguano has actually tricked 6,120 points in the past, and she's been on a tear. So I mean she didn't have to go close to 100% here to make it through to the next round of the competition, and maybe because of that she lost a little bit of her rhythm and her typical trick in flow from one trick to another, and knowing that she didn't have to trick as high as she typically does to be a part of the Saturday final.
Yeah, she skied smart. She skied like an experienced skier, but she's so young. But the fact that she won 4 gold medals last week, it's a reason. Like probably she's super focused when she skis. She knows what to do, and that's good. I mean, at the end of the day, to stand up pass in the preliminary round is the thing that you are looking for.
All right, then. So our next competitor to take to the water, this is going to be Nicola Kuhn from Austria, our penultimate skier in this event.
Yeah, probably one of the favorites of this event.
Yes,
I
certainly.
think.
Yeah, and I mean the fact that she's tricked 65-40 points certainly is evidence of that. European under-21 champion in tricks last 2 seasons ago, and the runner-up in the U21s in slalom also in that year, and 11-time national champion of Austria. There we go, toe 7 front, little partition spin there. That the judges might take a dim view of that. Keeping the toe foot close to standing leg. Oh, look at that. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe Waco. Nicely done. And the thing that I noticed about her with the toe tricks, Nicholas, is how level she keeps the shoulders.
Yeah.
From, they don't go up, they don't go down, but they stay level.
Yeah, and she's so light on the ski, it means that the ski is moving so fast in the water. You can see here on the repins. And also the connection with the boat was nice. Like I think she went for the easy run. You can see here the second toe wake back to back. She missed it, but I think it was a smart decision. It's always a trick that can make you fall. So at the end of the day, it's a good run. Yeah. Toe 5 front, repin, toe wake-o. And I also like it, the toe wake line-o. Maybe it's the first time we see in this event.
It is.
And then at the end, I think she had like harder trick, but she went just for a toe wake back, just to have 150 points more to finish the run.
Nice. Looks great, and we got a score for Elena Thompson, 57.80. Yeah, she's through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah,
she is our leader.
Missed 600 points, so she's one of the contender of this event in the final.
Yeah, 600 points away from that, 57.80. Another 600 points would have given her like about 6,400 points, and that would
huge score.
That kind of score would be enough to challenge for the title, let alone just making it through to the next round of competition.
Yeah, and it's incredible how also in tricks, if you getting older and you have the good basics as she does, you can still skiing, and you can still skiing at a high level, which is a good thing of our sport, I guess. Indeed.
And she certainly leverages her experience into her coaching and everything that she does for Team Switzerland. Obviously making reference to Elena Thompson. We're focusing on our Austrian athlete right now, whose personal best is 6,540 points. This is Nicola Kuhn.
Second pass.
There we go. Opens up with a 5. There's a 5 reverse in. Boom. There's the Waco to the back. There's strange looking sequence, but let's have a look and see the backflip kind of cases the wake a little bit. There's the reverse, nicely done. Here's the third flip twist to the back. Oh, nicely executed, and it gets that run all the way through. And I tell you what, you know, I mean, our female trickers in this event, you know, are really coming through in the clutch, you know, for the most part.
Yeah, I think she did a good run, but safe run and composed. She at the beginning she had like some 540s were not balanced, a little bit of axis, but like she stand up. So I think she punched the ticket for the final easily.
Yeah, I would say so. Certainly, at the very least, I would say about a 4,800 point run, maybe about somewhere towards 5,400 points. I would say. I mean, knowing that the personal best is a little ways over 6,000 points. I mean, she definitely didn't put her max out run, and certainly lost a bit of time there with the first backflip. But these are points that should be enough to see her through to the women's trick final, which will take place on Saturday.
Yeah, the thing in tricks is that it's difficult to have the same score between final and prelims. So it doesn't matter if you got first in the final or maybe in this case fifth. Because in slalom it's really important the backup score, but in tricks it's not so important. So it's the only thing is get in the first 5 spot today and have the chance to win on Saturday.
All right then, so our next competitor to go from Italia, it is Licia Bagnoli, whose personal best is 7,530 points, and has actually leveraged her trick skiing ability to actually make 2 consecutive appearances in the US Masters women's trick competition, and in the past has secured a number of European titles in the youth categories all the way through to U21s. A former athlete of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette Raging Cajuns, graduated that fine institution this past December, and for the first time in a long time has spent an extended period of time in her native Italy as a result. Here she comes, Licia Bagnoli. First, a 2-way second pass starting right now. Toe 7 front. A little bit broken over, toe wake back to back. Here's the reverse.
And the toe wake-o, yeah, I think was one of the last tricks, this toe wake line back.
Yeah,
I don't know, she didn't pass the rope, I think.
No, I mean, she actually hit the rope with that ski, so just didn't quite get the rotation all the way through.
Yeah.
But
she decided to go with the toe run against the wind, which is maybe can be changed in the final if the conditions were the same.
Yeah, it can be a little detrimental, certainly. I mean, if you're tricking into the wind with toe tricks, you're going to have to pull doubly hard to get the ski over the wake. 52.10 points, 5,210 points. So Elena Thompson is still very much in the lead. And there you go, 57.80. Ines Anguano with 52.10. Lily Steiner with 39.30. And that score for Orakova with 39.20 still being the cut line right now. A score that has to be exceeded by Licia Bagnoli with second and final 22nd pass to come with hand tricks. And they're going to switch skis. You saw Licia Bagnoli switch from her yellow honeycomb ski to a good trick ski, the MK1. That is produced out in Ogden in Utah, and she's sponsored by Good Skis and Camaro wetsuits, and she actually manages Pro Gear gloves these days as well. So good to see her being part of the manufacturing portion of the industry.
Yeah, I'm so curious about the new good they they produced, the one for hands.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the Avalon, right?
The Avalon, yeah, exactly. Yeah, but
Yeah,
back on the second round for Alicia.
All right then, so here we go. Wake 5 front, there's the 5 back. Oh no, bulked out of the 5 back in favor of doing this. There's the backflip. There's the backflip. I think she knows by now that she's done enough to make it through.
Yes.
There's the flip twist back to front. There's the flip twist front to back. I think she'll be happy with this. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, she goes for the Mo back. Yeah, there you go.
Stomp it down.
Look at that. I think any sign of nerves that she displayed before the event are totally dissipated by now.
Yeah, and she put a good overall score at the end, I think. Like, really nice flips.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no doubt about it. I mean, she was absolutely on fire. You know, I mean, once she got past the first half dozen tricks that she had in the run, she thought, okay, I'm through to the next round. Okay, let's see what else I can do. And then the pressure was totally off her shoulders at this point.
Yeah, nice 540. You can see Waco, and then she started with the flick sequences.
And just
really
look
nice.
at that. There we go, just a regular backflip and just keeping the handle held to her body and looking very, very confident with that. And there is the flip twist back to front, up and over. And then she goes towards the final 2 moves. The flip twist towards the back. And here is the back move. She was very late with the ski rotation coming here like that.
Yeah.
Now,
I think she does it at the end. Like,
I
she
think she
finished the
does.
rotation. It was like a judge call, but for me it was clean.
okay. And the judges are looking at exactly the same imagery that we're looking at from the boat. So that concludes the women's preliminary round of the tricks event. We'll continue on to our next event very, very soon. These are the 2022 Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships. We thank you very much for joining us live from this beautiful facility of Recetto. The first time in 12 years, as a matter of fact. Actually, the first time since 2012 that these championships have been held here at Recetto, and obviously the last time that this event was webcast by TWBC was also at that time as well. So we continue to go right along. We've got the 3 series of slalom. We're going to start off in, I would say, within about the next few minutes. We have 10 skiers in Series 3. We've got 10 skiers in Series 2, and then we've got 15 skiers in Series 1, and only a total 12 competitors in the men's slalom would advance through to Saturday's final. And we're working on getting some more trick scores. I can almost be rest assured that Alicia Bagnoli has done enough to make it through to the next round of the competition. So have the likes of Ines Anguino. Yet to get the score for Nicola Kuhn as well, but I would safely say that the likes of Susanna Oremkova, Elena Thompson, Ines Anguino, Nicola Kuhn, and Alicia Bagnoli have made it among the top 5 to ski in the women's trick final, which will take place on Saturday. So we'll wait those scores to come in. This is the 2022 Open European Championships, and we will return right after these.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Well, hello, and thanks a lot for rejoining us here at the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and glad to be here and to have the honor to tell you the tricking scores in the women's elimination round. And there is your current leader, Alicia Bagnoli, with 58.80. Elena Thompson with 57.80 is currently in second place. Nicola Kuhn with 52.80 is in third. Ines Anguno with 52.10. And we've got Lily Steiner from Austria with 39.30. Those five skiers advance through to the women's tricking final. Obviously, there is that 30-minute review period for the trick sheet. We probably don't anticipate too much change in terms of point scores on what have you. But with that to one side, we now focus on the open men's slalom in Series 3. We're going to start with Samuli Ronko of Finland, then Mikolauchenko from Ukraine, then Dima Thompson from Switzerland, Felix Blomqvist of Sweden, Freak School of the Netherlands, then we've got Luis Noguera from Spain, Alexis Kisiglu of Monaco, then Alvaro Noguera from Spain, and then we end up with 2 Austrians to round off the Series 3 men's slalom. That is Alexander Geschel and Luca Rackenwald. So, a lot of great skiing to come, and it's all here at the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships, and we will return right after these.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Well, hello and good morning here from Recetto, the site of the Open European Water Ski Championships. Glad to have you on board. My name is Tony Leifert, and we've got some great skiing on offer. We've got the 3 series of Open Men's Slalom, starting off with Samuli Ronko and Mikhail Mikhailchenko from Ukraine, along with Dima Thompson, Felix Blomqvist, Freak School, Luis Nogueira. Then we've got Alexis Kisoglu from Monaco, then Alvaro Nogueira, Alex Kashil, and Luca Rakenvold, our first 10 skiers out. Now, for those of you wondering what our situation is so far as the conditions are concerned, the wind is still blowing towards the south at about 11 kilometers an hour. The current temperature as it stands right now is about 21 degrees Celsius, which is the equivalent of 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So just to give our good folks who are watching us from across the Atlantic a sense of how warm it is here in Recetto. Not quite as warm as some of the other sites that we've been to during the course of the season, as the TWBC continues to roll along to various venues across the world to bring you live water ski coverage, and so that's what we got on offer. And before we bring out our first competitor, we're actually going to bring out a forerunner that will test the boat and make sure that all of the mechanical stuff is ready to go. It'll be Felipe Buzzotta, and one of the up-and-coming junior skiers from Italia. So, make sure you check out Wakehouse for all of your water ski needs, wakehouse.com. And also, while you're at it, if you are in the mood to shop online, check out Shred Threads, indeed. Splash Threads, I beg your pardon, Splash Threads. Splashthreads.com. And also check out Water Ski Broadcasting as well, waterskibroadcasting.com/shop, and get decked out in all of the great merch that TWBC has to offer. 37K, which is about 21 mile an hour. Probably don't anticipate anyone skiing at this speed from here on out, but it's good to bring one skier into the course like that anyway, through the entrance gates. Now buoy number 1. This is our forerunner. Use the forerunner to do a couple of things. One, to establish equal skiing conditions for every competitive skier from here on out, and also to make sure that everything that needs to work does work, so far as the tournament towboat is concerned, and also gate cameras and in-boat cameras and a whole bunch of other stuff that needs to work. Nice aggressive shot there from Felipe Buzzotta there, our camera person along the shoreline. Jeremy Scholl doing a superb job out there once again, along with the rest of our crew, consisting of Connor Pauley, Vincent Stadelbauer, John Waldron, Jeremy Scholl, and of course yours truly. All right, let's have a look and see. There's Mario Pagazzi, our towboat driver for this slalom event at this stage. Is Felipe Bazzata, son of the legendary Kiko Bazzata. Keeping everything running here. A little bit down course, I'd say a whole lot ways down course. There you go, round all 6. And that should be enough for our officials, and we'll bring on our first skier from Finland, Samuli Ronko. All right, forerunning is done. Now we go into the competitive action, but not before we've seen our instant replay here for Felipe Bazzata. Working that good slalom ski from one side to the next, and just being ever mindful of where he is on the course, so he can pull just enough to throw that ski onto its inside edge. And even though he goes a little bit down course, he's at least patient enough to use some of that residual speed to carve out a turn and go cross course. And there you go. That is Felipe Bazzata. All right, now, first skier out, and coming into the course for his first pass. This is the Open Men's Slalom Series 3. We anticipate many of our skiers in this series to go in on 14.25 meters. And it is 14.25 meters for Samuli Ronko. All right, so not looking bad there on 14.25 meters. And just slicing and dicing his way through that pass. The towboat there, driven by Mario Pagazzi. We're shortly going to have a little bit of a treat for you here, so far as my co-announcer is concerned. Now, those of you that know my co-announcer in the past is he's certainly a character, to say the least, and let's introduce him. It's Karla Bashik. How you doing, sir?
Oh, here you go. Okay.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, it's an honor to be here, Tony. Thank you for the kind introduction.
No worries at all. So you yourself are you're currently injured or something like that, unable to ski, but you are coaching, right?
Correct. I have back issues going on the whole year. I've done several treatments, acupuncture, chirotherapy, yoga, stretching, chiropractics. It just doesn't get right. And I've decided with my medical team to just sit this season out, and I still want to be in the team, so I want to coach everybody and want everybody from the Austrian Federation to do the best, so I'm here as a coach.
Excellent stuff. So let's have a look and see. Obviously, you'll be focusing in upon a couple of skiers towards the end. That's Alexander Gashil and Luca Rockenwald in Series 3, but we are on skier number 1 from Finland, Samuli Ronko, so 2 passes under his belt. And it's pretty important at this stage of the game to get set into a rhythm and be as one with the boat and with the conditions at this stage.
100%, and what you said with the conditions, I feel like is going to be key. this wind is definitely going to play a factor here, and it's pretty strong headwind of the first pass. So we see Ronco going out at 14 meters, so he wants to take advantage of this 12-meter rope in the headwind, and I think we're about to see a nice-looking pass.
All right, then, continuing right along, we've got Samuli Ronco. And for those of you that like to listen to podcasts, may I suggest that you listen in to the TWBC podcast. The latest episode just dropped this morning featuring Beatrice Yanni. And you'll get to listen to her as she talks about her expectations and all of the other stuff that goes along with the European Water Ski Championships. By going to the TWBC podcast, you can find that on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts. Here we go.
Tony, look at that. What a strong-looking skier here. Going deep at the turns, 5-ball at 35, a 12-meter line. As we said, he really took advantage of the wind, and he was able to close his pass without a problem.
And not moving too much forward or backwards, you know. I mean, he must be strong as an ox out there, you know, to keep his back up and to get the support from his stomach muscles to do the same thing.
100%. And I feel like Ronco is such a strong-looking skier. He took a break in skiing. I look at his IWWF ED scores, and he didn't ski a tournament between 2018 and 2022, and his season best so far is 4 at 38 off at 11-meter line. So I'm excited to see what he got on this pass.
All right, then. So we've got Samuli Ronco through 12 meters, and a pretty decent start to the men's slalom event. Now, it's going to be a tough cut. I mean, there's going to be 12 skiers through to Saturday's final, but the skiers from which we would pick those skiers from would be in Series 1. Now, obviously, if Samuli Ronco can get through this pass and get a going deep on 39.5 off, then things could start to be very, very interesting right from the start.
Look at this start, especially
look at that. Oh, we're getting broken over off number 3, all round number 4.
4 buoys.
Oh, not bad at all.
I don't think he's going to be disappointed, but I think with this start, he was actually ready to close this.
So, off to a flying start. 4 buoys at 11.25 meters, not even at the World Championships. Did you see the first competitor take to the water and score 4 at 11.25 meters, which gives us a little bit of an indication of the level of competitor that we would hope to see, even in the first 2 series.
And look at that 1-ball. As I said earlier, his start was pretty much ideal. He broke up at 2-ball, but his 135, his onside turn, is so strong. So I feel like he's going to be okay with this, tying his season best at 4 at 38. And we're ready to move on to the next skier, and the next skier is definitely an upcoming talent, in my opinion.
Yes, indeed, and you probably have avoided the actual pronunciation for this name, so I'll take that on. It's Mikhailchenko from the Ukraine.
I felt like I'm not going to offend anybody. I'll let that all to the professional.
Well, you're so kind. You're so kind. All right, then. And so he is 12 years old and making his first appearance in the European Championships. Mikhailchenko coming to us out of Sentosa, which is in the city of Dnipro in Ukraine. And obviously hasn't had an awful lot of opportunity. Oh no! And as a result of that, by some measure, was unable to get off to a good start. But I mean, as disappointing as that is, he'll learn from that experience.
100%, Tony. This kid is only 12 years old. He's skiing with 58 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think the nerves just took over here. He was ready for the big stage, but you live and you learn. I think he can get away with a lot here. So still, everybody put your hands together for this guy.
Yeah, indeed. And Mikhailchenko from Ukraine. came into this event with a personal best at 55K with a 2 buoy score on 12 meters, but it certainly is a step up, you know, a pretty steep learning curve to go from 55 to 58, especially while you're still so young.
Tony, he's 12.
Yeah, he is.
This is nuts. The guy even skis with 58 kilometers an hour. Is just impressive just to begin with.
Indeed. So second in the European Championships in the under 14. So I mean, he's had a pretty good season up to this point, you know. So, but you know, he'll be disappointed, but you know, he'll have plenty of other opportunities in the European Championships and the open portion of the competition. All right then, so we are going to go next on to Dima Thompson from Switzerland. Now, what kind of information do you have on Dima there, Carlo?
Dima was just at the under 21 Europeans in Slalom, and unfortunately didn't ski up to his potential in the slalom event, but he really took advantage in the jump event and scored a huge PV close to 50 meters. He has a season best so far, 4.5 at 12-meter line. So I think with him playing the tactics right here, we might be able to see his first 12-meter line being closed.
All right, then. So something to look forward there so far as Dima Thompson is concerned. Now, the European Under 21 Championships, as you mentioned, just took place in Slalom. That was a pretty good event, you know. I mean, I saw some of the scores, and they were just off the charts.
Yeah, actually, the preliminary round was strong tailwind. So everybody who managed to get in the final day was absolutely phenomenal. They couldn't have been any better conditions. So everybody's scores improved by a pass or even more. And Dima unfortunately had a fall in slalom. He managed to get in the jump final, and he jumped 4.5 meters further in the final than he did in prelims.
Wow. Absolutely. All right, then. So we'll look and see what Dima Thompson can produce. Representing Switzerland. And I mean, a lot of these skiers coming into these championships, I mean, they're fully conversant in English, and I would imagine that Dima Thompson probably extremely fluent in French, maybe a little bit of German thrown in there for good measure, maybe a little bit of Russian. Here's Dima Thompson.
Tony, me just looking out there, the wind just seems to get less and less. So he looked surprised at 2-ball how much speed he got going in, and he almost fell over. But at least he felt it out early now, and he's ready to attack the 13-meter line.
Yeah, it's just getting that first pass under your belt. You know, your nerves are jangling. You know, you don't want to come up short on your first pass, but you know, things are settled down now after that first pass, you know, and then you can drop into the water, take stock, you know, assess what happened, and then see if you can come back with something a little bit better that will carry you a little bit further along through to the latter passes, you know.
Yeah, Tony, you're absolutely right. And I know this is a water ski tournament, but if I just look at the dress code, the Italian Federation was able to give all the athletes and the coaches and the staff. I mean, these guys are matched up in Kappa Italian Federation clothes. These look good in the boat, in my opinion, matching the boat colors. What do you think?
Yes, indeed. I mean, the Italians are nothing but fashionable. I tell you that, you know.
It's like we live close to the fashion city of the world.
Yep,
just
Milano.
30 minutes away.
Indeed. Here we go. Dima, a little bit of a break there on number 1 and a little bit down course off number 2. This is 13 meters. Getting a little bit exposed to the boat, I would say, especially off 2, 4, and 6, but he manages to make it work for him.
I would say the same thing. He looks a little conservative going through the wakes. Maybe it was the tailwind really bugging him in his head, but nonetheless, this guy needs to wake up, and I think he's going to attack this 12-meter pass even more now.
All right, yeah, and you certainly will need to attack it to stay on course as we count down to less than 30 seconds with the 0 off wait time there in the bottom right-hand corner. You know, it's about a 40 or 45 second drop time on each end to allow the rope to be changed, to allow the skier to recover, and also to allow the wash to dissipate away from the course in time for the boat to make its way into the course. It should be about 45 seconds. There we go. There's the beeps. Those are the critical beeps that the drivers are listening out for.
All right, we want to see this. Thompson Dima, I want to see this guy close his 12-meter pass. He deserves it.
All right, let's have a look and see. Entrance gates. Maintaining round number 2, and he will not get outside buoy number 3, and it just takes an error, just a slight momentary lapse of concentration, and he's down with a 2 buoy count on 12 meters. So that is Dima Thompson. No doubt he's not particularly pleased with that performance, but 2 buoys on 12 meters is good enough for second place after 3 competitors at this time. And just broken over off number 2, just tried to get the ski to turn and nothing was doing. So there we go. It is a 2 buoy count, and it is enough for Dima Thompson to assume the lead score at this moment. And we'll be back right after this. All right, then, just taking a look at the replay towards the end, and as he crashes out. All right. All right, we'll be back in a moment.
Thanks for calling Wakehouse. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like,
I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass?
Why don't you just sign up for Float Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Recetto. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and here is Kara Bashik. How you doing?
Pretty good, Tony. I'm excited for the next couple skiers. We got a former European champion in the under-17 division, and he was dealing with a couple of injuries the past couple of years, but he's a close friend of mine, Felix Blomqvist from Sweden, and I'm excited to see what he got going on. I'm pretty sure he's going to start 14 meters to get the 12-meter line in the headwind.
He's got the beard going. We can definitely tell you that. And Felix Blomqvist, age 24, his personal best is 5 on 11.25 meters. And is involved in construction in his native Sweden. He's actually a carpenter. Yeah, he works his way through that pretty well, and that's the opening pass of 14.25 meters, and handled that one really, really well indeed.
Exactly, Tony. I think he's just dropping it a little bit in his shoulder in his 135. If he gets that sorted in the next couple passes, I think there's going to be a big score from Felix coming up.
All right, so just trying to make some camera adjustments here, and in the boat as we count down to less than 15 seconds remaining on the 0-off timer. So, all right. So, skier in the water, and now will be on top of the water, will be Felix Blomqvist, who has competed extensively across Europe, has registered results in the under-17 Europeans in years past.
And Tony, he's giving us a show out there, recovering, but this pass was a little bit more work than he actually wanted it to be.
Yeah, that was a little bit sketchy from start to finish there for Felix Blomqvist, but now I think he's kind of settled down a little bit after two passes, one in each direction. You know, kind of gets a feel for the wind. Now the wind is still very much a factor. It's probably blowing at about 9 kilometers towards the south. It's still very much a factor, but you know, if anyone can handle it, Felix can.
Exactly, and I think you just saw the routine. This pass was far from perfect, but he just stayed calm, relaxed, cruised through the 13-meter line, and knows, all right, now I got to get it together. This is 12 meters here. I can't really make as many mistakes, but he's going to be ready, and I'm excited to watch this.
On the starting dock, getting ready for his turn is skier from the Netherlands, Freak School.
Probably the coolest name in the field.
Yeah, indeed.
Without a doubt.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Coming in. Entrance gates, number 1 on 12 meters. Just trying to maintain contact with the line. Oh, a little bit back on the ski. Still trying to, and getting inside buoy number 4, so not the best of starts, and just 1 or 2 momentary lapses of concentration have put paid to his attempt at that pass. That is Felix Blomqvist. Still in the lead is Samuli Ronko with a 4 on 11.25 meters.
Yeah, unfortunately, Felix was just moving down the lake too much right off the beginning. If we watch him just turning 2-ball already 4 or 5 meters down the course, and he was trying to make up the space, but he just couldn't quite get the magical turn he was looking for. But, hey, things could be worse. Felix is looking good. He's in Italy. He's about to have a coffee after this, so.
Yep, and they serve it pretty strong here, I can tell you.
Exactly. I'm buzzing. Like, I had 3 espressos. I'm feeling good, Tony. I don't know what you're talking about, but this is awesome.
Yeah, I haven't had my first one yet. All right, then. So we've got Felix Blomqvist looking at the tail end of this instant replay as we get ready for Freak School to come into the lake. Let us tell you what the remaining skiers that we got on the list. We've got Luis Nogueira, who will be coming up after him. Then Alexis Kiseglu from the Principality of Monaco. Then Alvaro Nogueira. Then 2 Austrian skiers round off Series 3. That is Alexander Gachel and Luca Rackenwald.
Yeah, and it's not just them 2 running it out. It's also the other 2 Austrians are about to start Series 2. So we have 4 Austrian skiers back-to-back, and I can't ask for more. I mean, this is just perfect.
Indeed. Indeed, you're not going to have to move too far away to catch the very best that Austria has to offer in terms of slaloming. The remaining 2 skiers in Series 3, the first 2 in Series 2. And I believe there's one other Austrian slalomer, and that is Moritz Engelhardt, and he'll be the last one out in Series 2. So there's one name on the Series 1 list from Austria who will not be skiing, and that is Nikolaus Antonsen. Is that right?
Yeah, Nikki Attensam unfortunately got injured in the first round of the Europeans. He tried to turn one ball at 10-7, and he just slipped out of the back binding and twisted his ankle pretty badly.
Ooh.
He's okay. It's just the better decision to sit this tournament out and heal up for the next season.
All right, then, here we go. This now is Freak School. Coming to us out of Handel in Holland, right next to the Ruiplas, the Red Lake. Looking good for the opening pass at least. And nicely performed there. So good skiing there for our skier who has been the national and Benelux champion on several occasions. At least 23 as far as he's been able to count so far as the Dutch National Championships goes. And skiing on that KD element.
I was scored early at 4:38, 11 meters right off the bat. So this was kind of cool for us. Caught us off guard a little bit.
Look at him go.
Absolutely.
Little bit jumpy on the edge change.
But this was so much control Tony had. I really like what he's doing out there. I feel like he's just gaining confidence along this pass for the next couple passes. And wouldn't it be awesome to watch this guy ski through 11 meters? I know we're one pass away from that, but I just love seeing people skiing up to their potential and skiing their absolute best.
Absolutely. So that was 13 meters. There's a little bit of time remaining on that clock. The Nautique towboat, 6.2-liter engine, and providing more than enough power for our slalomers out there. And we will see what our skier from the Netherlands has in store for us. Competed at the Visit Lake County IWWF World Championships last season over at International Tournament Water Skiing in Groveland in Florida last season. As we look over at the dock and check out who's about to ski next, Luis Nogueira. Here we go, folks. Accelerating up to speed. Let's see what he's got. 12 meters. The knee bend is certainly there. Not getting much turn off his 2-4 side, but he's still there and he gets round all 6 on 12 meters, and he's excited about that.
Great job, Freak.
So a good, solid effort there on the second pass. There's plenty to see here to feel good about if you're a Freak School.
100%, and he's already taken in second place right now. It's just a matter how many buoys he's about to get. Maybe taking the lead, tying the lead. But he looked solid. So, definitely to move into the finals, they would need to run that pass because the cut has been 2 at 10.7 for a runoff, last year at Europeans at least. Conditions might be slightly better, so I would say everything around 3 is going to guarantee you a spot for the final. We have 14 skiers in Series 1 just alone, so all of them can run 11 meters without a problem. So the scores will be high, and I'm excited to watch that.
All right, let's see what Freak can do. Oh, and round buoy number 1, and down he goes. The grabbed onto the handle way too soon, and it rocked him a little bit far back. But let's have a look and see his approach into buoy number 1.
Yeah, as we see, he really wanted to get a head start on this pass, have a massive one ball to move up and early into 2, but it just didn't plan out the way he wanted to. He just had slight bent arms and didn't really relax and commit into 1. late gate as well, so fortunately he couldn't ride it out.
Unfortunately there for Freak School, but it is enough for second place at this time. That is Freak School with half a buoy on 11.25 meters. Now, here's a competitor that excelled himself well in the U21 level. Third at the U21 Worlds in 2011 in the overall competition. That took place in Moissac in France, and third in the Europeans in the under 21 competition. But I haven't seen too much of him out on the water competing. Obviously, work commitments and so on and so forth have kind of put pay to that. But his full-time job is he's a full-time tax lawyer. His name is Luis Noguera, and he comes to us out of Spain. His personal best from 2013 is halfway down 10.75 meters.
And look at that, we finally have a change in the letter scheme. We see more and more people are choosing A2 since it's just a very pleasant letter to slalom with, but he chooses C1, so that shows you he's a little bit more powerful. He wants the boat to react just a touch more than A2, and we're gonna see some big turns out of this guy. Just my intuition.
All right then, so with the zero off settings, we'll try and give you a better explanation. Here is that graphic, that wonderful graphic that shows reaction and the letters indicate intensity, you know, that really help slalomers in this day and age really create a more customized pull out there for their needs and desires.
Yeah, and it's just another factor, just like the driver. If you have a better driver who reacts quicker with you, that's already an advantage, but now you get the boat to react itself as well, the zero off. So when you're a strong skier and you really are a turn and burn kind of skier, you want that boat to be there right out of the turn, and Mr. Luis Noguera really wants that, so I'm excited.
All right, we'll see what he's got. This is Luis Noguera, whose hobbies consist of snow skiing and skydiving. You gotta love that.
Isn't that a mix-up?
Just a little. Really, really powerful behind the boat, especially off his 1-3. Which is just as well considering he's left foot forward.
So our theory we just put up just by looking at his letter is holding up so far, I believe.
Yep, he certainly made the right selection, and to accommodate how and where he powers up after each turn. So Luis Noguera, he's run through 14 and 13, now getting ready for 12. All right, so there is Mario Pagazzi. Okay, so we're on around buoy number 4, and he knew that he had that pass. He knew that he had a good chance of running it, but unfortunately he got into a little bit of lean lock off number 3 and just couldn't really get himself out of it. And using a modified one-handed gate shot there.
What a strong-looking skier. Unfortunately, he just went down earlier than he wanted to.
But then let's have a look here. Yeah, he just got broken over. He tried to get back on in balance, and unfortunately for him, just doesn't quite get it to go. So there we go. That is Luis Noguera. We'll have a look at him once again. Almost feel like that it was just trying to edge change and slow down just a little bit too soon and not carry out enough of that width, and yeah, just got broken over there into number 4, and then he's in the water. So that is Luis Nogueira. He'll be swimming into shore, and we'll take a break, and we'll be back right after these.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, continuing right along, and we've got our next competitor about to take to the water. Next competitor up is going to be Alexis Kisaglou from the Principality of Monaco. And I'm not too sure what rope he's decided to go with. There is a choice of 2 ropes, the Masterline 2.0 optimized and the regular main line. So whether you are watching us from Atlanta or Auckland, from Halifax or Harare, or Sydney or Taipei, this is the European Water Ski Championships for 2022. This is our next skier coming to us out of Monte Carlo. This is Alexis Kisaglou. And there you go. Good looking opening pass. Great skiing from Alexis. And 14.25 meters is pretty much a standard pass to open up with. So great skiing there from Alexis as we get ready for his next run. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Carla Bashik, and say hello to the good folks.
Hello, everybody. I mean, this guy has fun facts up his sleeve like I've never heard before. Tony, you're killing it. I'm just here, your co-host, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Why, thank you very much indeed. I certainly appreciate your sentiments there as we continue to rock along. So, what other events do we have here today? We've obviously got the Series 2 Slalom, and we've got the Series 1 Slalom. We eliminate most of the field in the men's slalom to leave only 12 competitors through to Saturday's final. We've also got the open women's jump elimination round this afternoon. So we've already seen some tricks. We're in the middle of slalom. We'll also see some jump a little bit later on this afternoon. So here we go. Alexis Kisaglou. Skiing out of Roquebrune, which is the home of the Monegasque Water Ski Federation. And not doing too badly there with the opening 2 runs. So now he's kind of settled in. Just trying to rely upon the rhythm that he established for himself with the first 2 passes. Behind that Nautique towboat. The Nautique towboat with the 6.2 litre engine. Manufactured by PCM. Over 460 foot-pounds of torque. More than enough for our competitors to work with. There we go. So, we got our team here at TWBC. We got Alicia Bagnoli with the 1s and the 2s. We got Michaela with the instant replay, along with Connor Parley. We've got Jonathan Waldron. We've also got Jeremy Scholl. Vincent Stadelbauer is going to ski himself in Series 2. And then there's, of course, yours truly. Here we go. Alexis Kiss, all over the place off number 2. Now he's going to have to recover and do it quickly.
Unfortunately, also falls around 4-ball. We kind of saw that coming right off the bat. Also hoped for him to get that magical turn that gets him back in the game.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for him, but things just didn't start particularly well, even off the gate shot there, Carlo.
No, unfortunately not. I mean, he has a season best of 2:11 this season. I think he was looking forward to just tie that or even get a new PB, just because how good the site is, how good the driver is, the boat, the line, everything you're saying, everything is dialed in. So the skiers really want to get everything out of their talent that they have. And we see the frustration. He's disappointed with his poor performance, but still very, very good skiing from Alexis.
All right, so it's a decent start off number 1, a little bit of slack and losing some distance down course, and that is where the majority of the mistakes occurred. Try to get settled back into the game. He was still very much in with a chance, and then just got himself down course, and then his ski hit the line. And that is unfortunately there for Alexis Kiseglu. And we'll return right after these. All right, welcome back to continuing action here in Recetto for the Open European Water Ski Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot. Here's Carlo Bashik. And now making his way in towards the course, our next competitor is Alvaro Nogueira. So, personal best of 5.5 on 11.25 meters. Current Spanish national champion, age 28. And not looking too bad, although the last time that he's gotten anywhere close to his personal best was way back in 2015 with that score of 5.5 at 11. And eager to make an impression here, and if he can get through 11.25 meters, well, there'll be plenty of dancing in the streets in his area of Spain.
Yeah, and he has skied so many tournaments all these past years that he's ready for the season, no matter what. He skied only one tournament, that was the World Games this year in Birmingham, and that was only the jump event. So he's actually doing his season debut right here in the slalom event at the European Championships in Recetto.
All right, then, looking out towards the dock, we're seeing the first of 2 Austrian skiers in this section of the competition. That is Alexander Gaschel. Gaschel, I beg your pardon. Yeah, my vowels a little bit.
It's okay. I tolerated it for 5 times, but the 6th time I got you on this one. You can pronounce all the Russian names. I got the Austrian names.
Fair enough. All right, then. So, great skiing, and here we are at TWBC. We've still got a number of great tournaments to come after this one. We got the Mastercraft Pro, the Malibu Open, the Travis Grand Prix, the Miami Pro, the Pan American Water Ski Championships in Chile, and coming in January, the World Junior Championships, also from Chile.
Look at that strong skiing. He's still... Ooh!
Ouch!
Just kept it interesting. I'm sorry I almost jinxed this guy. But luckily he got away with it.
Yeah, he did.
He's smiling. He knows that was not what he was looking for, but...
Well, he's gotten two shady passes out the way. Let's see if he can just suck it up and just continue to ski continue to ski hard.
That's the thing with slalom. It doesn't matter how they look. 6 is 6. He got it done. He was moving on to 35, 12-meter line. I don't know what the policy is here, but I'm definitely going to switch to German when my fellow Austrians are skiing. Alexander Schiel is going to be next, followed by Luca Rauchenwald. And then we got Claudio Kostenberger and Dominik Kuhn coming up as well in Series 2. And Vince can't fire me. I'm doing this voluntarily. And I'm going to speak German when my skiers are on the water.
Of course. Okay. And I'll try my best to interpret. All right, then, here we go. This is, on the water, this is Alvaro Nogueira. Well executed. Oh, look at that, round number 2 and 3. Oh, ouch.
That came out of nowhere.
Oh, my word. Had a good approach and everything looked very, very peachy, and then he just stopped cold.
I feel like he just must have pulled a little bit too short going into 4-ball, and he just couldn't reach it. Elbow dunked 4-ball, and he was like, oh, my God, I can't believe what just happened.
Yeah, I mean that turn there into number 2 looked very, very good indeed. I mean, he looked very, very stable, and I would have, but then he just came up short on the direction on his edge change into buoy number 4, and he just tried to throw everything to the inside to keep going, and unfortunately had to stop as a result. So that is Alvaro. We'll have a look at the instant replay again to confirm the buoy count. I believe it is going to be 4 buoys. Still out in the lead in this competition is our very first competitor, Samuli Ronco, with 411.25 meters. And that score has gone 9 competitors now, almost 9 competitors now without a single viable challenge, or at least 7 at this time. But there you go. So, and we will return right after these. All right, continuing on, no matter where you happen to be tuning into us from Athens to Auckland, from Hanoi to Harare, and from Mexico City to Minnesota, you are most welcome around the world to the Open European Water Ski Championships for 2022, coming to you live from Recetto in Italy.
I wonder how many of those you have up in your sleeve, but I'm ready to hear them all. Damen und Herren, nächster Läufer, unser erster Österreicher, Alexander Schiel, startet mit 14 Meter. Alle Österreicher, alle Deutschen, die jetzt zuschauen, gern geschehen, dass ich Deutsch rede.
All right, yes, we are very much welcome. Thank you. All right, this is Alexander coming into the course. This is 14.25 meters. I don't believe anyone has started on a longer line length. Save.
Wunderschöne erste Anfahrt von unserem Alex.
All right, nicely done, opening pass. I don't see too much wrong there, just getting into a good, decent rhythm. And now the rope shortens down to 13 meters. The boat speed is still a constant 58 kilometers an hour.
Alex is looking good out there. He is a dual threat athlete. He's not just competing in 3 events, which is the overall event. He's not doing slalom, trick, and jump. He also played semi-professional hockey till up now, lived in Norway in an academy. So he's a high-caliber athlete.
Why Norway?
The academy was just looking great for him. It was a great fit. It was young energy, and he chose to move, I believe, when he was 15 years old, and he just now decided, he's like, okay, I'm going to give skiing my all. I'm going to see where this can take me, and he's really giving it a push, dialing it in with nutrition, mental coaching, and we're going to see some great performance from our young athlete.
And he is currently the runner-up in the European Under-21 Championships. That took place just this past weekend in Fischlam in Austria. So, coming in on the...
13 Meter.
Yes, 13 Meter. Via, 5, 6 Buoy.
Alex, 6 Buoy mit 13 Meter Seil. Das haben wir jetzt auch erledigt. Jetzt kommen wir mit 12 Meter in den Gegenwind zurück. And Tony, did I just hear you count in German? I mean,
yeah,
you can
I'm
speak
working
German. Let's switch it all. Let's just do a German commentary for the whole tournament.
I think there'll be 1 or 2 voices out there that will probably shout in protest, but you know, the odd smattering of another language or 2, you know, doesn't hurt.
No, we're here to cultivate.
Yes. All right then, I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Rakala Bashik. I'm from the United Kingdom. He's from Austria. There you go. Represent. All right, so Alexander, his personal best is half at 10.75 meters. It's a little ways away from that at the moment, having run the opening 2 passes, but he's certainly got the potential to get to that point. And he lists his hobbies as ice hockey, as we mentioned, golf, and traveling.
He's still too scared to golf against me, but
he is.
I hope he's ready to go down for a match after the ski season. But hier, Damen und Herren, 12 Meter für uns am Alex.
All right, here we go. This is the 12-meter run. 3, 4, 5 und 6.
And 6, let's go.
There you go. Great effort there. Got a little bit bogged down on 1 or 2 of those buoys, but he used his experience to more than make up for 1 or 2 deficits on this run. Got a good start on number 1, but kind of eased up a little bit too soon into number 2. And then things didn't get much better into number 3, but there we go. Ooh, took a bit of a shoulder hit there off number 4 and got round number 5 and number 6. So
I'm pleased with that. I've been coaching him this trip, and he did everything we've been working on. I really hope he's going to adjust on the 11-meter line, get down that lake as well.
And Carlo, have you subscribed to the TWBC YouTube channel?
100%. I've subscribed. I've watched pretty much every tournament where I'm not at. Usually I'm at every tournament, so I don't get too much watching in. But yes.
Did you hit that bell icon?
I did that. I hit the like button, and I want everybody at home hit that like button as well.
All right, then, here we go. Here comes Alexander. Oh, and goes down and gets the same score as Freak School with half a buoy at 11.25 meters. So we're almost down to our last competitor in Series 3, and that score of 411.25 meters, unable to be beaten at this time.
Ja, leider eine halbe Boje von unserem Alex beim Elfmeterseil. Er weiß ganz genau, es wäre mehr drin gewesen.
Well, he certainly got a decent gate shot, I mean, but then he brought the handle in too high before it let the ski come round. You should try and get let the ski come around a little bit before making full contact with the handle. And unfortunately, in this case, for Alexander, that didn't quite happen for him. So we're down to one final skier in Series 3. It is Luca Rockenwald. So, Luca, much like you, Carlo, and much like me, skied for the University of Louisiana.
Greatest college in the world, in the universe, in the whole stratosphere.
Yes, indeed. We're proud to say that. Yes, a former Raging Cajun. This is Luca Rockenwald, age 21. His personal best is 3 at 11.25 meters. And he performed that this year, so he actually has some good form coming into this event.
Luca ist die erste Antwort überhaupt kein Thema.
So,
ich bin ziemlich sicher, dass mein Onkel zu Hause zuschaut. Servus Miki und die restliche Familie.
All right, and the runner-up in the U21 Championship of the World in the jump event last season over in Santa Rosa Beach. Doing a fine performance there. And was also runner-up in the European Championships last season as well, and also the season before. But looking for a decent, halfway decent performance in the slalom event as we have a look at the leaderboard. There is a Samuli Ronco in the lead, and you can continue to check in on the live scoring by going to the IWWF Europe and Africa scoring page. And check out the live scoring from there, but also stick with us because we will be updating our scoreboard periodically as well as more and more scores become revealed. So here we go. Likes videography, surfing, and golf as his hobbies.
He's my golf partner. We'll take down everybody. PGA already called twice, but we ain't calling back. We're waiting for the Live Tour.
There you go.
Skiing from Luca, 13 meters, absolutely no problem.
All right, so good skiing there. Excellent run there to complement his 14.25 meter opener. So the width of this slalom lake there, Carlo. What club would you select?
The what?
What club would you select to get the ball onto the levee from here? What's your club selection to clear the water?
Oh, my club selection. We're talking like over this.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a pretty far hitter, so all I need is a 7-iron. Be easy, the whole length, no problem.
Absolutely. Yeah, 7-iron looks pretty good.
Right.
I can hit that with a 7-iron.
Jetzt kommt unser Luca.
All right. So, all right then. Check out wakehouse.com for all of your water ski needs. Wakehouse for all your water ski needs. Go to wakehouse.com. Here comes Luca Rockenwald. Now, this is the last of our men's Series 3 competitors. The last one to potentially challenge for the lead out of this series. Entrance number 1. Oh, a little broken over and down course off number 2. What does he do to compensate? Well, oh no! And he brought the handle up, and that just sent him careening into the wake.
Lucas giving us a wave here. Everything is okay.
Yeah, he's fine.
Looking crash.
I mean, his best chance for success in these championships would probably be best served with the jump event, but he's certainly no slouch on the water when it comes to slalom. But unfortunately, at this stage, just got him a little bit tail heavy off number 2. By the time he got to number 3, then things really started to go pear-shaped. And we thought that he'd recovered enough off number 4 into 5. But let's take a look at number 5, Carlo.
Yeah, unnecessary fall, unfortunately. He regained all the space he lost at 4-wall, and he really just needed to chill. But all of us lefties like to crank a turn, especially at 135, and he just got in a little bit too deep and fell. But Luca is all right. That's the most important.
All right, then. So just taking a look at this once again, and just looked a little bit cagey and a little bit nervous out there.
Yeah, and we saw an early boot release as well.
Yeah.
But as I said, I'm just glad he's okay. We're going to take a short break here. There's going to be a fuel break, and then we move right into Series 2 men's slalom.
Right after these.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the European Open Water Ski Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot. I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company. It's actually technically still morning, just a little ways after 11 o'clock in the morning. But we're racing along with the remaining skiers that we have slated on this list. So far as the skiers that have actually competed, let's take a quick gander at the leaderboard, and in the men's slalom series 3 by the end of the men's slalom series 3, and we should find that Samuli Ronco. There is the leaderboard right there. Samuli Ronco in the lead with a 4 at 11.25 meters. A two-way tie for second between Freak School and Gashayov with half a buoy at 11.25 meters. And those are the only three scores at this time that have been recorded onto the 11.25 meter run. So there's still a lot of slaloming to go. We've got 10 skiers in Series 2. We've got about 14 in Series 1. And we only take 12 through to the next round of the competition. There is your start list for men's Series 2. Dominic Kuhn is our first skier out, followed by Claudio Kostenberger, then Theodora Suvat, then two Swiss skiers, Vincent Stadelbauer and Jean Berengi, take to the water next. Then Charlie Emmett from Great Britain is on the water, followed by Vincenzo Marino, then Marek Malajnik of Slovakia, then Florian Pfaff, and finally another Austrian in the form of Moritz Engelhardt. All right, and just getting himself situated here at the announcing point, and with our behind-the-scenes crew, with the instant replay, and with the switcher, our all-female team of Michaela Luzzeri and Alicia Bagnoli. We've got Matteo Ianni getting situated.
Invece di cambiare sul bilancino, che funziona bene, se tu gli passi la corda, cioè tu togli solo il bilancino all'ultimo sciatore, perché gli passi la corda e loro si mettono il bilancino.
All right then, so we got Mario Pagazzi at the wheel, and we've got Connor Pauly in the passenger seat with the camera at this juncture. And right here at the announcing point, we're getting ready to go with the final two series of men's slalom skiing in the elimination round. It's Matteo Ianni. How you doing?
Very good, Tony. Nice to be here with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you bring a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of analysis for this event. So extremely pleased to have you.
I hope it's going to work out with your wealth of words.
Indeed. And one piece of news that you probably don't know of yet, and it's nice to see that the person it concerns is here. But if you go to the TWBC podcast, you can actually listen to the interview that I conducted with Bea.
With my sister?
Yes.
It's like they're in pole position, like the first one you can watch.
You can actually listen to it on Spotify, on Google Podcasts or Apple Podcasts.
Yeah, you're all over the place. But people cannot see you because you are off camera, but you're all over the place.
Yep, she's here, she's there, she's everywhere. All right, then.
Let's start with Series 2.
All right, yeah, absolutely.
So
Let's get Series 2 underway.
So I just got here at the lake. Recap for me. Who's first? What's the leading score?
Well, the leading score is 4 buoys on 11.25 meters. That is Samuli Ronco, and there are only two skiers that have made it on. Two other skiers that have made it onto 11.25 meters. You see that up there on the screen. So, I mean, we got off to an absolutely dynamite start with our first skier, and then no other scorers challenged that one between then and now.
So historically, getting into a final it means you have to be in the top 12.
Absolutely. And
historically, to be in the final at Europeans, you have to be at least the mid 1075, 39 off.
Typically, yes, but we'll see how things shape up at this moment in time.
And in the second series of skiers, the first one attempting to get into that final is Dominik Kuhn from Austria.
Indeed. Dominik Kuhn from Austria. There's a large contingent of skiers from Austria in these European Championships. We ended off a series of 3 with 2 Austrians, and we start series 2 with another couple of Austrians.
It's growing. Slalom is growing in Austria. It used to be a country that was devoted to jumping.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can go back to the likes of Franz Oberleitner and Christian Swoboda and Carla Armour to provide testament towards that, and even Britta Llewellyn as well.
Yeah, but even recently, Claudio, a lot of great jumpers, but not a lot of slalomers. But more and more slalomers are coming from Austria at the moment.
Indeed. I mean, we've got Dominik Kuhn coming up next. We're on the water now. Claudio Kostenberger, who's always been an above-average slalom skier, and then we'll end off this series with Moritz Engelhardt. Now, halfway, we were expecting Antonsen
exactly
to take to the water, but he sustained an injury.
I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I was referring to when I said Austria is becoming good lake. Mm-hmm. He's a great skier. Moritz is a great slalomer as well. And now in the water, coming back, I guess at 13 meters.
That's right.
Dominik
Kuhn, and hopefully he's trying to shake off a little bit of the effects of I don't know quite happened over the last day, but he didn't feel particularly well this morning, so maybe feeling a little bit under the weather. But after 2 passes, you certainly couldn't tell from his skiing as to his current physical well-being at this time. But we'll see how things go. He's a 2-time national champion currently in the tricks event in 2022 and 2019. Runner-up in the European Championship in tricks in the under 21s in 2019 and 2018. So he's definitely had a lot of success under his belt. And his personal best is 4 and 11.25 meters, which coincidentally is the lead score.
He needs that. He needs that. Well, he needs that to take the lead, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to get into the final. Probably most likely not. He needs a PB to get into the final.
Oh yeah, and more than that, more than just going past 4. He needs essentially the entire pass, and then a good portion of the ways down, 39.5 off or 10.75 meters. Here we go. This is 12 meters. Boom, hits that one on number 1. Getting a little broken over down course, round number 3. Moving quite a bit with his head and his shoulders and leaving the ski behind him, but he is able to get round all 6 buoys on 12. and now getting set up for 11.
It was controlled all the way through. I mean, it wasn't an easy pass in any stretch of the imagination, but still, he managed to ski confidently. And there was no point through the slalom course when I said, "Oh, he's probably gonna fall here." So,
controlled aggression.
Yes. Controlled management. Well, it's a synonym of control, probably.
Indeed, and working that D3 Neo slalom ski. Doing a grand job out there with that pass. Now 11.25 meters. Now this requires that you have to be aggressive on the entrance gates. You know, you can't turn and hold. You have to turn and continue to work that ski and continue to work that angle through the entrance gates to keep good contact with the boat.
That's what I saw in the previous pass. He was turning and burning. It was turning, getting most of the pull right after the buoy, and then just keeping that same edge and tension. Let's see if he can do better here. See everything here, and then through the wakes, there's not much pull.
Still there off number 2.
That's 2.5.
Yeah, that's going to be 2.5. It's enough for second place right now outright, but looking for a little bit more than that, I fancy. But not too bad. A buoy and a half behind his personal best. I mean, in the clear light of day, he's slaloming pretty well.
Yeah, you saw there, he just waited for the line to get tight before doing anything, which is a common mistake. Like almost everybody does it. When you feel late and you have a bit of a slack rope, your instinct is to get the handle towards you, wait for the line, and then pull, which is the worst thing you can do because you're wasting time and space, which are valuable in the slalom course. You just want the ski to keep on moving, and that's what he didn't do. That's probably an advice to any skier out there. Whenever you are in a tough spot because you are too fast at the buoy and you have a slack rope, just keep the ski going towards the wakes and reconnect even later, but you're reconnecting with the ski running. If you're just waiting, you kill the speed and you get a big hit.
Absolutely, it's like
you
that
look
quote.
Beautiful with those glasses.
Oh, why? Thank you.
Can we have some this going on the camera later?
Maybe. All right, then, here we go. We have got on the water right here, right now. This now is Claudio Kostenberger. Now, he's been involved in the water ski scene for many, many years, and we normally associate him with the jump event, but he's no slouch on the slalom course either, being very, very tall.
Yeah, he's obviously a phenomenal jumper. He's known throughout the world. I mean, everybody knows Claudio. No?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a great guy, and he's a good slalomer. You could see there, his stance was tall on the ski. He was quite centered. He's able to run 11. He's able to get into this final.
All right, so Claudio Kostenberger is personal best score, and this came in 2011. This was 4 at 10.75 meters. Multiple-time Austrian national champion. And among his hobbies are alpine skiing. Yeah, duh, he's Austrian. Cycling, working out in the gym, and other sports, PlayStation.
PlayStation?
Yeah.
I want some of those. I want to read some of those, please.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, monopolize those.
No, I'm wearing these sunglasses because my eyes are hurting.
So while we are here, look at Tony. He looks amazing with those glasses.
All right then. So here we go. This here, at the moment, is Claudio Kostenberger.
Coming
Entrance
back at 13.
Nicely done off buoy number 1. Gets a good hook up into buoy number 2. Doesn't seem to be moving around too much, which is a good thing out there on the slalom course. You try to minimize the movement in the turn, and then you just allow the ski to do what it's designed to do, and then you're off to the races.
he's a wise skier.
Yes.
You know, he's got many years of skiing under his belt. He knows you have to move as little as possible.
That wasn't always the case, though.
For him or
Yeah,
for
for
people
him.
in general?
For him.
You wisened up?
Yeah, he's definitely he's definitely gotten to the point now where he can like kind of settle down a little bit and use some of his technique that he's acquired in the past to produce the scores that he expects to do now. Not quite the happy-go-lucky attitude that he displayed in the past, but now he's a working man. Now he's a pharmacist.
But you can tell. I have his bio right in front of him. Instead of a category, everybody writes open. Obviously,
Yeah.
He wrote under 35. So he's creeping into the age where it's no longer an open.
He's trying to stay like Peter Pan for the longest time.
But he's quite conscious that he's getting closer to that.
All right, here we go. This is Claudio Kostenberger from Austria. This is the 12-meter line. No one has gotten close to 411.25 meters from our very first competitor.
That was quite okay.
Yeah, not looking too bad there. That was 11.25 meters. That was 12 meters. Now he's going to have a crack at 11.25 meters. Now, his personal best is about 8 buoys away at this point.
That's 10. 10 buoys away.
Okay, yeah, because his personal best is 4 on that, on 10.75 instead of 2. My bad. All right, so Claudio Kostenberger. Good leverage there, loaded up very, very soon off number 4, and then he kind of eased up into 5, you know, and did a bit of a safety check there on 12 meters around number 5 ball, and now gets ready for the next pass, which is 11.25 meters.
If there's anything I would tell him for this pass is try to resist more with your legs through the wakes. I mean,
to allow the ski to fully rotate more under traction.
His legs kind of look softer heading to wake 1. They should be, you know, pressing down the ski more.
It's a bit like tug of war, really. If you press too much with your legs, you end up being taller and you can get pulled over. If you're a little bit more compressed, you got a chance. Here we go. Oh, and another skier that's gotten half a buoy at 11.25 meters, and he's in now in a 3-way tie for 3rd place.
Let's see this again.
So, entrance gate, number 1. Oh, and just...
I'm not a big fan of pushing the ski forward in the gate, you know.
Neither is he.
Like and slightly falling in the back, like here. You have the ski there, and he pushed in forward. Well, it wasn't even that evident, probably from the other view.
Yeah, and you see that ski chattering a little bit at the end of the turn, not allowing that ski to rotate and achieve angle naturally. It was just trying to get that ski to bite, and it bit back.
Coming back to the fact you have to stay on top of the ski, control the ski, and go towards the wake. Don't rush the turn.
All right, so there is our current leaderboard. Claudio Kostenberger in a 3-way tie for 3rd with half a buoy at 11.25 meters. So we've got Samuli Ronco, our very first skier from Series 3, still in the lead with 4 at 11.25 meters. And as we continue to roll away down this list, every score that gets put out there that does not challenge 4 at 11.25 meters means that there is still hope and optimism for our skier from Finland, for him to maybe make it through to the men's slalom final, which will take place on Saturday. Skier on the water at this time is Theodor Suvat.
He's 22-year-old skier from Spain. His personal best is 1.5 at 10.75. And he notes in his bio that his sponsors are his parents, like for most skiers.
Yeah, I think you can. I think you'd find that about 90% of the time.
So he's a fan of mangas, you know, like the magazines, like the Japanese.
That
comics,
type. Okay.
Mangas.
Yeah,
a lot of my friends were like a big fan, big,
like Japanese anime.
Devoured these little comics.
Oh,
I never quite understood, but
neither did I.
Some people love them.
Mm-hmm. All right then. So that's Theodore Savat, and you can get cool clothing for a wet lifestyle by going to splashthreads.com. That is splashthreads.com. And also check out Waterski Broadcasting's shop, waterskibroadcasting.com/shop, and you can check out the latest apparel, T-shirts, caps, hoodies, the whole bit. You can check out waterskibroadcasting.com/shop. Here we go. Right here, right now. This is Theodore Savat.
13 meters. The left foot forward skier.
Kind of like skis a bit like Jonathan Travers.
No, I was about to say something different. I was about to say he skis very similar to a pro skier. But,
which one?
I would have asked you who. And you would have said Jonathan Travers. I would not have said that, no.
Which one would you have said?
A taller skier.
Taller skier, okay.
From a country where everyone is nice.
Oh, you're talking Stephen Neville.
Yeah, doesn't he?
Yes. I see some similarities there, but also see a little bit of a hybrid between him and Jonathan Travers a little bit. So maybe there is room somewhere in the middle between the big lanky Canadian and the tall American.
No, that's just you being leftist.
Leftist?
You don't like people skiing left, so you group them all together and they look all the same to you.
I am a left foot forward skier.
Yeah, but you're from another era. So you bought into the discrimination that was pervasive and evident everywhere in the world against left foot forward skiers.
It didn't take Matteo long, did it? It didn't take him long at all to find a mode of controversy.
Let's get back to Theo coming back at 12 meters.
What was that? 3 skiers in? Okay. Here we go. This is 12 meters for Theodore Savat. Oh, look at him go. Oh, getting broken over a little bit, but I tell you what, he's getting through 12 meters and he's going to have a chance at 11.2 feet, 11.25 meters, and potentially striking for the lead. So there we go. This is Theodore Savat.
You see here 135. He arrives there with in a not one was actually good, but number 3 and 5. He arrives there in a bad position. He's back on the ski. He cannot do anything but just keep the ski going, and that's what he does, and it's working out. Because even if he was in a bad spot, it was late, the ski actually managed to keep on going, and you reconnected later, but it doesn't really matter as long as the ski is still going.
So yeah, he started relaxing a little bit at the end of number 4 and just tried to ski loose into 5 and 6, which he did, and it was good enough to see him through the 12-meter run. Now, this is going to be 11.25 meters. Now, let's have a look and see what his personal best is for Theo. It's
1.5 at 39 off, 10.75.
1.5 at 10.75 meters. That's a pretty decent score. Now, let's see if he can get anywhere close to it, because if he can, then it could mean a new lead score. Let's see what he's got.
He can have a shot at the final if he runs this.
Good. Round number 1 and number 2. Look at this. Round number 4. He's got a tie for the lead. He's got the lead now. And he was so close to maybe getting that ski outside number 6 and really putting a cat amongst the pigeons. He'll get, for that effort, 4.5. It's the new lead score, and it's courtesy of Spain's Theo Savat.
That was actually not that bad of a start compared to the 35, but number 3, he just went for the handle. He rotated his shoulders too much and went on the back of the ski. It's going to be livid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that
It
close.
was that close to running it, and it could have meant, an actual shot getting into the finals.
Indeed. But he is in the lead at this moment in time now. If that lead remains unchallenged for a good few competitors all the way into Open Men's Series 1, then he has a shot. He has a shot of possibly making it through to the finals. Now, we have 14 skiers in Men's Series 1. We are on skier number 4 in Men's Series 2. So we can start to make some guesstimations and that kind of stuff and some speculation, but it's a little early to do that at this time. At this time, our next competitor will take to the water. He comes to us out of Switzerland, and his name is Vincent Stadelbauer.
Well, he obviously needs no introduction. He's the mastermind behind this all. Your partner here at TWBC. He's the reason with you why we have all these beautiful webcasts to watch tournaments from the comfort of our homes.
Indeed.
Couches, toilets, you name it. And he's actually a very good slalomer.
Yeah, absolutely. A well above average slalomer. Hasn't had an awful lot of chances to take to the water in practice or even in tournament this season, but we'll see if he can dig down deep into his skill set and come away with maybe a performance that could potentially see him through to the next round. But we're putting the cart way before the horse at this point as we continue on with the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships. My name's Tony Lightfoot. He is Matteo Ianni. And whether you are tuning in to us from a number of different points across the globe, from Manila to Melbourne, from Sofia to Stockholm, or from Tokyo to Toronto, you are watching us live at the Open European Water Ski Championships.
So whenever you say that, you're actually reading the countries where people are connecting from. Oh, I thought like poetic.
Yeah.
Yes. Extemporaneous countries that came on top of your head. No, they're actual countries where people are watching this tournament from.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
Yep, our sport enjoys support, and it enjoys a viewership that goes way beyond the continent of Europe, or even countries such as the United States and Canada. There are a great number of countries spread across the world watching this coverage in all hours of the day and night. It is 14 and 13, and now he's going to get ready for 12. This is Vincent Stadelbauer.
His PB, I don't have the bio here, so I'm just recalling it. On the top of my head, I would say it's 2 at 39 off.
Yes, I can be rest assured in saying that, because he performed that performance last season at the Visit Lake County IWWF World Water Ski Championship right there at International Tournament Skiing in Groveland. Was actually in a bit of a battle for bragging rights between himself and Alicia Bagnoli, who both of them scored through 11.25 meters and registered a score about a third the way through the 39.5 off run, or 10.75 meters.
They have the same PB.
About the same.
2 and 2, yeah, exactly the same PB. So the only thing Vincent is looking at right now is beating Alicia.
Exactly. But Alicia is yet to take to the water on slalom. We won't see her on the water slalom until tomorrow. But here we have Vincent Stadelbauer right here and now today. We've still got the women's jump event in the elimination round to come a little bit later on this afternoon. But I'll tell you what, this isn't looking too bad for Vincent Stadelbauer. This is 12 meters, and he gets it to go. Good, solid effort there. Entrance gates all the way through to the exits, and that is Vincent Stadelbauer through 12 meters in good, aggressive shape. Now let's see if he can maintain that level of aggression through the entrance gates for the next run, but let's have a look at this instant replay on the previous run.
He has a different style, but it doesn't really, that's an important thing. It doesn't really matter the particular aesthetics on top of the ski as long as the center of gravity is in the right spot and you're doing the right thing with your weight. So it doesn't have to look pretty. It doesn't have to look the same for every skier. It just, the body needs to put the weight in the right spots for making the ski do what it needs to do to run the slalom course.
All right, right you are. We've got Mario Pagozzi, one of the very, very best in the business.
Right you are. Do you dismiss this very profound point with the right you are?
Yeah, I'm just going straight to the next.
Ah, come on.
Yeah, we'll work.
Coming back. Vince at 11.
All right, then, here we go. This is Vincent Stadelbauer, 11.2. Oh, this is aggressive. This is aggressive there from Vincent Stadelbauer. He's round number 2. He's on the back of the ski. He's still there. Come on, takes the hit. Round number 4. He's there for 4. He's good. He tries to make a play for 5. Gets to the wake. He takes the lead.
That's a 5. That's a 5. I believed in him running it until number 4. He kind of went on the back of the ski like, oh, let's get at least a 5.
Yeah, exactly. He thought that he was going to run it. I mean, he genuinely thought that he was going to run that
I think up
pass.
until 4, yes, but he probably fell a bit fast. But he fell on the back of the ski on 4, and he pulled completely on the back of the ski, going to number 5 in a way that was obviously
but just
not
keeping that ski
compatible with
moving.
him turning number 5.
But just keeping that ski moving and not like stopping and shutting down was the key to this one, I believe.
But still, he manages to get the top score up until now.
There we go, way before the next set of boat guides.
Yep.
That is a 5 buoy count, and that is good enough to see Vincent Stadelbauer take the lead with however many skiers that we have. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more skiers to go in Series 2 and another 14 to go in Series 1.
Who's our next skier?
Next skier to go is going to be Jean Berenghi, and he is from Switzerland. And I don't think we have too much by way of information there, but I'll tell you what, if there is ever a notion that one particular country can skier can spur on the other, then this would be the opportunity to see that to full fruition. So Jean Berenghi there with 14.25 meters.
One thing we don't emphasize enough is how hard it is for Swiss people to actually train in slalom skiing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because even the Swiss nationals are actually take place outside of Switzerland, whether it's in San Gervasio or whether it's in Bourg-en-Bresse.
There is no slalom course in Switzerland.
None whatsoever.
It's so weird to me.
You know, there were slalom courses in Switzerland. There was even a slalom course at Montreux.
Yeah?
And I skied on it.
You are one of the lucky individuals to ever ski in a slalom course in Switzerland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was a great experience.
It's a recent law. It's a recent law, the one that banned
boats and
boats. No, because you can ride a boat.
Yeah, they still got that. They still got that boat that goes all the way around the Lake Geneva. Starts off in Geneva, goes to Montreux and Lausanne and those places.
You can trick, you can wakeboard, you can do all sorts of stuff, but you can't put a slalom course.
Nah.
Coming back, Berenghi at 13 meters.
Look at this. Seems to have a pretty good handle there on 13 meters. That's to be expected, really, for the level of skier that would compete in Series 2. But that is Jean Berenghi. Let's have a look and see what his previous performances have been in competition. Jean Berenghi. skied in a number of tournaments, not too many. Cup de Muzak this season, he scored 2.5 at 10.75. He's scored 1 at 10.75 over in a tournament in Austin's Cup 22. So I mean, he's put some scores out there. He's gone into 10.75 even as recently as last weekend, as a matter of fact. He got 2 at 10.75 meters in round 1 of a 3-round slalom there. So he's definitely got some form, but let's see how that translates into championship form for our 22-year-old from Switzerland, from the SNG club. That is Jean Berenghi.
Coming back at 12, 14 and 13 were effortless, as you would expect from someone running into mid-39 off.
Very, very light on the skis, not putting too much pressure on it.
It's refreshing, and it's nice to see all these young skiers skiing completely different from the older generations, which were squatted down, working a lot more physically. They're using their body properly.
Yeah.
Leaning with the whole body, creating leverage and pressure on the water.
Yeah, certainly the ergonomics concerned with slalom skiing have changed significantly over the last few seasons as to what it is to be able to get from one side to the other as efficiently as possible without losing any balance or being disrupted in any way, shape, or form.
Do you think if Nate never skied, people would have realized this? I think
a lot of people came to that realization before. I mean, whenever you saw in one extreme the likes of maybe Terry Winter and Marcus Brown with their slalom style, and then you see a counter towards it that's like extreme in the other direction, like Chris Parrish, for example.
Yes, there were few people that skied that way, and few people that believed that was right, and they were right, obviously. But it was not the consensus, because you had all these other great skiers. Oh, let's watch him coming back at 38. This is an important pass.
Yeah, and pulling long into number 2 and unfortunately going down. So he's going to assume the 5th or 6th place spot whenever we take a look at the leaderboard. Still Vincent Stadelbauer in the lead with 5 buoys at 11.25 meters and sitting pretty up at the top. But Jean Berenghi just not getting the best of starts and just tried to work his way down. And unfortunately, Ski got behind him and it was goodbye, Mr. Bond.
Coming back to our conversation, I think, yes, obviously there were some people that were skiing that way and some people that thought it was the right way to ski. And obviously they were right, but it was not the consensus. And it feels like watching Nate ski so effortlessly at 39, 41 off made people understand, so that's the way to ski.
Yeah.
So it was like it's the gold standard of skiing that was so evident for the first time. And all the kids are now trying to emulate that obviously. And it's working.
All right, then, for those of you wondering about the conditions, here we're at 21 degrees Celsius. We're at 21 degrees Celsius, which is the equivalent of 71 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind blowing, last time I checked, it was 13 kilometers to the south, but obviously that's not the case now.
No, it's dying down.
It's died down. Now the temperature has changed up to 24 degrees Celsius, which is about 76 degrees Fahrenheit. And the wind change is wind has actually died down significantly from about 13 kilometers an hour towards the south to something like about 3 kilometers now. So it's absolutely picture perfect conditions out there at the moment. Here is on 14.25 meters. This is Charlie Emmett from Great Britain. Yeah, and he has a different slalom style to a lot of other competitors.
I saw that hiccup on, well, not a hiccup, but the angle of the attack of the ski was a bit too steep, and he jumped unusually high
Off the wake.
Of the wake, which doesn't mean anything right now, but you don't want to have an angle of attack so steep. You want the ski to flow as parallel as possible to the surface of the water.
All right, right you are. So I'm Tony Leifert. He's Matteo Yanni, and we've got some great skiing to come. We are about halfway down the list. More than halfway down the list in men's Series 2 slalom. After we get done with Series 2 slalom, then we will have 14 more skiers to go, and after that, we will go into the last of our elimination rounds of the day, which is going to be the women's jump competition. All that to come. Here we go. This is Charlie Emmett, 13 meters. Good strike on number 1.
Okay, we're going with comparisons with other skiers.
Uh-huh.
Can you pick up what our pro skier skis that way?
Okay.
He's a young pro skier.
A young pro skier, I don't know, like a Dane Meckler, I guess?
No.
No, not even close.
No.
But, I mean, I saw similarities between him and Chris Parrish a little bit so far.
Sean Hunter?
Yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I mean, a very, very limp shoulder skiing there.
Yeah. It's you find these constant similarities, and you can clump together a lot of skiers. They go like, oh, they ski quite similar.
Mm-hmm.
Not because they ski exactly the same, but because they use the body in the same way to move their center of gravity in the right spot on the ski.
Perfect.
And there is not only one way to do it, so they do it differently. But obviously, some people do it more similar.
Absolutely right. So there's definitely a lot of styles and a lot of techniques that could accommodate a lot of skiers' physical presences on the ski. There isn't the one perfect style. Let's have a look and see what Charlie Emmett can do on 12 meters. Decent start on number 1, a little bit behind off number 2, but he's still there on 3. I don't know what he has so far as a 0 offsetting, but it seems to be working for him as he gets round all 6 buoys. That is Charlie Emmett.
That was not bad. That was not bad at all.
Yeah, very well controlled, I would say.
I would say the only thing that makes him lose a bit of space going to number 1, 3, and 5 is the fact that in the middle of the wakes, going to number 1, 3, and 5, and you will be able to see it here, he just for a second breaks at the waist, and that doesn't help him maintain the energy and the force on the ski needed to get wide enough.
It almost seems to me a little bit as he comes across the second wake that he's allowing the boat to carry him.
Yeah.
That he's just getting a little bit strung out a little bit, but that angle of attack that he achieved right early on is the thing that's doing most of the work for him at this time.
He needs to maintain that core strength in the middle of the wakes to get whipped out by the boat and reach the next buoy easier.
All right, here we go. This is Charlie Emmett from Great Britain.
11. No one has run this pass so far. He's a bit in trouble, number 3. Kind of managing number 4.
There's number 4. Oh, and that might be enough for 5.
And he ties first place at the moment with
Vincent Stadelbauer. All right, so that is Charlie Emmett, who has just tied the lead from our perspective right now. We'll try and... Okay, so they're actually double-checking here to see if he actually made it in time for the boat guides after number 5. This is going to determine who's in first and who's in second right now, whether there's a tie for first or an outright second. Gets round buoy number 4. Now let's have a look. Does he make it round number 5? That wasn't in doubt. Now, does he make it before the boat guide?
Can you see from this perspective?
Well, we can definitely... We'll take a look at the boat's perspective because I suspect that is going to give us a little bit of a clearer view on this one. The fact that he actually made it round number 5 isn't the issue. How much of that number 5 he gets eventually is.
So whenever watching this tournament, like a score is so evident to you, you're like, oh, I cannot believe Tony and Matteo could miss that thing.
Okay, let's have a look. Let's slow it down. No, he doesn't.
4.5.
That's 4.5.
That's 4.5.
That's 4.5.
But we see a small screen with a bit of glare, so sometimes we cannot watch exactly what you're watching with the same resolution. And it might be evident to you, and you might say, oh, why didn't Tony realize that? It's so evident, because it's harder to see here. I wanted to clarify that.
Not a problem. Not a problem. That's why we have the instant replay.
In the water, a skier from Italy. Actually from Sicily, Sicilia.
All right, here we go. A skier on the water, Vincenzo Marino.
Yeah, you got it quite right. Not perfect, but quite right.
Okay.
He's still a kid. This kid is not even 17. He's still a junior skier. He's turning 17 any day now. And he's already a veteran of water ski veteran. He's an overall skier. He can jump into mid 50 meters, 53, 54 meters. He can trick above 8,000 points.
Nice.
And his PB in slalom is 2 at 10.75, which he did like many times, I think.
All right, let's see what his recent form has been like. As I take a look at the screen that I have in front of me whilst I get that up. As we take a look at the details of our Nautique towboat, over 450 horsepower of grunt out there for our slalomers, more than enough for them to handle. So let's have a look and see what Vincenzo Marino has done in the past approaching this competition. He's actually skied in a whole bunch of competitions, including the under-21 European Championships, where he got 2 at 10.75 meters, 2 at 10.75 meters there, which I believe is his... He got fourth in that competition. And he's been into 10.75 meters at least 3 other times this season.
Yeah, he's well capable of running 38 off. And you can tell. Look at him skiing.
And not looking too bad on that pass either. Seems to have managed that one very, very well indeed. And like you say, age 17 from Sicily.
From Sicily, yeah. The big island.
Yeah, I know the big island. I've skied there a couple of times.
Have you?
Yes, in that big lake in the middle that's got the dam at one end. Where if the lake got low enough, there were people like Jody Fisher and Brett Hodgkins and Stefan Vils.
European Championships?
Yeah, European Juniors.
Like
yeah.
Juniors.
Yeah. Where they jumped off the end of the dam after the tournament in their jumpsuits.
That must have been, especially back then in Sicily, must have been an experience for a Brit.
Exactly. I didn't put my jumpsuit on or jump off that. What do you think, I am crazy?
Well, you are. So, off character.
By some person's measures, yeah.
But
not so.
But Sicily is producing a lot of great skiers.
How's that?
There is actually very good coach. He coaches a lot of kids. He's a physical education teacher in Sicily, and he brings all the kids that study at his school in his club, and a lot of them pick up water skiing, and he's very good at coaching them.
Oh, very nice.
There is one weird thing, which is probably vindicated by Joel Poland. The coach teaches every kid in his school to ski left foot forward in slalom and right foot forward in tricks. No matter what.
Yeah, and
no matter what.
And you do draw similarities, with Joel Poland, who does exactly the same. He's a switch foot skier.
Yeah, probably that's the way we should have gone.
Maybe.
Like the best skier of all time, arguably, Joel Poland, in all 3 events, skis that way. Vincenzo skis exactly the same way.
At least if your equipment is misplaced, it covers you there. If you,
Or if you get hurt, like in front ankle or back ankle, whatever, you switch.
Just like that. All right, then. There's Vincenzo Marino getting off to a pretty good start. We've got 3 more skiers to go. We've got Florian Paf, Moritz Engelhardt, and before all of those, Marek Malajnik from Slovakia.
So this is the money pass.
This is 11.25 meters. No one has gotten close to running this yet.
That was a good one, but I don't want to jinx it.
Come on, keep it going. And ladies and gentlemen, our first attempt and pass there at 11.25 meters.
Congratulations,
Vincenzo Marino.
That was great. That was really good.
Our first Italian slalom skier out there in the men's elimination round. And it only takes one.
Only takes one, but the first skier to run 38 off at this Open European Championship is actually a junior skier.
Yes, absolutely.
Not even 17 years old.
But, I mean, just look at that aggression. I mean, you can just see it, like, just seared on his face.
No wonder you won the European Junior Championships in tricks, in jump, and overall. He won them in slalom, obviously, as well. So he won 4 gold medals.
And just as showing his ability to just get that ski round and just stack himself up against the boat and just not move a muscle between the end of one turn and the start of another. So, all right then, game on. Let's see what he can do. If he can get outside of 3, it'll be a personal best. Let's see what he can do with the first 2. Vincenzo Marino. Round 1. Oh, look at this. He's round the number. Can he get outside buoy number 3? He does get outside number 3 and 2 of the weights for a new personal best.
That's a great result out there. 3 at 39.
In the European Championships, the Open Europeans.
That's with these kids, you know. Kids don't overthink things.
No.
They just do what they're able to do. And he did his PB. I don't even think...
Bit of a shoulder charge into number 1, but I tell you what, he managed to find a way to turn that number 1. Then just got broken over. Now, does he get outside number 3 on the instant replay? Yes, he does. It clearly gets outside number 3. Not what isn't quite as clear is getting to the wakes to score that 3, which he does. So there we go. That is Vincenzo Marino. That's a 3 buoy count at 10.75 meters, and he now holds a 4 buoy lead ahead of Vincent Stadelbauer with 5. And we're looking at the gates as well.
That would be bad, because 3 at 39, I would go ahead and say it's probably enough to get into the final.
Maybe.
0 at 39, there is no chance. I might be wrong, but it makes a huge difference for Marino. Well, for Vincenzo.
What you got, Alice?
We are
We're just double checking our scores. Well, obviously, a very, very important moment here. We need to check scores. We need to check to make sure that it's the right score there for Vincenzo Marino.
You can tell by the way he skis that he commits. He skis hard.
Full send.
Yes, and that happens at the gate as well. So he commits, and when you commit, you're not always fully in control of where the ski ends up cutting the wakes. But let's hope everything was okay here, and Those were 3 confirmed buoys. We're still waiting for the final result.
All right, so we're getting ready to bring on our next competitor. Our next competitor being Marek Malinek. Okay, we're just trying to finally get the correct score for our competitor who we've just seen ski, Vincenzo Marino. Then we got 3 skiers to go in men's series 2. That is Marek Malinek, Florian Pfaff, and Moritz Engelhardt. Gate has been confirmed, so we are good, and we are good on 3 at 10.75 meters. 3 at 10.75 meters, the new lead, courtesy of Vincenzo Marino.
Things start to get interesting with our next skier, who has a PB of 3 at 41 off. The first skier out here so far that has a PB into 10.25.
Yep, and that could definitely change 1 or 2 things going forward.
From the country of Slovakia, Marek Malinek getting the slalom course. Let's see if it's 13 meters or 12. It's going to be 14. Look at that. Am I right in saying is that a 9800 good? Let's see it in the replay. Probably in the replay we can catch that. That's if that's a 9800 good, that's a very old ski. It was an awesome ski, but it's an old ski. I
believe that is a 98. It does possess those old type graphics where.
Look, it's a
there we go. It is.
That's worth, I don't know, $2 million. How many of those existing functioning 9800s are there?
Probably not enough to cope with the demand.
It was arguably the goods. Like the 9500 was like the top of the top. Everybody loved it. Then the 98 was amazing. And this guy is still skiing on that ski.
Yeah, exactly. So, right. So we've got Marek Malinek from Slovakia.
Coming back at 12. So no, 13. Sorry, the graphics was wrong there.
All right, here we go. Yeah, and gets it to go there on that second run, looking very, very confident, looking very self-assured out there on the opening couple of runs of 14 and 13. And obviously, as we start to get a little bit closer towards the end, we anticipate that there will be some people that will be starting in on 30 meters.
Well, fun fact, Vincenzo Marino, who ran 3 at 39 off just two minutes ago. So, we're getting a correction. He started 13.
And he started at 13, so he's done that. He's done 12, and now he's going to get ready for 11.
So the fun fact I was about to tell you is that Vincenzo Marino ran 3 at 39 off, like 2 minutes ago, was born in the year in which Marek's ski was produced.
Oh, nice. That is
That's
just all
wild.
kinds of
it's
weird.
It's a great ski. I love that ski. And so coming back at 11.
11.25 meters now. Needs to get an aggressive start to stay with this pass for as long as he can. Here comes Marek Malajnik. Entrance gate number 1. This is 11. Not going too far down course, which is helping him out. There we go. That's 4. That's 5, and he seems to make very, very light work of that run. That is Marek Malajnik from Slovakia.
That's a 38 off.
So Marek
We're
Malajnik
getting in our headphones that he was finalist in the Worlds at the Worlds in Paris,
which was in 2015.
2017.
2017, yeah. 2015 was Mexico. My bad.
This 38 off was a 38 off of a person that ran it hundreds, thousands of times.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell when it might not look super pretty, but it's a confident 38.
Yeah.
It's a 38. It goes like, oh, okay, I have to do this again.
And he seems to have plenty of physical contingency out there if things start to go a little bit sideways. But that's Marek Malajnik, and he gets that 38 off pass to go as we look out to see our second final Italian in this series. It's going to be Florian Paf.
Coming back at 39 off, 1075.
Here he is.
Like number 1, decent number 1.
Round number 2, he's good to go. Round number 2. Oh, look at this. He's round number 3.
Takes the lead here.
He has the lead, and he has 4 for the lead, which with two competitors to go in the men's series 2 and 14 more to go in its totality with series 1. That could well be an extremely viable target for those to chase down.
Yeah, that's a good result. That's gonna be. I think it's gonna be enough for the final. Mark is coming back on the dock probably not happy with the result. He probably wanted to run it, but is confident with it.
All right, so our skier, that was Marek Malajnik. Again, a pretty good portion of the way down on 10.75 meters, and certainly enough for the lead at this time. We'll show you the full leaderboard as we get out of the men's series 2 slalom to give you an indication, or actually more importantly, to give our remaining skiers an indication of what they have to do in order to possibly make it through to the next round of the competition. That next round being the Saturday final. Here we go.
In the water, current sensation. It was a junior skier up until last year. It would still be, no, we had nationals, so he's not boys 3 anymore, but up until the beginning of the season, he would have been boys 3. And this kid is phenomenal. He ran twice, 2 at 41 off, 1 in San Gervasio Pro-Am, and 1 in the tournament here 3-4 weeks ago. He jumped over 60 meters.
Mm-hmm.
He actually came to prominence because of his jumping. As a junior, he was a sensational jumper, and he was a good slalomer. So everybody was like, "Oh, have you seen this jumper? He's amazing. He can jump 56, 57 meters as a junior skier." And then all of a sudden this year, he started running 39 off, like it was nothing.
Could be the next Italian overall sensation.
No, he's useless in tricks.
He's useless in tricks.
Oh, he's very, very bad tricker.
Well,
don't get sad. I mean, he's sensational. He's probably the best Italian skier to ever slalom and
jump.
jumped is good at his age by far.
But I saw him trick a little bit. He can improve. All right, then. Here we go. This is Florian Paff.
Coming back at 12.
Won the US Junior Masters jump event not too long ago. So showing some pedigree across the other side of the Atlantic.
So he has a PB of 2 at 10:25, as I said earlier. He jumps. He jumped 60.1 meters. That's his current PB, and he tricked 6,240 points.
Okay.
And I have his bio right in front of me. He likes fishing, golfing, riding dirt bikes.
Riding dirt bikes. Yeah, I know he does that. He has a dirt bike over in San Gervasio.
And he goes around with it?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Well, I know that. I know actually a story. I will tell you later.
All right, then. So, all right, we've got Florian Paff. He's our penultimate skier in Men's Series 2. We've only got one more skier to come after him as a result, and that is Moritz Engelhardt. But let's have a look and see what Florian Paff has got. He's started on 14, came back 13. This is now 12.
No, this is going to be 11. He started 13, 12.
Yes,
this is going to be 11. So this is very important. If there is a breeze, I would say he has it slightly headwind right now, but it's
that
so
ski
slight.
very, very close to hitting the tip, hitting the line. But despite all of that, he was still able to get that ski round and continue on to a successful run at 11.25 meters. That's Florian Paff.
That's common with his style. He has this distinct number 135, where he folds in a bit, sometimes too much with the shoulder, and he doesn't have full control of the tip of the ski, especially on that side. Look at that. Yeah, from this perspective, it's hard to see, but that was a big problem last year that he had. That was impairing his results in slalom, and he improved so much this year. It's unbelievable. He gained one full pass from simply running 38 off to running 39 off this year.
All right, so there is our final skier in Men's Series 2, Moritz Engelhardt. We see him on the screen. We also see Mario Pagozzi bringing our skier on the water into the slalom course. This is Florian Paff, and this is 10.75 meters. Needs a good approach and doesn't get everything that he wanted to on that one. He will get 2 and no more.
That you see what I was talking about. Number 1. Historically, 2 at 39 gets you a runoff. Historically, now that we have a 2 at 39, other people might see this as a cut and psychologically influence their skiing around it. That happens all the time. So it's all about the result that the previous skiers actually did for the last 12. If you see, if this wasn't there, 3 would have been the cut, and the next skiers would have been stimulated into getting 3 and 4s, and you would have seen better results. But if a 2 is out there, they will revolve their skiing around this 2, and some will get, anxious and nervous and fall just short of that, because that's how tournament works, unfortunately. In the water right now, Moritz Engelhardt, a great skier from Austria. He's a great kid, just 20 years old, still an under 21 skier. He got third at second and third at the European Championships, under 21 Championships last week. He's personal best is 4 at 1075. He's capable of running 1075 in practice. I've seen him do that, and he's a young promise of Austrian slalom skiing. I mean, he's very balanced on the ski. Sometimes he has that same problem I was talking about Florian having on number 1, 3, and 5. But if he can manage to be centered in 1, 3, 5, he can go and run 1075 very easily.
Okay, Moritz.
All right, so we have got Moritz Engelhardt now that we've seen a few skiers now that have gone through 11.25 meters. No longer seems to be that impossible pass that people have typically struggled against. So there we go. Fantastic effort there from Moritz Engelhardt.
Tony, you have your coffee.
Yes, I got my espresso.
Dehydrated, caffeinated up. So
I could do with a bottle of water though.
Oh, we'll take care of that.
Yeah.
So the first two passes, we didn't pay attention because
I mean they were just their opening passes.
It's a given. He'll be back at 12.
All right, so here we go. This is Moritz Engelhardt, and I'm sure his father, Volker, is watching. He's certainly contributing to the live chat right now.
Yeah, he's an avid water skier and the owner of Hot Water CC, which is a sponsor of Moritz Engelhardt, as he says on the skier bio. Obviously a sponsor.
Of course.
And he's back at 12 meters.
He seems to be slaloming at such a really slow tempo, especially towards the end of his 2-4-6 side turns.
But it's something that all very tall skiers have in common. Everything seems kind of slower because they're bigger. Have you ever seen a Airbus 380?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, of course I have.
They look like they're not moving.
Yeah, and it kind of gives off that vibe that they're moving slow when actually they are moving very, very quickly.
Look at the technique. I mean, he's very centered on the ski. Rocking the rubber boot in the front and the kicker in the back, which is more and more common and popular with the kids nowadays.
Yeah, I see that, and I mean, there's still plenty of manufacturers out there that produce the rubber boot. I mean, obviously Wiley is right now, and obviously the D3 with the T factor, being the rubber boots of choice. But you still find that in the majority of cases, a lot of skiers go with the hard shell of varying degrees of stiffness,
And it's like trends, but we're coming back to rubbers.
11.25. Oh, horrible start on number 1. Now he's going to have to work this. And I'll tell you what.
No.
Oh, he's got round 3, but unfortunately couldn't see enough of number 4 to continue on. So it looks like it's going to be 3 1/2, 3 1/2 at 11.25 meters to round off the Series 2.
That's disheartening. I mean, yeah, you could see there in number 1, he tries to anticipate the turn with his shoulders, but that doesn't go in his favor. And the ski slips in front of him. Oh, that's so...
Yeah, he was certainly working hard to regain the to reclaim the distance that he lost off the very first turn, but unfortunately, the slalom course always wins out in the end. And Moritz Engelhardt getting 3 1/2 at 11.25 meters, which should put him in about 7th or 8th right now. We're going to take a quick look at the leaderboard before we go into our fuel break prior to Series 1, where we'll see 14 skiers remain. Let's have a quick gander at that, shall we? We got Marek Malajnik with 4 at 10.75 meters. Vincenzo Marino with 3. Florian Path with 2. That should encourage the Italians a little bit there with having 2 skiers in the top 3 so far. Switzerland's Vincent Stadelbauer with 5 at 11.25 meters, the highest score achieved, not into 10.75 meters. Then we got in 5th place Theodor Savat with 4.5 at 11.25 meters, the same score as Charlie Emmett, currently tying with 5th place right now with that score. Samuli Ronco with 4 at 11.25 meters, Moritz Engelhardt with 3.5. Dominic Kuhn with 2.5, and the rest of the scores you just saw right there. So we are going to take a break. Thanks a lot for continuing to watch the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships coming to you live from Recetto in Italy. We'll be back right after these.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Alrighty, we're back, and we've got Series 1 about to take to the water. We've got about 14 skiers. We were anticipating 15, but Nikolaus Antonsen, the sixth skier that would have made it out onto the water, suffered a bit of an injury before this competition, so won't be skiing. You see him there on that list, so just scrub through that name, and we'll continue on afterwards. So the full list consists of Daniela Filchenko, Paul Duplan-Fribourg, Louis Duplan-Fribourg, and the rest of the names that you see there are consisting of Eduardo Morenzi, Callum Heath, Nicholas Bonatti, Enzo Vigizzi, Carlo Alais, Tanguy Adeon, Jacob Bonia, Matteo Lazzeri, Brando Caruso, Thomas de Gasperi, and finally Sasha Deska.
So let's start speculating a bit, because we're getting close to the last 12
I love
skiers.
speculating.
Yeah, we're getting close to the last 12 skiers, and as we said, historically it's been 2 at 39 off. It's a rule that overall skiers, some overall skiers end up being in the first series, so they're not really slalom skiers. They're obviously capable of running 2 at 10.75, even, Paul, for example, who starts the tournament now, has a PB of 2 at 10.75. And his brother has a PB of 3 at 10.75, so they're capable of doing it. But they're not the elite slalomers.
But they don't have much room to spare.
Exactly. So out of these 14 skiers, some are overall skiers. We can confidently say that the 4 at 39 is going to be, which is the leading score at the moment, is going to be enough to get into the final.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would definitely say something along those lines will probably be enough. But you just never know. You just never know between the likes of Danilo and Paul and Louis. Maybe they've been sandbagging us a little bit so far as their slaloming has been concerned this season.
Pulled off to 2 at 10.25.
Yeah, maybe
out the get-go. And then we have a 3 at 10.75 by Vincenzo Marino, which is another nice round score. And then we have 2 at 39 off.
All right, so let's investigate via the numbers. Okay, we've got 14 skiers here. 12 make it through to the slalom final, which means that basically, I mean, if everything all goes to plan, and I mean that's not taking into account the skiers and their overall abilities. Let's assume that all of them have a chance of making it through, and predictably, the 12 that would make it through to the next round of the competition would typically be all of them through from the from Series 1. You know, I mean, it would basically mean that you're looking at a score halfway down 10.75 meters to make it through to the next round of the competition, maybe a little bit more. I mean, we're only taking 12 through, and there are 14 here, so.
Usually these round scores, like the 4, like the 3, like the 2, form some sort of gravity where the next skiers tend to be drawn to. I think it could be the 2 or the 3. I think 2 is more likely to be the gravity here, because getting to number 3 is a completely different story compared to getting a full 2 after running a pass. So this is going to be interesting. In the water now, Paul.
This is Danilo Filchenko.
Danilo Filchenko?
Yep, indeed. And he is out on the water right now, our very first athlete, and looking strong out there. And actually, Danilo Filchenko, for those of you that are looking to listen to a podcast about water skiing. One of the latest interviews that are conducted was with Daniela Filchenko, and that episode drops tomorrow on the TWBC podcast. My conversation once again with Daniela.
So it was like an episode 2, because you already did a podcast with him.
Yeah, but this was the first one that I did with him face to face. The other ones that I did was where he was still hunkered down in Dnipro.
Okay. Do you talk about the situation there as well?
Yes, I
So you
did,
go in
extensively.
depth extensively. That must be really nice to listen to.
Indeed.
I will.
And I mean, and it's not just the struggles of actually being in Ukraine. It's actually being able to travel outside of Ukraine as well. Because I mean, flights in and out of Kyiv and Dnipro and anywhere else in the Ukraine totally banned. And obviously, he has to ask for special dispensation to be able to travel outside of Ukraine as well. Because anyone aged 18 or over must stay in the country.
Yeah, because obviously they fear that people would fly away and not come back, which is not the case with Danilo.
No.
He has the situation there very close to his heart, and he wants to go back as soon as possible to help out in any way he can.
So, silver medalist in the World Games in the men's tricks competition, and the gold medalist, the current World Games men's jump champion, is Danilo Filchenko. And the bronze medalist last season in the Visit Lake County IWWF World Water Ski Championships. So he's definitely got a lot of pedigree, and he's medaled in the U15, U17, U21. All of those levels, right up to open competition at European level as well.
This is a skier who can trick 12,000 points,
Mm-hmm.
who can jump roughly 70 meters, and now we'll see what he can do in slalom.
Absolutely, we'll see how far he can get down 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters. Obviously, the amount of time that he's had to dedicate towards practice and training has been hampered somewhat, but he is very thankful of the opportunities that he's had to practice in places all across Europe, places like Roquebrune, which is the home of the Monegasque Water Ski Federation, and even right here in Recetto as well. He's trained here as well prior to the World Games as well. So.
It was nice of all these places to welcome all these great skiers from Ukraine and allow them to train. Keep training.
Well, this is 12 meters.
In these horrible conditions. Not horrible, the conditions of the lake, which are great today, now, here in Recetto. It's actually an ideal day for a slalom tournament. It's not too hot, finally, after a long, hot, torrid summer.
And the wind conditions, which started off earlier on in the day from about 13 kilometers an hour with the wind blowing south, has turned to absolute calm right now. I mean, there's no wind out there at all.
Wind at all. So the conditions are perfect. We'll see him coming back at 38. This is going to be important for the overall tournament.
Absolutely right. So let's have a look at the current temperature as it stands right now. The heat currently climbing 27 degrees Celsius, partly cloudy. We are at the maximum daytime high forecast for today, scatter cloud. The current wind conditions absolutely non-existent. Humidity running at about 60%. All of that superfluous to what we're seeing out there on the water on 11.25 meters. This is Danilo Filchenko of Ukraine.
11.
Little back there on three.
Number 3.
Oh, round number 4. He's still there. He's round buoy number 5, and he is in a tie with Vincent Stadelbauer for 4th place right now.
It's going to be 5. It's a respectable score for overall, actually.
It is, certainly. But there are 2 overall skiers to come who are actually licking their chops right now at the prospect that if they can get ahead of Danilo Filchenko right at this stage of the game, then things could look very, very bright, especially when it comes down to the unpredictability that is pretty much the tricks event coming up as one of the next events.
Yeah, there could be a Black Swan event in tricks at every tournament.
Mm-hmm.
It's always like that. Anything can happen in tricks. In slalom, in jump, it's kind of sort of predictable. You know, there is variations in the results. Somebody can fall unexpectedly. That always happens. But in tricks, you can fall at any moment.
And that's it.
And that's it. And your run is ruined. Your tournament is ruined. Your overall score is ruined.
Mm-hmm.
I could have never been a tricks skier. I mean, it would have been too much.
Oh, I was an overall skier back in the day, and I know all too well the circumstances that happen upon a fall or coming up short on the tricks event. It's the impact of it is so severe. As we have a look out the water, I beg your pardon. This is Paul Duplan Freiburg.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. From one overall skier to the next, a great, very young overall skier. Paul is 19 years old. He's a skier who can run to a 1075, which is great for a 19-year-old skier if he was a specialist in slalom, but he can trick 10,370 points as well.
Yeah.
Not only that, because he can jump 64.4 meters, which is phenomenal at his age.
Absolutely, and I mean those are exceptional overall scores, and I'm not too sure how close that is to even like a French national overall record or anything like that, because we all remember the great performances produced by Patrice Martin over the years. I mean, he's slalomed into 10.25 meters. He tricked around 11,000, and even though Patrice's jumps weren't all that impressive compared to what they're like today with the likes of Paul or even Louis Duplan Freiburg, I mean, even today they still stand the test of time.
They do stand the test of time, but these kids are young. I mean, Paul is 19, Louis is 22, and Louis tricked 12,280 points.
Wow.
12,000. So coming back, his brother Paul at 13 is a strong dude. That was very easy, 13 meters.
So, Paul Duplan Freiburg, who medaled in the U21 Worlds last season in Santa Rosa Beach, and has always been amongst the top performers in the U21 level. Currently aged 19, so he's still got one more U21 World Championships of eligibility to come his way. Yep. Now, not too sure whether next U21 World Championships will be held or when. They typically happen around about the same year as the Elite World Championships, and even now we have very little idea as to where the Elite World Championships will be held. But what we do know, so far as the World Championships are concerned, is that the U17 Worlds will take place this coming January, and it will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC.
You're going in the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, exactly. I've been there several times before at Lago Los Moros, you know, and actually a webcast the Junior Worlds and the FISU World University Championships many years ago.
Coming back at 12, Paul, he has a solid style. The sort of style a specialist is not able to produce. This is the sort of style that an overall skier is able to put together with the balance he acquires or she acquires in doing all three events. It's a sort of stance that is very solid.
It's kind of like a tricker's slalom technique.
Yes. It's tricker slalomers ski that way. They're very solid. They're very consistent, actually, as well.
And it starts with the stance over the ski for the entrance gates. They just seem to have that innate ability to know where to stand on the ski in order for it to turn.
Yeah.
Especially that number 3.
That was a nice pass.
It was very well constructed, very well conceived, and all the way through.
see on the dock his brother. Looking at Paul. Coming back at 11 meters, 38 off. We saw Danilo Fichenko running 5 at 38, and we know he wants to beat that to be on top, at least for now, in the overall score.
Oh, look at this. Trying to get his nose in. Oh, he's down course. Oh, my word. And that was 4 on 11.25 meters. And that puts him on level pegging.
That just one, well, with...
Well, actually puts him one buoy behind, doesn't it?
One buoy behind, yeah.
Yeah. And that puts him in 6th place at the moment in the on the leaderboard, if my calculations are correct.
No, we have at 4.5 as well.
Yeah, so that puts him in 7th. My bad. Okay, 8th place tied right now. But he's relatively close in terms of the overall reckoning compared to Danilo Fichenko. Yeah. So he's within a buoy of that score, and you know for all intents and purposes, when it comes down to the tricks event, the jumps, if you can try and stay close to your opposition for at least a couple of the events, then you can unload on the 3rd event and take your chances that way.
He wanted to get those 2 buoys at 39 off. That not only meant he would have been 3 buoys ahead of Danilo, but he would have been in contention for the final probably.
Okay.
But he's still probably not happy, but. Okay with the result.
All right. Overall. So there's the leaderboard. If anyone has an intention to get through to the slalom final right here and now, they've got to score more than 4 at 10.75.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is Louis Dupont-Freiburg.
Your pronunciation is on spot. So getting in at 13. I can see the similarities in style. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see a little bit there, but I think Paul has a little bit more power to work with. His style has a little bit more finesse to it, I would say, even at this early stage, and it's really hard to sell.
He's 3 years older. You acquired that with time.
Yeah, exactly, with a little bit of experience to go along with.
I like the finesse.
Yes. But it's 14.25 meters. I mean, even skiers like Chris Parrish or Stephen Neveu or Nick Parsons can ski with finesse at 14.25 meters.
Je ne sais quoi, or finesse.
Yeah, that's certain je ne sais quoi. There we go. We're definitely onto our French skiers now.
Yes. So he decided to start at 13 meters, which is okay. It's his PB is 3 at 10.75. Usually you don't see people starting at 13 meters until are the skiers that are confident into running deep 10.75 or running 10.75. But he probably wants to save some energy.
Maybe.
And he's skiing good. 12.
Not looking too bad. Oh, I love that. Good looking pass there, 30 meters. Very much under control and just... So he started on 13. That was 12. And he has a very, very good grasp of the situation right now, Louis Dupont-Freiburg.
And I like the number 6. I'm a sucker for great number 6.
Uh-huh.
I love them when people exit with style,
especially with 2 hands on the handle.
No, that no.
You don't like that.
I hate that. Or reverse hand. No, that's horrible. No, like the 6 with style.
Mm-hmm.
That you exit the slalom course saying, I did it. That was easy. Without showing off, that finesse. In letting people know that was easy for you. .38 off, 11 meters. His brother ran 4, Danilo, his prime rival in the overall tournament, skied 5. Louis definitely wants to run this.
Here he comes, 11.25 meters. Round 1, getting broken over off number 2. He's having to scrap his way through this run. He's round number 4, getting broken over off 5. And look at him go. Oh my word, that is a recovery. And you know what? He knows it too.
That was phenomenal. That's the sort of experience you get on a ski that you can get only by tricking and jumping, by doing all 3 events. You can recover from anything because you know how your
Look at
body...
that.
Look at that. That was great. That was really great.
Just getting prepared to eat it
Number
into
4,
number 3.
Number 4 is going to be the same. Look. Well,
Yeah,
a bit
not
less,
nearly
a bit
as
less,
much,
not
but
nearly
he
as much,
recovers quicker.
But that sort of understanding where your body has to move or where your body is, you get only by being a 3-event skier.
Yeah, and being well practiced at your craft as well. Because I mean, in those 2 situations, for a lot of people, they would be in the water right now.
Oh, definitely. So,
all right. So we're 3 skiers down. If he can get past number 4 if he can get past number 4, maybe make a play on 5, then he is through to the slalom final. Look at him go. He's round number 2. He's round. Oh, look at this. This is on. Does he get outside number 4 to the wakes? Yes, he does.
my God, that's amazing.
That puts him in a 2-way tie for the lead. So there is a potential for a runoff situation if the remaining skiers on this list ski more than that. But the chances of that happening are slim to none.
That's tough. That's very tough. But let's look at another fact. He put 5 full buoys right there on top on his major competition for the overall event.
Yeah, that is
5
good.
full buoys from 5.11 to 4.10.75. That means something. That actually means a lot.
Indeed. And so we need to take a look at that from a separate angle. It's not very clear from the first replay angle whether he got round buoy number 4, but more importantly to the wake to score the full 4. Gets an absolutely scintillating start. Opens up really well into number 2, but however he let that ski drop behind him too much. Then handle up high off number 3. Just straight barrels into number 4. He gets round number 4 now to the wake.
Probably, yeah, he did. So I cannot see very well from this spot, and the display has some glare, so I might be wrong. But do we have a final result?
Okay, we're going to try and endeavor to get that result, and the officials are conversing right now. Our replay official is Marianne Pesson from Belgium, and she's looking at the instant replay, and she's conversing with our officials in the tower to make sure that the call is correct. The maximum score on that call is going to be 4. That would be the maximum score now. All right, then. So it was determined that the ski did not make it outside of number 4. It actually sliced down the middle of number 4. And because of that level of displacement, it means that the score for Louis Duplan Fribourg is 3.
Yeah, still a great result.
Which means that Marek Malajnik is through to the next round.
He's in.
Yes, indeed. He's outright through.
Well, I had no doubts.
Yes.
So that was a great result, and I had no doubt it would have been enough to get into the final. So
that therefore means that the cut score is now 3.
It's 3. And I I wouldn't be surprised if it keeps on gravitating around that number 2 score by Florian. In the water, another Italian,
Yes.
Nicolas Benatti.
On the water right now is actually Edoardo Morenzi.
I keep on going through the skier bio pages.
Yeah.
I thought they were in order. They're not in order.
The top layer got blown off of. So, Edoardo Morenzi, who skied recently for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette Raging Cajuns, and also competed for Team Italy last season in the U21 World Championships, where he finished up, I believe, 3rd in the overall competition. And because he is an overall skier, he is on the list towards the first 4 competitors.
But he could have qualified in the first series anyway because he's a very good slalomer as well.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
He's a 22 years old skier from Italy who lives in the United States. He is actually a great overall skier. A great jumper, capable of jumping over 60 meters, tricking over 10,000 points. And in slalom, he ran 4:39 off. So he's able to, at least with his older scores, to tie the leading score at the moment.
Look how well that ski edge change is coming off the second wake.
Yeah.
It really firmly thrusts that inside edge into the water and keeps that direction going, which is really, really powerful stuff there on 12 meters on pass number 2.
I really like the way he skis. So did he start at 14? That was 13. So he started 13. That was 12. Coming back at 38 off 11, and he knows he needs to at least tie or better the score of his teammate Vincenzo Marino, 3 at 10:75 to be surely in the final.
In the frame to make it through to the final, because I believe there's another score of 3, which we just saw from Louis Duplan Freiburg. So even those scores of 3 at 10.75, not very clear cut yet. And if he at least gets 3, that puts him in a possible situation where he could be running off for a spot through to the next round of the competition. I would even go so far as to say if he does get to that point, then there would be a multiple-way runoff for the final, and the only way that situation would not play out is if at least 2 of our skiers from here on out score less than 3. Here we go.
A bit of troubles.
Yes, he is, especially off number 5, but he stays relaxed. He stays. Oh, there you go. Woo.
Number 2 and 4
were just out of this world.
Yeah, he turned too much for the speed and the position he was in.
Yep. Let's have a look and see what his gate shot looks like here in the Open Men's Series 1.
Have you realized these younger skiers, they completely abandoned counter rotation? Most of them. There are some people who still do it, but most of the skiers are now facing basically down course with their chest.
They're trying to assume a more natural balance, put it that way. You know, it's nothing. I mean, everything about counter rotation that has been taught over the years has been counterintuitive to their balance.
Yes.
So now they're trying to go more with the balance and actually allow their skis to actually gain more traction away from the boat, so that gives them more time and space on the outside of the buoy line and prior to the buoy itself to achieve their balance. And then once
very balanced. Let's see this 1075. Jumped a bit in the middle of the wakes.
And down on buoy number 1, and it's going to be half a buoy there for
You cannot afford,
Edoardo Morenzi.
You cannot afford to lose contact with the water at 1075 in the gate. You are losing too much space and very valuable pressure on the water to maintain to gain width. That's a bad score. Half at 39 is a bad score, unfortunately. It's okay for the overall event, overall tournament.
What that does do, though, is it allows his teammate from Italia, Vincenzo Marino, at least half a spot available for him to make it through to the final.
Yeah.
Now, the other half of that spot belongs to Louis Dupont-Fribourg with his score of 3 at 10.75 meters. If there's one more skier that goes less than 3 at 10.75 meters, then both of those skiers make it through.
But I think that number 2 at 39 off is more and more starting to be a black hole, sucking all the other skiers' psyche.
Yeah.
And it's a big round score that they know if they get at least that, they have a shot. If they don't, they don't.
All right, here is a skier from Great Britain. This is Callum Heath. Started in on 13 meters. A skier out of Amersham, which is in the northwest of London. Has skied at a number of different facilities all around the Greater London area, including Gosfield Lake, which is in the county of Essex on the opposite side of London. And currently, when he's not skiing, works as a plumber.
Oh.
And yeah, they make pretty good money. I do tell you that.
Plumbers make a lot of money.
Yes, they do. Some of them make better money than dentists.
There is a case to be made that higher education is overvalued.
Yeah, and I mean, there's actually quite a skill shortage and deficit for the more vocational trades, and a lot of governments and a lot of entities are slowly starting to realize that you can have the best doctors and dentists around the world, but if you haven't got anyone to unblock your toilet, then
I like how you are being informational for the younger audience, you know.
Yes,
choosing,
indeed. Going to college isn't the end-all and be-all.
No, it's not. No.
Anyway, so here we go. This is Callum Heath coming into the course. 12 meters. He started in on 13. And using his height to great advantage and trying not to overload too much, especially off his gate shot to foreside, which just happens to be his strong side turn. Just saving that a little bit for the remaining passes that will come, starting with 11.25 meters.
He's probably like with that right elbow, like 3-4 inches away from Schillander style.
Just a little bit, yeah. But I tell you what, Mike Schaelander back in the day, man, could he ever produce a slam dunk turn? As a matter of fact, he actually published a book on slam dunk slalom.
What?
Yes, he did. Yeah, Michael
No
Schaelander
freaking
back
way.
in the day. Yes, he did. In the same series that featured Dina Mappel with her own book. Tony Claridge also produced a book as well on freestyle slalom. Yeah, Waterski Magazine actually did a pretty good job back in the day of actually publishing full-scale books, and one of those was actually called Slam Dunk Slalom by Mike Schaelander.
No way. Is it on Amazon?
Someone probably has one on eBay.
I want to buy it now. I want to buy it and make an NFT out of it.
Yeah, we go.
So coming back at 38 off, Heath Callum was very nice 12.
Here we go. This is
with A2.
A2. Quite significant. We'll give you the graphic there on the 0 off in just a few moments to highlight that. Here we go. This is all over the show, up and down, forwards and backwards on that ski, but still able to get round all 6 buoys. That is Callum Heath.
He was inspired by our talk about slam dunk slaloming, probably, for that number 4.
Maybe, but I mean, back in those days, can you imagine the material and the technology that they had in those days,
buoys.
and then compare that?
I watched recently a video like from 1982. The buoys were terrifying,
and they were hard as well.
They were hard, and there was stuff inside. So if they got ruined enough, they had like metal spikes in them. Some it was a different time. It was a different sport.
Indeed. So
coming back to this tournament.
Exactly. So we got Callum Heath. So far as our leaderboard is concerned, we'll see if we can get that up in a few moments. But Marek Malinek through to the next round of the competition. You can put a tick or an asterisk or anything similar to next to his name. He's through to the next round. Vincenzo Moreno and Louis Duplan Freiburg are one score away from determining whether both of them will make it through to the next round of the competition. That score can come as soon as this. Here we go. This is Callum Heath. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. He needs more than 3 to advance through to the next round of the competition. Oh, and he goes down around buoy number 3, which means that both Louis Duplan Freiburg and our other skier that came across with a 3-buoy count, Vincenzo Moreno, are through to the next round of the competition as a result of that score.
You see what I was saying? As you get closer to the official cut, your legs start to give up. It's common with skiers. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean you're a bad skier or a good skier if it doesn't happen, but it happens quite often to skiers. You know you're close to the cut, and your brain just goes like, oh, I'm cool, I'm there. And probably it doesn't tell your body to just keep on going with the flow. You're overthinking it.
All right, then. So what this does, however, is, so far as Callum Heath, is not completely out of the reckoning yet. That was 2.5 at 10.75 meters, and that is the next score by way of a bubble score underneath Vincenzo Moreno and Louis Duplan Freiburg. He is currently in 4th place right now.
If any other skier skis below that, he's in.
Correct. Absolutely. Absolument. All right. And speaking about that, our next competitor to take to water is Nicholas Benatti.
Phenomenal trick. Slalom skier. Not a combination you see a lot. You see slalom and jumpers, trick and slalomer. He skied amazing 2 years ago at the San Gervasio Pro-Am.
Yes, he did.
Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. I mean, he was up against Thomas de Gasperi in one of the rounds.
Yeah, he got in the final. He skied 2 at 41 off in the preliminaries.
Yeah.
And then he eliminated one pro skier after the next until the final, where he skied against Stigas and
they were like asking each other, "Who the heck is this guy?"
It was phenomenal. It was a great tournament.
Yep, certainly. And we were definitely privileged to watch all that as it unfolded.
And watch some TWBC videos and tournaments.
Yes, and as a great reminder there, almost pretty much every tournament in the last 2 to 3, 4 years, even beyond, are archived on the TWBC YouTube channel. And if you want to be informed as to the latest live broadcast, that opportunity is presented to you right there with the subscribe button. Go to the TWBC YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button, and you'll be informed as to the next broadcast by additionally hitting the bell icon as well. Nicholas Benatti, 12 meters.
Like and subscribe, folks.
Indeed. 12 meters. Like his style out there and looking exceptional out there. He's gone through 13 and 12, now 11.25 meters. The task isn't complete just yet. He's got to get through 11.25 meters and more than halfway down 10.75 meters to make an impact here upon the skiers making it through to the next round of the competition.
Look at the ski. Are you familiar with that brand?
With that brand, it's a new brand. It's made in Cyprus, and it is the SP Bronco.
Yes.
Yes. I know my brands, and just like that, you know, Cyprus has entered the world stage in the manufacture of carbon high performance slalom skis. Not only that, but they've also started producing jump skis as well. And coming soon, there will be their first trick ski model.
And I've heard, I haven't heard anything about the jump skis, but the slalom ski, I've heard it's really, really good. And Nicolas is skiing very good on it.
All right, here we go. This is Nicolas Bonatti. This is 11.25 meters. Look at this. Round number 4, getting strung out into number 5. Can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong here. He gets round all 6 buoys at 11.25 meters and is now about half a pass away from securing his spot through to the next round of the competition. Nicolas Bonatti, take it away, Matteo.
He struggled a bit all the way through, but he managed it. I mean, there was no place, no moment throughout the slalom course when I said, oh, he's in deep trouble. But it didn't look easy at all. Hope this was a wake-up call for the next pass. His PB, we remind everyone, was 2 at 41 off, 2 at 10.25. I keep going with the off description. We are in Europe. You never do. You always go meters, even in the US, and people do not understand what you're talking about.
They do.
No,
they do, because guess what? I mean, when we put the graphic up there on the top left-hand corner of the screen.
They have both, yes.
Yes, they do.
So we needed Tony for the US to understand the metric system.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that puts a lot of pressure on me, doesn't it? All right, then.
Coming back.
Here we go. This is 10.75 meters. This is 39.5 off. Entrance gates, buoy number 1, brings the handle down hard. He's round number 2. And can he get outside of number 3? No, he cannot. Which means that puts him currently in the dead heat with Florian Path in 5th place right now. And it also means, by extension, that with 2.5 at 10.75 meters, Callum Heath from Great Britain has secured himself a spot through to the next round.
He's in. What was I saying before? 2 is a black hole.
It's a black hole.
Who's our next skier, Tony?
So our next skier after Nicolas Bonatti is Enzo Vigisi from Italia. Okay, so Nicolas Bonatti with his score of 2 at 10.75 meters puts him in a dead heat in 5th place with Florian Path. And that is the next breakthrough score.
Enzo is not from Italia.
Oh, it is?
From France.
Okay, and Enzo Vigisi. Well, it has an Italian name. I beg your pardon.
The name is Italian, yeah.
Yes, but Enzo Vigisi is French. Okay, I thank you very much. My bad. Oh, okay. So Enzo Vigisi is a scratch. That simplifies things so far as Florian Path and Nicolas Bonatti. Skier over 2, which is Florian Path.
So, in the water right now is an institution of slalom skiing in Italy. Carlo Lais.
Yes, indeed.
He's been a dominant slalom skier throughout his life. I mean, he won the junior championships in Greece, I want to say in 2001, I think it was. Sorry, in 2000. In 2000. And since then, he's always been up there with the best skiers in the world, running 39 virtually every time. He knows this tournament better than probably anybody else. He knows what he needs to do to get into the final. He was well capable of it. And he knows this like very well because he trains here routinely.
All right, so just a reminder that we do have Carlo Alais on the water. He's an architect by trade, isn't he? Or at least he used to be.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, he's not an architect.
But he's an architectural consultant.
He works in that field, yeah.
Okay. So, Carlo. So we've got, 7 skiers remaining, including Carlo Alais. And the situation as it stands right now all surrounds that score of that black hole score. Not a black hole sun, a black hole score.
It's the same
of two
people in.
Of 2 at 10.75 meters. Anything less, and it puts 2 skiers through. Anything more, and it puts Carlo Alais through.
Coming back at 12. He has these very distinctive, very strong 2 and 4 turns. We will see more of them in the 38 and 41 off passes. 11. 10.75.
All right, so that is Carlo Alais. 7 skiers away from the end of the Series 1, meaning that that at the very least the top 5 skiers have currently made it through. However, it's still under contention because Nicolas Bonatti and Florian Paff hold a tie for 5th place right now. And if results continue to trend the way they typically do at this stage of the competition, where the remaining skiers all assert themselves as placements through to the final, then it could potentially mean that the 12th and last spot would be run off between Nicolas Bonatti and Florian Paff. Now, that's a little bit of speculation so far as my perspective goes. We do have 4 skiers at least that have made it through. That's Callum Heath, Vincenzo Marino, Louis Dupont Freiburg, and Marek Malinek. They're all through to the next round. They have booked themselves a spot into the next round on Saturday. Here we go. This is Carlo Alais.
38 off. That number 3, but you could see on 4 how he can turn on a dime on that onside turn. That's always been a characteristic of his style. He can have some problem number 135. The tip of the ski might rise a bit, but he can always rely on that 2 and 4 turn. No matter what, he can turn on a dime.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though he does get bogged down a little bit on some of those turns, he's at least in a good stack ready position, so that when that line goes tight, he's good to go. You know, I mean, yeah. he's not moving, he's not trying to reassert himself into the proper technique because he's already there.
It's usually something that is very common in asymmetric skiers. Like the greatest asymmetric skier of all time is Jeff Rogers. It's skiers that have a very good one side and they rely on it for running basically every pass. That's what Jeff did, and probably Jeff couldn't ski so well. He's number 135. If he didn't ski that way on number 2 and 4. Coming back at 10.75, Carlo.
All right then, so Carlo Alais, if he can get a piece of 3, then he advances. Anything less than 2, which isn't going to be the case now because he's already set himself through to the next round of the competition, and that is smart skiing there from Carlo Alais.
It gets in your head. Carlo is capable of running this.
Yeah, of course he is.
And he knew that he needed just a 3 to get into the final. So he entered the slalom course thinking of that number 2 turn. Don't fold there, don't fold there. And obviously that makes everything harder. But that's how our brain works.
All right then, so the skiers that are through to the next round of the competition. We have Marek Malinic. Then we got a three-way tie for second between Louis Dupont-Fribourg, Vincenzo Marino, and Carlo Alais. Currently in fifth now is Callum Heath from Great Britain with 2.5 at 10.75 meters. Currently in a two-way tie for sixth is Nicholas Benatti and Florian Paff. So, we tend to focus a little bit towards the top end where it comes to determining who makes it through. Let's go towards the opposite end, because what that means is that a score, anything 3.5 and 11.25 meters or less is immediately eliminated, starting with Maritz Engelhardt in 14th place and going further down from there. Here we go. This is Tanguy Dayon. 13-meter start. And even though he's an overall skier too, his scores have put him a little bit further down the list so far as seeding goes. Well, look at this. Rope getting caught in with the tournament line, and just before he comes into slalom course now. Wow, that will put you off.
Yeah,
if you let it.
Well, yeah, it might distract you, but it's the first pass. It's the opener. So in the opener, it's, you could be accustomed to, you could be used to anything, like a bird, like sitting on a buoy because nobody has skied before you. So the opener.
I've had helicopters flying in front of me. I've had bits of wood floating in front of me as I made my gate shot.
It happens. The first pass, it happens.
And now a lot of these skiers have to be accustomed to drones flying behind them.
Yeah, but that's
or
fine.
in front of them.
They don't bother you.
Yeah,
If
a good friend of mine hates drones flying in front of him.
While skiing?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Oh, you know him. He's a British skier.
Brit? Oh, okay.
All right, then. I'll just leave it at that. All right, then. So here we go. We got Tanguy Dayon from France, originally out of Mauritius, and in his formative years, skied there right off the African coast, and has skied for the Florida Southern College University in Florida for part of the Moccasin water ski team.
He's skiing with the Razor.
Yeah, a rather unusual ski brand, at least today, at least by today's. I
had a brief conversation with him about the ski, and he said I cannot ski with anything else. He finds it very comfortable. It's probably the round bevels of the ski. The round bevels allow the ski to dive in the turn.
Mm-hmm.
So basically the ski turns for you. Given, though, that it makes the ski sit lower, so you might get a bigger hit out of the turn when it's time to re-accelerate and go to the other side. But nonetheless, well, that 12 was very easy.
Yes, indeed. He got a good start and kept his rhythm. Tanguy Dayon getting through the opening couple of passes. He's gone through 13 and 12. This is now 11.25 meters. Rolls the ski in. And he rolls to a certain point and then he just holds his position like that just as he hits the second wake. There. Kind of like pummels himself towards number 5, but he's good to go round all 6 buoys there, 11.25 meters. Very well managed pass, I would say.
That was really, really good. He makes that ski work very well for him. I mean, it's working really well for him.
And I don't know how long he's held on to that ski. And I mean, it's been a while since I've actually seen anyone ski on the Razor brand of skis. Much respect over to Volker Engelhardt and
shout out to Volker.
Yeah, indeed, who is watching this, but I mean, slalom skis don't stay on the competitor's feet for all that long, at least by today's standards. I mean, you can go back way back in the day to look at someone like Susie Graham, who skied on basically the EP Tactic 1 for the best part of a decade, and she tried absolutely everything. I've spoken to her about the issue. She tried the stiletto, she tried other ski companies, but all the way up to where when she retired, she was still skiing on that EP Tactic 1.
Well, when you get used to something, it's really hard to switch away from it. He's coming back at 39 now.
All right, here we go. This is 10.75 meters. Anything more than 2 will put him in.
No.
Oh, and he collapses there on number 2, which means that both Nicholas Benatti and Florian Path are through to the next round of the competition.
Devastating. That's horrible news for Tanguy, because 2 would have been probably enough for a runoff. But that number 1 was so good that he was sure he could get to number 3. So he committed, unfortunately.
And for the third consecutive time, a score that put a tied situation through to the next round. The score made by the skier themselves is now the breakthrough score.
Yeah.
Because right now, that score from Tanguy Deyon of 1.5 at 10.75 meters is currently in 8th place right now. All right then, so a quick note to all of you that are watching the webcast, indeed our competitors here. 3 p.m. is the starting time for the jump event.
12. So we can confirm that the people with 2 buoys at 10.75 are advancing now.
Yes, indeed.
To the final.
All right.
And unless something tragic happens with the next skiers, looking at the people that are next, I think the cut is pretty much written on stone.
Yes, indeed. You know, because the skiers that we've gotten through to the next round of the competition, we've got, what is it, 7 of them right now. Tanguy Deyon currently in 8th, waiting in the wings. He's occupying 8th spot with 1.5 at 10.75 meters, and all of the skiers that are above him with 2 or higher, such as Florian Path and Nicholas with 2 at 10.75, 2.5 at 10.75 for Callum Heath. A three-way tie for second between Vincenzo Marino, Louis Duplon Fribourg, and Carlo Alais. They're through with 3. And Marek Malinek, skier out of Series 2, is so coming back at 12 meters. This is Jakob Bogner from Sweden, who's definitely made an impression upon professional skiing in some of the last few tournaments, especially at the Swiss Pro and also at the Caiaphas battle, which took place just about a month and a half to 2 months ago.
Look how tall he skis, how efficient his style is.
Indeed.
I mean, it looks like he's not doing much out there.
No, I mean, he's trying to minimize movements. He's trying to allow for that ski to do what it's designed to do. Trying to minimize extraneous movement like that. And just allowing the ski to just come out wide, extend, grip it, and just allow the ski to do the work for you. I mean, it's slalom in its easiest and most efficient best.
Yeah, I really like that. So, Jacob is capable of running mid 41 off any day. So he's a contender for the title here at this tournament. And I like how he improved his style with time. He's always had this tall stance, but he was struggling going to 2 and 4 when he was a younger skier because he was falling a bit back on the ski, impairing an efficient change of edge going to 2 and 4. And he's skiing so much better now. Look at that.
Took a pretty heavy fall at the Caiaphas battle, and we haven't seen too much of him since then. But look at him slalom out there. Great skiing from Jakob Bogner of Sweden. Nice skiing there, and just, you know, turning and just loading up his lower back to kind of stack up against the boat, especially here on number 2. Turns in, just gets solid, and then using that solidity to accentuate his acceleration from one side to the next. So that is Jakob Bogner of Sweden. So now he's gotten through, what is it, 13, 12, 11.25 meters. Now he's on the pass that he needs to get a fair ways down to make it through to the next round of the competition. 2 will do the trick. Yeah. Anything more, and he will start a little bit later on the list.
What do you prefer?
I definitely don't prefer the Will Asher technique from back in the day, or the strategy back in the day.
I used it.
You used it?
Yeah, I loved it.
You just knew there was a certain minimum score that you went to, and
yes.
You just basically skied for that.
It's less in your head. I mean, you just go and ski in the final.
There's one.
Much.
There's 2. He's in. There's 3. He's even further. Here's 4. And ladies and gentlemen, look at this. 39.5 off 10.75 meters. Our first complete pass.
That was great skiing.
And he made that look simple. Woohoo!
Definitely, he's not going to be one of the first skiers on the dock.
No, definitely not.
Confidently say that.
At the very worst, he'll be 5th off the dock.
Yes. So you said you prefer it to be one of the last ones.
Yeah, exactly. But sometimes, I mean, I like it, but sometimes the result of which, you know, based upon my previous experience, you know, in tournaments, you know, I was last off the dock going into the final of the European Under-17 Slalom Championships, you know, and I mean, I was just a bag of nerves. Seriously, I mean, I came off the dock. Richard Shaylander skied ahead of me.
Yeah, that's why it's better to start first.
No, but I didn't really have much of a choice, you know, because, I mean, the water was so rough at that time in the elimination round.
Let's rewind back to now.
Or fast forward to now. Let's have a look.
Whatever. 10.25. First skier to enter this rope length.
Oh, broken. Oh, and he would have ended up into the levee if he'd have held on.
Yes,
there's one.
Lake. It's a narrow lake, and there's a lot of stones. It's not like there are bushes and.
It's not that narrow. I could hit that with a 7-iron.
Yeah.
But he gets a good push into number 1, and then he just got broken over, and then his weight distribution was still too far over the ski for him to contemplate making a play on number 2. But it is a 1 buoy count for Jakob Bogner of Sweden. He's through to the next round of the competition, and he takes the lead away from Marek Malinek, and at least ensures him that he'll be, at the very worst, the 5th skier out in the final.
But that's a great spot to be in the final. He's surely not going to be the last on the dock because we have big names coming after
Yeah,
him.
of course.
But he's not going to be the last, but he's not going to be the first as well. He's going to be like there in the middle. So I think of the people that are aiming at the title, he's going to be one of the first.
Mm-hmm.
So less pressure. It's a nice spot. Obviously, it's better to have a good score in the preliminaries if it ever comes to a tie for second or third spot to get on the podium. But at this stage, you're not thinking about that. You're thinking about winning the tournament.
So coming to you live from Recetto, the home of the Italian Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation, their home training site here in the region of Piedmont.
Piemonte. Yeah, that was great.
There we go. I'm slowly getting it.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the fact that you get it and then you forget it.
Yeah.
At the next tournament. But like my sister's name. What's my sister's name?
Beatrice.
Oh yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Took you like 3 years.
Yes, and yeah, and you know, as a matter of fact, speaking of Beatrice, you can actually listen to her on the latest edition of the TWBC podcast. That latest episode just dropped a few hours ago, and find out about her and also her expectations going forward for the remaining 3 tournaments that she has planned on the other side of the Atlantic. Check out the TWBC podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your podcast.
Like and subscribe, whatever.
Yes, indeed. Like and subscribe too. Even better. All right then, so here we go. This is Matteo Luzzeri.
Well, Matteo, everybody knows Matteo.
Of course.
Matteo is like... abroad, it's water skiing in Italy. His distinctive beard. He's obviously one of the best slalom skiers in Italy. He has a PB of 3 at 41. He's won numerous European championships as a junior, as an under 21. He's never won a European championship.
No.
So, will this be...
I think the closest that he's gotten to any kind of major title, or at least a podium finish, was about a 4th or a 5th at the World Under 21 Championships that took place.
He must have been on the podium in some pro events, though.
Yeah, he's been on the podium in pro events, especially more recently the Caiaphas Battle.
Yeah.
But I mean, so far as a titled event such as this one, about the closest he's been is like a 4th or a 5th at the World U21s in 2009, which took place in Mexico.
He was the Italian champion in 2021.
Indeed.
And yeah, I got 3rd at the Caiaphas Pro Battle.
Mm-hmm.
His sponsors are obviously HO. He's being a militant HO advocate and skier.
You know,
coming back at 12. He has a very powerful style.
Oh yeah.
He's a strong guy.
Absolutely. But the fundamentals are very, very much there. Good skiing there from Matteo Luzzeri as he gets through 13 and 12.
He's not a lot of people know, but he's a 3-eventer.
Yes.
Used to be.
Or used to be a 3-eventer way back in the day.
He was a good jumper. He tricked almost 8,000 points. That's not nothing. That's a lot of points. He jumped again a bit this year. He did a couple of tournaments and jumped over 50 meters. So, you know, at our age, it's pretty much he's younger than me. He's 2 years younger. But at our age, restarting jumping, it's not easy.
And he's age 34 as well, which means that he's 1 year shy of being eligible to compete in the over 35s.
No, you have to be 36.
You have to be 36, okay.
Yeah, so he's 2 years shy.
Okay.
I'm first year, 36. Well, I'm first year senior at the moment.
All right, then, here we go. This is Matteo Lazzeri coming to us out of San Gervasio, where he helps to run the Jolly water ski facility, which is home to a water ski pro tour event in the season. Look at that. Here's Matteo Lazzeri, and he gets through 11. No worries there. All right, so what were you telling me about the black hole?
The black hole is 2, but we now know that with 1.5 there is a runoff.
Yes.
So that's kind of reassuring for the people that are going next. They know they can go as hard as they want on number 2, and they're still not definitely out of the tournament. They're simply not fully in. They just have to do a runoff. So I don't think this will impair or influence the performance at 39 off for Matteo.
All right, then. Put yourself in Matteo's position. I mean, if he gets a pretty darn good start at the entrance gates and makes an approach into number 1, and he's got a good connection with the boat and a good tight line, do you ski more than 2 at that point, or if you come away with a less than perfect gate shot and you're kind of struggling to maintain your balance into number 1, then you're pulling long for 2 and
you're just going for it. I don't think you're just, if you know that with 1.5 you're still probably in, you just go for it on number 2.
Slow roll into number 1. Why skiing there? But he's still on top of the water. Look at that, round number 3. He's battling for more. He took a safe approach into buoy number 1 and number 2. And I'll tell you what, he's round all 6 buoys. Yeah! 10.75 meters. And I tell you what, beyond number 2, he was playing with house money. And I tell you what, the chips have just been cashed.
He's looking at the ski as if something's wrong with his bindings. I don't know. Raising the ski.
That's the last thing he needs.
Shaking his head.
Well, he's through to the next round of the competition. That much we know.
Yeah.
Now whether he's going to have to make some adjustments to that ski or fix something back there is another matter. Let's continue to take a look if there's anything that we can visibly see out on the water. Doesn't appear to be.
No, I don't think so.
No. Maybe it's just a comfort thing.
If it's anything, it's like in the feel, something in his bindings, his feet.
Or maybe a shift in like the foot pad or something like that, you know.
You can clearly see, like here, he keeps on looking at the binding, probably the back binding.
I think I know what it is. I think he tore one of the wraps on that back binding because...
Could have been.
Yeah.
Coming back at 10.25 now. Second skier to do so. The best score is 1. That was not a bad 2.
Look at this. He's still outside number 3. He's to the wakes. It's 3 at 10.25. And that equals his season's best.
Congratulations to Matteo.
Wow.
But he almost stood up. I mean, that was a great 2.
Not bad.
That was a great 2. He could have kept on going. What happened there? That was like a Will Asher, I don't want to be last on the dock kind of behavior.
Gate review.
Oh.
Is this a gate review based upon the initial gates or the or the skiing to the wakes, I wonder? There he goes. It's the entrance gate review.
Yeah, the 3 are for sure 3, but it depends. We'll see.
Well, either way, I mean, even if that score is either 3 or a 6 or a 0 to 10.25 meters, he's still through to the next round of the competition. Mission accomplished there.
It's hard to see from here. Look, 2, it was a bit down course, but he was still in it.
Yeah, he's definitely around number 3. Now, does he get to the wakes to score that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he does. Oh, yeah, plenty of time. All right, so Matteo Lazzeri. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's pleased with that one.
That was a
An impressive effort. It was a really, really impressive.
Gate confirmed.
Gate
So-
confirmed. It's 3 buoys at 10.25 meters, and that puts him in the lead with 3 competitors left to go.
That's a score that usually gets you the title in this tournament.
Yeah. But it's, by the same token, if you score 3 at 10.25, it's not automatically guaranteed that you actually ski in the World Championship final either.
Well, it gets you the European title.
Yeah, it gets you the European title in a lot of cases. But I mean, it's an impressive score. But I mean, sometimes a score like that isn't enough to put you at the real upper echelons within the sport. Because Dane Meckler and the like were actually involved in a multiple-way runoff at 3 at 10.25 meters.
I was saying at the European Championships, historically, 3 at 41 off
would put you at least on the podium.
will get you the title.
Could be.
How many European tournaments were won with more than 3 at 41?
I don't know. We'd have to research that. But one of our favorite competitors coming into this competition, also from Italia. This is Brando Caruso.
This ski is the greatest talent in slalom that I've ever seen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if he's got what it takes to get to that point. Here we go. This is Brando Caruso.
And it's different between talent and everything comes natural to him. Like the skiing, the slalom, it comes natural to him.
It doesn't look like
overthinking it.
It doesn't look like he's doing much out there, but he still gets around all 6 buoys on the opening pass of 13.
Yeah.
So decent effort there for Brando Caruso. Looking at the instant replay here. Entrance gates look pretty good, giving himself plenty of room to work with.
And this is a guy that doesn't ski much.
He doesn't?
He doesn't ski much. I mean, he trains consistently, but he doesn't get many sets during a week.
Where does he typically ski?
Where?
Where?
Here.
Okay, right
Comes
here, Recetto.
He goes to Rome sometimes, but he doesn't ski much, and he doesn't ski long seasons, especially in the past few years. He just skis, I guess, from April till October until the last tournament is, and then that's it. He's not going to the U.S. to train during the winter time.
Mm-hmm.
So and he's still producing great results.
And Brando Caruso, as far as my memory serves me, was actually injured for a good portion of last season. Was unable to ski in the World Championships.
But he skied the tournaments after.
Yeah, indeed. Not looking bad. Oh, good effort there from him on 12 meters. First 2 passes under his belt. Can't really say too much wrong about that as we continue to rock away along this Series 1. There is the remainder of our schedule. The remainder of Series 1 men's slalom, and then at 3 o'clock we got the women's jump elimination round.
He was one of the few guys that were still doing a one-handed gate, and he switched this year to a two-handed approach.
A lot to be.
It looks like it's paying off.
Yes, indeed. There's a lot to say for the more traditional methods of doing the gate shot. Actually, this was part of a major discussion that I had with Marcus Brown at Hilltop. You know, there's like the true one-handed gate shot, which is meant to simulate more like your 2-4 2-4 turn inside the course, or actually doing a modified one-handed gate shot where you actually for balance.
It doesn't really matter what you do with your upper body. What matters is what you do with your ski, where you are, how fast you are, where your center of gravity is. So you could, let's see 38 off, but it's a warm-up pass for Brando. So I'll keep on going with this. So the important thing is not what you do in the gate with your upper body, is how fast you are, where your center of gravity is. So you could effectively do a one-handed gate that works as a two-handed gate if you pull out very early and then you reconnect properly in the right time to the handle with the other arm. But the one-handed gate we were used to, like in the 2000s, were a one-handed gate that was an effective turn. So you pulled out very late. You pulled out almost when you, the skier, were at the pre-gate, which is roughly 10, 15 meters later than a two-handed gate. And that made a proper turn in the gate, a proper hard turn that it's not good with zero off at the moment.
Yeah, because you risk spiking the boat.
Yeah. So all the people that kept on doing a one-handed gate never kept on doing the one-handed gate that we used to, which was a proper turn. They are simply pulling out early, like a two-handed gate, maybe slightly later, but do an approach like this. Let's see Brando at 10.75.
Round number 1. More than 2 will give him a spot through to the next round, which he does. Round number 3, he's not just merely making a statement through to the final. He's making a statement by running 10.75 meters.
You see in the head, even a great skier like Brando, the only hiccup he had in this pass was a number 2.
Yeah, because he was getting to that point where to qualify through to the next round, and then from there it was just basically whatever else he can do.
The pass was perfect, but look at 2. So 1 was okay, and then on 2 a bit of a hiccup. He stayed on the back of the ski because he wanted to make sure that it was in, and then he went all out and ran it like it was a piece of cake.
Absolutely right. Doing a grand job out there. So we are continuing on with the slalom event. We've got 2 more competitors to come. We've got Thomas de Gasperi and Sasha Deska. Here we go.
10.25. The best score at the moment is 3 by Matteo.
All right, let's see if he can get more than halfway down course to displace Matteo Lazzeri. He's round number 2. Oh, getting broken. Oh, my word, and almost came crashing down like Adam Caldwell off of buoy number 2. Thankfully, he didn't hang on to the handle that long, but he gets 2 buoys, and that puts him fairly and squarely in the second place right now above Jakob Bonja. But things, they started off pretty well, but his turn on number 2 looked off balance. And then the handle came up high, brought in there. Oh,
that was eerily close to the shore.
Indeed, that would have stoked a couple of people up there in the slalom tower. Still, he's through to the next round of the competition. Still, yeah. No worries there, and he's second only to Matteo Lazzeri right now. And there he is, 3 at 10.25 meters. Brando Caruso with 2 at 10.25. Jakob Bonja in third with 1 at 10.25 meters. Those are your top 3. So great skiing there from Brando Caruso. And a member of the Italian team as well, which means that there are valuable points in play here so far as the team competition is concerned.
Who's next?
All right, so with Brandon Caruso through to next round of the competition, we have 2 competitors remaining. Our last skier is going to be Sasha Deska, but before him is Thomas de Gasperi.
Tigas is by far the most decorated, the best Italian skier of all time, winning 2 world championships. He got second at the Worlds last year. And you know, he's 41 years old.
Yeah.
He has the record of the longest career, probably, winning pro events even this year, and he'll keep on winning pro events forever. So I'm getting information from Vince from a headphone, so he probably will have to repeat them to me. So he's saying that only 4 people in the world won pro events after 40. It's Freddy Krueger, Karen Trulov, so in the same family, Andy Meppel, and Tigas. So that's a very elite group.
Indeed, and proof positive that the age is no barrier. There we go. That's Thomas de Gasperi riding on his good signature edition slalom ski. And when his episode of the TWBC podcast drops, we'll actually listen and find out a little bit more about that ski that he's currently riding. It's a true asymmetrical slalom ski. And make sure that you check out the TWBC podcast on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and wherever you listen to podcasts. The latest podcast that it is dropped features Beatricia Yanni.
The Tigas episode was already recorded? Or?
Yes, it has been recorded.
Oh, nice.
And
so it's an Italian streak. Bea, Tigas.
Yes, indeed. And also interviewed Danielo Filchenko as well, and that has already been released. And there's also an episode featuring Manon Costat as well. All right then. So when Thomas de Gasperi coming into this event, obviously with an extremely heavy heart, considering recent events. I'm sure you can tell us a little bit more about that, Matteo.
Yeah, unfortunately, his father passed away after a long illness, and this devastated Tigas was incredibly close to his father. The father lived in Italy, but he came with his wife, with his mother, to the U.S. very often, and obviously Tigas came here during the summer, spent the summer at the club with them. He obviously took it very. I mean, it was a big hit for Tigas.
Indeed.
Marco was a great man. He was a pillar of water skiing in Italy. He formed some of the best skiers that ever skied in this country.
Indeed. And Thomas de Gasperi now getting ready. He's gone through 13 and 12. And just trying to recompose his thoughts as we take a look at the instant replay. And I mean, for those of you who actually have the privilege of actually taking a sneak peek at Thomas's ski, it is a true asymmetric slalom ski. It was built specifically for him. And the bindings actually are kind of offset from center line closer towards his right-hand edge, which is the narrow part of the ski, whereas on the left side of the ski, it's actually the wide ride portion of a ski, which makes it true asymmetrical.
The intuition came from the fact that in that period, wide rides were popularized, and the wide rides skied great in your offside, but they skied very poorly in your onside. So I think him and Boo Boo together thought, like, what if we could merge the two things, get like wide ride on my offside and the regular ride on the onside, and it has worked beautifully for Tigas in the past 15 years.
Yeah, indeed, he did actually make reference to Bubo Alessi in the design phase of that slalom ski, And yeah, Bubu Lessie is actually on site watching Thomas Tigas de Gasperi out
for
there.
the Gen Z viewers, Bubu is a world jump champion.
Yeah, from 1993.
Yeah.
So, and also a lot of the design concepts that went into that slalom ski could not have been achieved without the genius that was Dave Good in actually incorporating the elements of the wide ride and the narrow slalom ski, putting them together, doing the research phase, and then making the mold that creates the ski afterwards. So it's definitely a lot more solid product for him to actually ride and ski on a daily and tournament to tournament basis.
I've heard all sorts of things in the past. To glue together different skis.
Frankensteins.
Yeah.
All right, then. So Thomas de Gasperi coming into the course. This is now 10.25 meters. 10.75, I beg your pardon, needs more than 2.
Okay.
And gets it. So he'll be skiing on Saturday. But I tell you what, he wants to be among the last people off the dock on Saturday in the men's slalom final, as he runs 10.75 meters. So how many Italians is that now? 1, 2, and 3 back to back to have run 10.75 meters.
How many Italians in the final?
Who do we have? We have Matteo Lazzeri, we have Brandon Caruso, we have Carlo Alais, Vincenzo Marino, Nicholas Benatti, and Thomas de Gasperi.
Wow.
That's half the list.
It's home side advantage, usually. It happens in every sport. So I've heard, obviously, Tigas wasn't able to train properly with everything that has happened in the past weeks. And I'm very interested in seeing him in this 41 off.
Yeah, he essentially took a month-long break. Away from skiing, away from training.
He didn't do the tournaments in the US. He stayed here, obviously.
So here he comes. This is Thomas de Gasperi. Entrance buoy number 1. Broken over at the waist. He's round buoy number 2, and 2 will be it. 2 buoys. That puts him in a 2-way tie for second place with Brando Caruso. So Thomas de Gasperi, at the very least, will probably start either 3rd or 4th out from last out on the list. Taking into account the impending performance of Sasha Deskin, who is our last skier to take to the water, but got the good start off number 1. At this point, he knows he's through to the next round of the competition. He's trying to get a little bit deeper down the pass, and is taking a poke at 1 and 2 just to see how far he can go and maybe set himself up for a good performance on Saturday there, Matteo.
They are going to have a full day to recover tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed.
It's always good to have it.
All right.
So our last skier is Sasha.
Yep, Sasha Deskin,
who's had troubles with his elbow this season. And he basically started skiing properly and training properly right around the San Gervasio Pro-Am tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So he hasn't had a full season of training, but I've talked to him briefly, and he said he's trained more since that tournament, and he feels confident.
Offering some cheers and in some fashion a little bit of comfort there towards Thomas de Gasperi as he makes his way back to the dock. He is currently in a 2-way tie for second place. So let's hear it for Thomas de Gasperi. 2 at 10.25 meters. So now, last skier. And then for those of you that are looking at our schedule, 3 o'clock start for the women's jump elimination round. 3 o'clock start, that's 1,500 hours.
That's very military of you.
I try. It's a lot easier to do that rather than trying to go AM, PM, and everything across the world. So,
it's always been weird to me. Why does 12 become PM if it's right after 11 a.m.?
I think it might actually have some Latin roots, like post-median or something like that. Anyway, I'm not going to delve too much into that.
But mathematically, it doesn't make sense. If it's 11, 12 of the same thing, and then it becomes 1 of a different thing.
Well, everyone used to count in 12s way back in the day.
We had 12 fingers?
No. I mean, there were some currencies around the world that based itself on 12. Now everyone sees the sense of doing it in tens.
A dodecal numbering system.
Mm-hmm. All right, so putting that to one side, let's have a look and see what our final skier has on offer. Coming to us out of France, this is Sacha Deska. Now, he is a very, very dynamic slalom skier. I mean, way back in the day when I first saw him slalom in the 2010 European Under-21 slalom in competition, which he won against Freddie Winter, believe it or not. This guy's slalom style was just absolutely manic and off the charts. He came off each turn, he just buried that ski and just went straight 90 degrees across the course.
The amount of angle you can get out of every buoy is astonishing.
Yeah.
I don't think any other pro skier does
that. That had its problems, because in order to maintain that kind of technique, you have to be incredibly strong, incredibly fit. And
Which he is,
but sometimes your body just isn't up to that kind of brutality every single time that you go out. And it manifested itself with some of the injuries and some of the stuff that he suffered over the years. And a result of that has been his inability to actually ski in some of the high-level competitions that one would associate with a skier of Sacha Desker's level. Now we're starting to ease off a little bit. Now we're starting to find a happier medium to where he can run these passes, but not put as much intensity and effort to do it.
To put things in perspective, Sacha has won this tournament.
Yes.
He's been a European champion. Sacha can run 10:25. He has a PB of 1 at 43 off. So I want to see, his approach here. That 35 off was very easy.
Yes, very clean and very, very controlled. He's not going to max power just yet.
His style, very strong on the backside of the buoy, very powerful. The downside of that style is that each boat feels kind of different, because when you rely on the boat being somewhere at the very end of your turn, that's what he relies on. When you turn that hard, you rely on the boat being in a specific place so you can start and being shot to the other side. If the boat is different, if the engine is different, the boat might pick you up in a different spot.
And back in the days where he was starting to form part of his technique, where with the large angle, with the large traction behind the boat, zero off didn't exist. Now it does, and he's had to kind of modify.
My generation is probably to blame for part of his very aggressive style. To blame or to be
influenced,
commended for, but because he started skiing, he started running 10:75 when there was no zero off, and he was a kid. He was like 15 years old. So he formed a very distinctive style when he was a kid. And then it's hard to change.
Yeah.
The fact that he's able to ski this good, to be in the top, let's say 5 in the world at every tournament, it's a testament to his ability to adapt.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, just look at that edge change at buoy number 1. Just an absolute picture there. Just brings the handle down. Doesn't seem to be in any kind of hurry at the end of the turn. I mean, the Sasha Descan that we saw in the past, in like years gone by, it would have been like rushing to get that handle in, to get that ski away, to get traction behind the boat. But now he's more thoughtful, he's more considered, and certainly a lot smoother out there. So there we go. That is Sasha Descan. Doing an exceptional job out there. All right, here we go. Let's see what he's got. Sasha Descan, more than 1.5, or essentially 2, will see him through. But he wants more. He's not going to allow the Italians to have their party all the way.
Before he went off. Yeah, together with Jacob.
There you go. But Sasha Descan, he's through at 10.75 meters. He's through to next round of the competition. So as we get ready for Sasha Descan to make his way into the course at 10.25 meters, let me tell you that the 12 skiers that have made it through to the next round of the competition consist of Florian Path, Nicholas Benatti, Callum Heath, Vincenzo Marino, Louis Duplon Freiburg, Carlo Elias, Marek Milnek, Jakob Bogner, Thomas de Gasperi, Brandon Caruso, Matteo Lazzeri, and Sasha Descan. All right, final skier, final pass. Let's see how far he can get. If he can get more than 1, it will put him in 4th. If he can get more than 2, it will put him in 2nd. And if he can get more than 3, then he'll be the last person off the dock.
I don't know what he prefers.
Well, he's got no...
This could also be a backup score for the finals, so...
Could be.
He wants to go all out. That was a decent one.
Oh, look at that. Round 2. He's round number 3. Oh, wow. There we go. That's 3. And that denies Matteo Lazzeri the outright lead, because that puts him in a 2-way tie for first place with 3 at 10.25 meters there, Matteo.
That was great effort. It was a very good one. A bit hesitant number 2, but you know. But righties are almost pre-programmed to do a 3.
Mm-hmm.
It happens very often to them, because you know, as soon as you turn number 1, then you have that is decent. You can sort of turn number 2 and get to number 3. So that was a great first preliminary. Well, it was a great preliminary round for these skiers, and we can now confidently and definitely say the list of the skiers that are in the final right now.
Yes, indeed. Well, of course we can, as we have a look at the tail end of Sasha Descan's run with a 3 buoy count right just before the wakes there. He gets the 3 buoys, and thus, as I mentioned, denies Matteo Lazzeri the outright number 1 seeding going through into the slalom final. So it's going to be a toss-up between those two, whether one skis the skier before last or the last off the dock. But here it is. Matteo Lazzeri and Sasha Descan both tied with the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters. A 2-way tie for 3rd between Brandon Caruso and Thomas de Gasperi. Jakob Bogner in 5th place with 1 at 10.25 meters. Marek Milnek of Slovakia with 4 at 10.75 meters. Vincenzo Marino and Louis Duplan Freiburg and Carlo Elias, all currently tied for 7th place with that particular score of what was that, 3 at 10.75. Then moving further down, Callum Heath with 2.5 at 10.75. Nicholas Bonatti and Florian Haff, the last 2 skiers to make it through to the 12-skier final with 2 at 10.75 meters. That represents the end of the elimination round in the men's slalom. We thank you very much for tuning in. My name's Tony Lightfoot. He is Matteo Ianni.
See you.
And we will see you in a short while. At 3 o'clock, we will continue on with this competition with the women's elimination round of the jump event, part of the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championship, coming to you live from Recetto in Italy. We'll be back at 3 o'clock and after these messages.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like, I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass. Why don't you just sign up for Flow Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Get down to business. Tell everyone nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone you can have anything you want.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
My name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like, I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass. Why don't you just sign up for Flow Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Get down to business. Tell everyone nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone you can have anything you want.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Well, hello, good afternoon, and welcome back to the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot once again, and here I'm delighted to have the tied co-leader of the slalom event after the elimination round. It is Matteo Luzzeri. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Tony. Great to be here.
Well, that's good. That's good. So you'll be with me here announcing the jump event, giving us the benefit of your expertise and your analysis. And before we go on to the jump, let's have a look at your approach at 10.25 meters.
Oh, wow. Little aggressive gate, but I gotta say I came out of one better than I expected. And I'm really curious to see two here. That was a good two. So sorry, I find myself thinking because this is the first time I do three in a competition since 2014.
Oh, wow.
Right before I broke my Achilles tendon in that year. So I gotta say that out of two ball, all I could think about was go to three, zigzag, and come back. Very happy, very happy. I give you an interesting stat, Tony. I've never missed a final at a European Championship.
Wow.
But I've also never won a medal. And as you well know, you have to put yourself in a position to where you can win. And generally, first few of the dock is not the right position. So I'm happy when I'm sitting, and I'm looking forward to Saturday.
Most certainly, and we definitely look forward to seeing you make another appearance in the men's slalom final. But let's have a look at the Open Women jump start list. Zuzana Orakova from Slovakia, followed by Lily Steiner of Austria, Alicia Bagnoli of Italy, Elena Thompson from Switzerland, Elena Ahama from Austria, Ines Angwano from France, and finally from Greece, it's Marie Vipranyetseva.
So, Tony, fairly interesting stat that I heard through the grapevine. Apparently, out of the 7 ladies, only one is an actual open skier, meaning she's anywhere between 22 and 35, and I believe that's Alicia.
Yes, indeed, and she'll be our third competitor out. Out of the 7 that we have on the list, only 5 will advance through to the final. First competitor out is Zuzana Orakova. So yeah, the only open women skier on this list is Alice. The rest are either split between under 21s or under 17, and 2 of them are over 35.
That's correct, and we have Zuzana Orakova here, who's actually part of the under 21 group, age 20. I see here a jump PB of 37.9 meters obtained in this 2022 year. So looking forward to see her jump at these Open Europeans.
All right, we'll wait for her to come into the course. The boat zigging and zagging, and she's probably asked that the boat doesn't go all the way down the jump course before turning, because it looks like that boat was turning very, very close to the 700-foot cup buoy. And so let's have a look.
54K for her, taking a 3/4 cut approach. First jump of these European Championships.
All right, here we go. Oh, how early was that?
That was
quite early.
It's pretty early. It's pretty early. I don't know if she had a chance to take part of the familiarization practice that happened yesterday, I believe. So that might be, one of those cases where you're just looking at the ramp, you want to see where you're at. So I'll pass for her on the first jump.
Indeed, you're right. So pass on jump number 1. So no recorded jump. So she's got 2 more attempts remaining, and we'll see how things pan out. As a matter of fact, Zuzana Orakova is the only competitor in this competition to jump at 1.50 m.
Oh, okay. So 1.50 m, as we know, for open women, they can go all the way up to 165. So I'm assuming that after her, we're going to be raising the ramp. And 54K is the maximum speed for these ladies, which seems like Zuzana is going at 54 as well.
All right, then. So whether you're tuning in to us from Denver to Detroit, Dakar to Doha, Dubai to Dublin, you are watching the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships. And coming to you live from Recetto in the Piemonte region of Italy, from the commune of Novara.
We are in Recetto in the province of Novara.
Yes,
yeah.
indeed.
Site that has been around for, I believe, over 25 years now.
Indeed.
So,
and it's held the World Championships before, way back in, what was it, 1999?
2001.
2001, yeah.
2001.
Obviously, the world was a far different place there in 2001, and the good folks here in Italy staged those championships under rather trying conditions. But for Zuzana Arakova's furthest from the back of her mind right now as she lands the second jump and will receive a score.
Yeah, first score of these Europeans. Should have a jump on the board soon.
But just take a look at this, a nice looking turn, just getting set and just trying to hold a consistent position off the turn. Through the wakes, a little flat coming in.
But yeah, still a little bit of an early approach. I think she's not wanting to, push too hard or outside of her comfort zone, but it was a good cut, held her direction well. I feel that if she could just do it a little later and having to push wakes to ramp, we might see a few more meters out of her.
All right, then let's have a look and see what that jump distance is. Should be coming through to us any moment. And she's got one more jump to come. So whilst we endeavour to get the distance for the benefit of our webcast viewers, we're going to bring her in on one last jump, and then we'll have the full suite of distances. We know that one of them is going to be 0 because she took a refusal on jump number 1. Let's see if she can go any better on jump number 3 in comparison to jump number 2.
Seems to me like a little bit of a stronger countercut on this last one, trying to get more, a little deeper in the course.
And keeping the line tight, which is always a good thing.
Oh, yeah, that's a
better
much
looking
better
jump. Yeah, that's going to be a furthest. And, of course, she'll land and ride it out. And that is Zuzana Orakova coming to us out of the Eastern European nation of Slovakia.
Yeah, Zuzana, who I believe is taking part of the overall event. So, as she probably tricked this morning, I believe.
That's right.
We'll see her tomorrow in slalom.
And the boat is heading straight towards the ramp. We've got our, I believe we'll have our technical controller there on standby to move the jump from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters high. The skier on the dock is our first competitor to go at the 1.65 meter ramp height, or 5'6", and it is going to be Lily Steiner. So we got 7 competitors in. 5 of those competitors will advance through to the women's jump final, which will take place on Saturday.
Lily, who is another one of these younger than open skiers, if we may say, age 17, and just recently, last week, got second in jump at the Under-21 Europeans in Fischelham.
So. Yes, indeed, and certainly one of the rising stars in Austrian skiing. Certainly hasn't been without its troubles and bumps last season in the Under-21 World Championships, or I believe in the Under-17 she took a pretty nasty fall there. But it's been competing well all the way through this season, so that's a credit to her determination and her forthrightness. Lily Steiner, by way of her performances this season, has jumped in the range of about 43.4 meters, 43.1, 42.2, so there and thereabouts, I would say, with a best jump distance of the season in the final of the U21 European Championships, which were held in Austria just this past weekend.
And you know what's cool about her? I have her bio sheet right in front of me. All her PBs in slalom, tricks, and jump occurred this year.
Yes.
That's always a good thing to see, like when you're pushing in all 3 events, getting better scores. That's a big confidence boost into a tournament as important as this one.
Right, you are. So, So as we get ready for Lily Steiner to come into the course. So there's our distance graphic there, 109 feet on the second jump, 125 on the third there for Zuzana Orakova. So that's the target for our next jumper, Lily Steiner, who we would surmise, based upon her current jumping ability, should be able to outstrip that distance in very, very quick fashion.
Yeah, I believe so. And if I saw the graphic correctly, it said 38 meters on the last jump.
Yeah.
That would be Susanna's new jump record by 10 centimeters. So
nice.
Congrats.
All right, then. She'll leave out of here a happy camper, even if she doesn't make it through to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, a PB is a PB.
Absolutely. All right, then. So behind that red Nautique towboat here at the Open European Water Ski Championships right here in Recetto. This now is Lily Steiner.
Double cut approach for her, already turning after the 180.
A little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump there out towards the right-hand side. Now just trying to manage a water speed, trying to maintain as much of it as possible. A little whirly coming in, but I tell you what, she carries a lot of speed off that second wake. Probably not one of her better jumps, but it is a scoring distance, and we'll see if it's anything above the lead score that's currently held by Zuzana Orakova.
Yeah, watching the replay, fairly easy turn, didn't rush anything. Still a little early, a little movement on the wakes, but you know, that's something that she can easily adjust in the next two jumps.
Yeah, barreled into the jump a little bit with that left shoulder and coming off a little twisted, but she's fine. We'll get a distance from her any moment. It is Lily Steiner.
As we can feel, Tony, in this announcing booth, we are giving the back to the ramp. There's this little nice breeze. Do you feel it? Like that means headwind.
Okay, so what is it? 39 meters? 39 meters or 128 feet. 39 meters, 128 feet. For those of you that are munching on your cornflakes around about this time on the eastern and central time zones in the United States, you are most certainly welcome. You are watching the women's jump elimination rounds live and brought to you exclusively live by TWBC. We're on our second jumper right now, Lily Steiner of Austria, as we also take a look out towards the starting dock to find Alicia Bagnoli of Italy getting ready for her three jumps.
And as our viewers could see on the graphic, top 5 of these 7 ladies will make it through to the final round, which will occur on Saturday. As we see Lily approaching the 180 buoy. Okay, a bit of a later approach compared to the first jump.
Now she's getting a little bit of confidence. Now she's taken the first jump and put her landing on the books. Here she comes. That's much better. That's into the 40s. So looking very, very good there off the top of the jump. I mean, she jumped 39 meters on the jump on a fairly lukewarm cut and approach on jump number 1. This one had a little bit more substance to it.
Absolutely. I mean, she must have turned like 4 or 5 meters later at the 180 compared to before. As you can see here, still fairly calm. A little movement on the wakes, but look at this shot out of the ramp. Comes out maintaining good direction outward. And let's see what the score will be on this second jump. And we should spend a couple of words about how, oh, there you go, 42.8. Am I saying that right?
42.8 meters, 42.8. And with that jump distance, that is actually 0.6 of a meter shy of what she's jumped as her best distance this season.
Correct. Her PB is 43.4, and I was just about to say, Tony, this site, a lot of jumpers consider as one of the best sites in Europe, certainly, to go far.
And certainly one of the best acoustics as well, coming off the jump.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. It's right here, you know. We're not too far from the ramp. Definitely a good place to hear some hits.
All right, then, here we go. Lily Steiner out of Austria.
Okay, Another late approach at the 180. Let's see if she
drops that
here.
right ski down very, very soon, though. She got a little bit spooked on this one.
And see, if I had to, make a point, like she was getting her approach later, the 180, but then dropping off the right ski earlier and earlier, right?
Yeah.
So that brings it in a situation where you see yourself late. But
Just
then
watch
by the
from
time,
this angle.
Yeah, you can see it very well here. Like pretty much as soon as she arrives at the width, there's someone in the front, but she drops the ski right away, effectively losing speed earlier, right?
Yeah.
She's good at not rushing, that's for sure. But I feel that if she just kept a little calm and with the right ski, she would have had the approach that she was looking for.
And being able to manage that water speed and on our approach into the jump is something that can only really be achieved with hours upon hours of practice and being able to kind of measure a little bit of how much drag. Anyway, we've got a jump distance there for Lily Steiner. It's about the same distance. It's 140 feet, or what was the metric?
42.6, I believe.
Yeah, 42.8 on that one. 42.8.
42.8, yeah.
So it is about 0.6 of a meter. So a second jump actually was better than a third.
Yeah, correct. But yeah, going back to what you were saying, the confidence that comes from taking a lot of looks, right?
Yeah.
Like that's why a lot of jumpers do all these cut and pass sets.
Yeah.
Just to take a look at the ramp coming to the left side of you and training yourself to stay calm, right? Training
Indeed.
yourself to not rush, knowing that you're going to pass, and then eventually try to translate that into actual jumping. And now on the water, representing Italy, my country, Alice Bagnoli.
Alice Bagnoli, indeed, and knowing full well what she needs to jump at the extreme least to put herself immediately through to the next round of the competition. Anything more than 42.8 meters. Now, the jumping event is the one that's practiced by Alice the least out of the three events.
Unfortunately so, yes. I've always thought of Alice as someone who could post big scores. Her PB is 44.8. Okay, and apparently these days, I hear she's been working a lot on her jumping. Now, I don't train here. That's where she normally trains when she's in Italy. But I've heard that she's been over and over the ramp. So I'm looking forward to see her approach. She's going to be a 3/4 cut. Let's watch what she can manage in the first jump.
All right. Originating out of Milano, this is Alice Bagnoli. A little on the back of the skis as she makes a turn, but the approach is good. Whoa, a big old twist in the air there, and just 2-point landing, a good comfortable landing there, but she definitely got a good edge off the turn, but like released all of that energy right off the top.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a solid approach, good acceleration, wakes to ramp, and then I just feel she wanted to, I don't know, like getting a kick going or something, but you can see like she's in a good position here. Then, yeah, you can tell very well on this shot that she opened up to the boat as she was trying to kick the jump, and that's why the right ski was a little loose in the air. But still a good warm-up jump. I'm sure she got a good view, a confident view into her turn. Hopefully she can push a little bit later for the next two.
The distance she's looking for is anything more than 140 feet or 42.8 meters. And what is 40.9. 40.9, so she's a little ways back. That is 40.9 or 134 feet. So she's got a little bit of work to do, and I think a lot of that work can start with how her left shoulder is coming off the turn and through the wakes, because she's dropping that left shoulder, and it's making her unstable so far as her position goes into the jump. If she just turns and just sets and just keeps the chest and shoulders the way they are, then she can leverage that to better balance and actually better speed and more height.
And I think, that's one of the challenges of a 3/4 approach, right? Like getting your left shoulder away from the boat, turned without drop, is really one of the big challenges of, as you can see here. Oh, she's even doing a two-handed 3/4, right? Seemed a little better in that regard.
Better, a lot better.
Come on, Alice. Okay, gets it. As I was saying, like, you know, in a three-quarter approach, even more so with a two-handed three-quarter approach, you always feel like the boat is on you, right? So getting that upper body turned in the proper way, it's not easy at all. As you can see, she starts, then the left shoulder, as you were saying, Tony, is sort of leading a little bit. This time she got out of the ramp much, much better.
Still a lot of pressure on the left ski as she buffets the jump, but it's definitely a step in the right direction, no denying that.
And let's see what the score for the second jump is. Obviously, Alice also in the race for the overall positions, currently in the lead in tricks. And we see it's a 41.0.
All right, let's see if she can find another 2 meters essentially to put her in the lead and take the first available final round spot in the women's jump event. But she's going to have to do it with one final jump. Now, Alice, not too sure what her personal best is. It's probably around about
44.8.
44.8. So she's got about a meter to spare in regards to her personal best. If she can get within that realm, then things will start to look up in that regard. Okay, so apparently this jump here, jump number 2, is a re-jump. Oh, look at that! That's more like
That's it.
Yes, and she loves that jump too. And I think apparently that was jump number 3. So she's taken 3 jumps, one after each other. We're going to get the jump distance coming through in just a few moments. We'll take a look at the replay as well. But I tell you what, whatever she did here was definitely a dramatic a change. Look at that, right off the turn.
Yeah, so much better position with her upper body over the skis. And it kind of goes back to what we were saying before, right? Like now everything was turned and connected, and you can see that the load of the rope just got her up in the air from the ramp, as opposed to kind of like turning her. A much, much better approach. She was able to turn her body facing the ramp in a better way.
The distance will be intriguing, to say the least. So she's already got a jump distance of 41.0. She needs about 3 meters, essentially, to overhaul our lead competitor, Lily Steiner. We're waiting on that distance.
2 meters. Like, I think she has 42.8, Lily.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
Basically, we already know one of our finalists into Saturday as soon as we get Alice's score.
Indeed, and skier about to take to the dock is a former world jump champion in the form of Elena Thompson. We look forward to seeing her ski in the next few moments, but we're just waiting on the jump distance, and the boat is docked whilst we ascertain that information. We're pushing out the distance, and the distance is
44.2 for Alice.
44.2. 44.2. That is.
Okay.
Okay, so, but that jump distance has a question mark next to it in terms of the boat times and what have you. So provisionally, if nothing changes, 44.2, very, very closer to our personal best of 44.8. If that jump stands, then Alice is through to the next round, no questions asked.
Yeah, if on the other hand there's issues with time, then she would have to get a rewrite of the jump that had faster times, right? And just for the folks watching that are not super familiar with jump, jumpers are allowed to choose a letter from A to Z, and that letter tells the boat, the zero off, how much gas they are looking for. Now that letter depends according to how much you pull and how much you weight. So jumpers are always trying to get a high enough letter to get a lot of speed into the ramp, whilst not getting so fast out of the ramp with the boat that puts them out of their position. But we get notification that Alice's score is confirmed, so 44.2 meters or 145 feet, and Alice is through the next round of the tournament.
Of course, as you explain in a little bit about the zero off and the letters, you know, that also determines how much speed the boat takes into the course, because it averages out, and jumpers at this level don't use RTB, which is return to baseline. They use constant acceleration. So you want to come into the course starting low, so that you've got a slightly steeper curve coming out as you achieve constant acceleration, whilst at the same time averaging that predetermined boat speed.
That's correct. And it's a fine line, right? And generally speaking, as a jumper, you have in mind what letter you normally use, but then you start using another boat, and that really changes quickly. Which, if I had to say, when we talk about familiarization, jump familiarization is arguably the most important familiarization when you go to a big event. Just even so for the fact of figuring out what letter you can use.
All right, so our skier on the water representing Switzerland and a former two-time world champion. Those titles were achieved in 1997 in Medellin, Colombia, in the jump event and in the overall event. This is Elena Thompson.
Elena Thompson, who definitely was here at the 2001 World Championships in Recetto, because I remember as a young boy coming to watch that event.
And she scored those same world titles there as well.
That's correct. It was a big battle between her and Emma Shears in the jump event. I remember that.
So returning to Happy Hunting Grounds, this is Elena Thompson out of Switzerland. She's already tricked herself into the next round of the competition. Now that she can do the same in the jump. Yes, she can.
That legendary pressing over the tip of the skis. I'm missing that.
We don't get to see too much of Elena Thompson these days, but when she competes, she's a delight to watch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and look how much like contraptions she has just to keep her knees in place. You know, she had a long jumping career.
Yeah, absolutely. She's definitely been through the wars with the jump event, and I mean, she scored 2 world titles in 1997. She jumped to a world title in 1990. She jumped to a world overall title in 1999 and scored 2 more world titles in 2001. So Italy has been really, really kind to Elena Milikova, because that 1990 time Worlds was at the Idroscalo, and the 2001 was at Recetto right here in the first real major tournament, and a real good test for the site. 44.8 meters, which is actually the personal best of Alice Bagnoli.
Exactly.
But it's enough to send her through to the next round of the competition, no questions asked. So 2 competitors already been earmarked as finalists, Alice Bagnoli and Elena Thompson. However, Elena Thompson has 2 more jumps to work with.
Yeah, and you know, to be honest, I just saw her rush a little bit the turn and then sort of take it easy into the wakes with the approach she had before. Kind of struggling to get outside of the 6, and there you go. Definitely a later approach than the one she had before. Turns for the ramp. Yeah, that's much more of a cut.
Oh, rock and roll! Look at that.
No, look, I mean, definitely a higher level approach. I feel like she's pulling out for the 180 a little bit too soon. Did you see how much she had to stay on edge just to get outside of the buoy line? But clearly a later, more aggressive approach, much more into the course. And the cut looked honestly pretty good. Something is going on the ramp that's making her come out a little funky.
Indeed, just taking a look at this, she's just kicking way too hard.
I guess. Seems a little bit, I mean, slightly on her heels into the base, which that generally happens, right? When you try to kick it hard on your heels, then the skis kind of tend to go a little bit all over. This was a little shorter, 42.3. 1 more jump to go.
Indeed, 42.3 meters or 139 feet. But let's see what she's got on jump number 3. I mean, so far, I mean, she's got real twisted in the air on jump number 1. Almost kicked herself out the front on jump number 2. Let's see if she can find some happy medium here.
Yeah, exactly. Just something a little easier off the ramp, really using the load of the boat, which big difference compared to when she was doing the Worlds 20 years ago, right? Like the boats are much stronger. You know, the whole conversation about learning how to use the boat. Seems like she went a little later for that approach to the 6. There you go. There you go. Really deep into the course for this last approach. See, interesting, using a letter M. Not too high for the type of jump she's looking for.
Oh, a little early coming into the jump there and had to kind of flatten off to take it.
And you see, like, I wonder if this wasn't just like a little bit of a feeling things out set. You know, remember Elena is from, like, lives in Switzerland now. Not a lot of jump ramps, not a lot of slalom courses.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, none. So, you know, I don't know how much time she gets on the ramp. But certainly, like, you can tell she tried out a lot of things in this set. And was
trying to get her money's worth.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, Tony, you can look just by the turn that's the turn of someone who went really far.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'll tell you what, I mean, a lot of people are projecting for this jump event that it's going to be a real head-to-head tussle between her and you know, Marie Vipranyetsova, who is the top seed and will be jumping last. But let's not forget some of the competitors that are somewhat younger than her.
45.3 her last jump, so she takes the lead with the highest score of the day so far.
45.3 meters are a new leader and through to the next round. So, all right, so skier on the water coming to us out of Austria and a member of a skiing family, the Ahamas. This is Elena Ahama.
Elena Hammer, age 20, so again, one of these younger under 21 skiers. I believe, okay, so she got third in jump last weekend at the under 21 Europeans. And her PB is 45.5. So as you can see from the leaderboard, if she could manage to tie that, her PB, she would take the lead into this preliminary round of the 2022 European Championships here in Recetto.
All right, and let's have a look at her recent tournament form. In those championships, she scored 42.9, as you mentioned. Her previous jump distances have been a smattering of distances around about 44.8. A couple of times at least in the low 40s, and the rest of the times, and only a couple of those tournaments, she recorded a jump of less than 40 meters. So I mean, she's definitely got some skills out there and some consistency to draw upon. Let's see if she can put it all together right here and now.
Okay, taking a double cut approach. Okay.
Oh,
if
aggressive.
I could tell, yeah.
Oh, and dropping that right ski down a little bit early. There, and just trying to extend as much off that jump, try to push as much distance out of that effort as possible. That is Elena Ahama.
And you see, we're going back to what we were talking about before with her teammate Lily. Just seems everything a little rushed, right? So late at the 180, but then drops the ski quickly. And when you do that, you feel slow on the skis, but the ramp is coming fast at you. So, you know, if you could just maybe take everything a little bit more calm, even if it means starting a little earlier at the 180, but then really getting into the course with that counter, you know? You see, for where she's hitting the ramp, you could tell she rushed the turn a lot and didn't really get much from the boat out of this one. But you know, sometimes it's as simple as getting a score on the board, 40.4 for her, and then just keep pushing on the next two.
told you, didn't I? I mean, oh, come on. Yeah, for someone that's looking at it from a freaking desktop. All right, then. So here we go. Elena Ahama. I'm sure that her father, Carla Ahama, is looking and checking out the coverage here on TWBC. And if you are, sir, take a little bit of time to subscribe and hit that bell and participate in the live chat if you could. Here we go. Elena Ahama. Oh, and a little bit heavy on the left ski. Taking in a little bit more speed, but it's still relatively early coming into the jump.
Again, like she took pretty much the same approach. She was a little calmer with the right ski after the counter. But I just feel there's a lot of rushing going on. Even here, you see bang, and so a lot of drag while waiting for the ramp. I mean, she gets everything around very nicely. It's just that, you know, with that approach, you find yourself a little earlier and it's tough to use the boat. And lands this one. And, you know, one of the things we have to keep in mind is that we don't know from the scores that you were looking at before if she did those at 150 or 165. She might have just started jumping 165. So, you know, like there's always those factors into place, which I believe now we do see from the scores live, like what speed the skiers are using and what ramp.
I think the majority of them, because they're skiing in the open division in the Open Europeans, are going at 54K instead of 51.
Yeah, for sure. And it's always interesting to see when they make the switch to 165, right? Because she's still under 21. You know, sometimes coaches tend to delay that. But anyway, let's watch her for her third jump.
Oh, a little bit of slack off the turn. And at the point where she should have glided a little bit more up on the boat, she slaps down that right ski.
I see that's a better jump.
Yeah, it's a better jump in terms of distance, but there are still elements that I would wish for her to work on a little bit, especially her approach in towards that sector where she's dropping the right ski down severely hard. Maybe a few sets of cut and pass or maybe open water would probably help her get more comfortable in doing that.
That's for sure. Like, I mean, there's a lot. It's even like psychological, like that ability of like just getting whipped from the boat and just staying there with one ski, relaxing, waiting for the boat to leave you before you start, you know, to commit. Now it'd be interesting to see if with this third jump she made it through to the next round. And I'm sure Franz Oberleitner, the Austrian coach, might have a few words with her in terms of what changes are required to go further on Saturday.
But whatever happens, there would be an Austrian through to the finals of the jump, because the main benefactor of her coming up short with 41.6 means that Lily Steiner is through to the next round of the competition, and she is from Austria.
That's correct. So we have one Austrian skier through to the next round. That's Lily.
All right, so there is your leaderboard. With those jump distances, we've got Elena Thompson, Alicia Bagnoli, Lily Steiner. They're through to the next round of the competition. Our skier on the water is from France, Ines Anguano.
Ines, yet again, one of these under-21 skiers competing at the Opens, and definitely one of the contenders for the overall championship here at the Europeans. I see her PB, Tony, 45.7 in the jump.
So a pretty good distance so far as a PB is concerned, but not leaving an awful lot of distance to spare.
And here's an interesting stat. At the past under-21 Europeans last week, she won everything. She won slalom, she won tricks, she won jumps, and overall.
And team.
And I don't know about team, but so far on this, she put those 4.
Yeah, I had an indication earlier that 5, team as well. A French team, I believe, came through in the clutch.
There you go.
So here we go. This is Ines Anguinol of France, selecting letter O at 54 kilometers an hour. Good turn. Very, very tall off the turn. Oh, ooh. Oh man, that was untidy.
Yeah, chose for a 3/4 cut approach to the ramp. And I must say that until the ramp, everything seemed to be pretty solid. I don't know if she kind of tried to get a little extra before the ramp. That actually ended up, crushing her a little bit.
I think she was actually early because as she got off the second wake and realized that she was about to hit the jump, she started to rotate in order to actually make it onto the jump. And as you rotate towards the boat, things get twisted. Weight shifts become more acute, especially onto the right ski. And it could turn out, in extreme cases, to be a rather dangerous situation.
You're absolutely right. That ramp cam showed us very clearly that she was a little bit too early and had to, stop cutting. Again, I don't know if you guys watching can feel it on the microphone feed, but we are getting a little bit more headwind here. So for these last 2 jumpers, hopefully we can see some floating distances.
Well, not so much a headwind going into the ramp itself, but a headwind cutting in towards the jump. It's a crosswind left to right as the jumpers come in towards the jump course. So they'll have a harder time actually getting towards the width of the jump. But it does mean that they're going to have to bring their cut just a little bit later to maintain more speed.
Yeah. Anyway, good conditions, I would say. Good conditions. For them to go far. Let's see if Ines can take advantage of them.
Here we go. So Steiner, Bagnoli, and Thompson all the way through to the next round. Who will join them next? And I think it's going to be Anguinol.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's a much better jump.
Good, solid jump in. Obviously getting some good coaching and good advice from the French entourage along the shoreline.
See, I really like how she's relying entirely on her right ski pretty much from the second she turns. You even saw on that replay that left ski, somewhat mid-air, mid-water. Nothing to worry about though, but great approach to the ramp on this jump.
All right, make sure you hit that subscribe button on the YouTube channel to get the latest from that YouTube channel. Subscribe to be a part of the live chat and hit the bell icon to be informed as to when the next live broadcast becomes active. Also, check out flowpointmethod.com, flowpointmethod.com. All right, it is 43.9 meters. Okay, that currently puts her in 3rd place right now and assures her that she is through to the next round of the competition. And only marginally behind the current best jump distance that we've seen so far, which is courtesy of Elena Thompson of 45.3 meters. So she's about 1.4 meters back right now. Let's see what she can do to claw back that deficit.
And here we can see a jumper with that, a bit of calm on that right ski as we were talking about before. Another good jump, Tony.
Yes,
indeed. Good jump. What a set.
Yeah, good looking jump in there from Ines Anguinol, the European under-21 jump, slalom, and trick champion from the recent championships that took place in Fischlam.
Yeah, last week. I mean, she must have, collected all those medals, put them in the bag, and then started driving to Italy for these Open Europeans.
I can guarantee that's exactly what she did. There we go. Ines Anguinol of France. We're going to get the jump distances being fed to us by the officials, and we'll have that up on the screen for you. It's a 45.1, 0.2 of a meter behind Elena Thompson.
Yeah, and just 0.6 behind her PB. So I would say that's an awesome, preliminary round set. Puts it in a great position for the overall, for the jump. Who knows, we might even see a double cut from her on Saturday.
Indeed, indeed. So we're getting ready for our final competitor in today's elimination round action, our final women's jumper. Coming to us out of Greece, the current European over 35 women's jump champion. This is Marie Vipran Yetsova.
Oh, yeah. Grande Maria. Here she is, jumping pretty much at her home site. That's where she trains every day. No surprises for her. I believe she knows where every single rock is positioned on Lake One. So,
Yes.
Just a regular set at home, with the exception these are the European Championships, the European Open Championships, which I believe she won twice, in 19 and in 15.
Yeah.
Also as a third at the World Championship in 2011 in Russia. I mean, definitely one of those jumpers, you know how we say, like, you see big jumps from young skiers and you see big, long-lasting careers, right? It's tough to see that middle, unless you survive it and then you push. And, Maria is definitely one of the examples of that. She's 42 years old, a lot of titles in her cabinet at home, a lot of medals. And here she is, last off the dock at the preliminary round of the Europeans.
So let's have a look and see. Representing Greece, but a resident coach and athlete here at Recetto. And certainly knows every nook and cranny about this facility. It's probably on a first-name basis with all the wildlife that surrounds this this site as too, as she is that familiar with this this facility here at Recetto. As she turns in, good quick turn, good deep speed. Oh, and there you go.
There you go.
That is the first jump, and she's got 2 remaining, and I think that she sent that out there towards the 50-meter mark.
Oh, for sure, that was a huge jump. I cannot wait to watch the replay, Tony, because here I think our viewers will be able to see the difference between her jump and some of the other skiers that took the double cut approach. She's not turning much later than the others, to be honest, but a much more aggressive countercut into the wakes, and look how calm she is here. Look how much time she spends on one ski again and again, drops the right one nice and easy. She's just much more calm despite she's deeper into the course. And of course, her iconic cut into the ramp.
Look how late she is. Just absolutely explodes off the top. A little bit of twist in the air, but I tell you what, she kept the majority of her direction off the top of the jump. And what is that distance? I think that is going to be around the 50-meter mark as she goes down towards the lake. Oh, look at that.
52.7 meters for Maria.
52.7 meters. Now, how many overall points is that ahead of the nearest competitor, which is probably Elena or Alice?
I am not sure, but that's 7 meters ahead, so that's a lot of points. Now, I believe here we run under the 1,000-point rule, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if... Did she trick this morning? Did Maria trick?
Yes, she did. 1,900 points.
So that's 1,000 points right there for you.
But then again, Elena Thompson scored over 5,000 points. So what constitutes a better gap? More distance or more trick points?
I would say 7 meters are definitely more gap than whatever distance between tricks and there was between Maria and Helena.
Here she comes. Second jump.
Ooh, that was a late approach.
She was flirting with disaster.
She took a little bit of the side curtain, like with her on this jump.
And I tell you what, the side curtains here, and I'm glad you raised that issue. They are very, very steep, and you can, I mean, those of you that are watching this angle right now, and look up to actually see the jump, you will probably see very, very steep side curtains that don't leave an awful lot of room for error.
Nope. That's one of the things that always kind of made me a little afraid to jump here, despite this is, again, one of the best sites in the world to jump. Wow. I mean, she was on the ramp, but
she had about
barely.
6 inches to spare.
Yeah, exactly. You know. But that's Maria, you know, like you know her well, I know her well. Like there's no way that she's going to go any earlier from a jump to the next.
All right, so 160 feet or 48.7, 48.7 by itself would have been enough to send her through. So the jumpers in the final consist of Lily Steiner, Alicia Bagnoli, Elena Thompson, Enif Anguano, and finally Maria Vipranyetsova, who will be the last female competitor to start off the dock in the women's jump final on Saturday.
And, you know, here you see a true jumper, right? She could have just gone home, rest for tomorrow. She has slalom to do, but no, she just
gone
wants
home?
to hit
This
it.
is her home.
No, I mean to the dock, sorry, to the dock. But here she is, just wanting more distance.
Selecting the letter P. All right, so selecting one letter deeper compared to a lot of the other competitors. They selected O. She's gone for P.
Okay.
P
okay,
for pulverizing this jump one last time. Taking in the speed, but not quite the control, and she will be annoyed with that. She had two halfway decent opportunities to push herself out towards the 55-meter mark, but she has to make do with 52.7, which by itself is already 7 meters ahead of our nearest competitor.
Yeah, you know, you can see here even later approach of the 180. That's what I was talking about with Maria. You know, after she posted a 52.7, she's going to try to get looks, you know, looks to go further. And the cuts were there. She just couldn't quite manage off the ramp.
And a good position there.
Great turn.
Yeah, good crouch position.
But I mean,
oh, that was even later. That was even later on jump number 3. How on earth?
I have no idea, man. Like, she didn't budge an inch in her cut, so you can't even say, you know, like she had a problem with her cut. She just cut like crazy, and she barely made it onto the ramp.
48.3 meters. 48.3 meters on the last jump, which is 158 feet. So that means that the first jump distance of 52.7, in excess of 160 feet. A fantastic skiing there from Maria Vipranyetsova. It would be absolutely intriguing to find out what the two event overall scores would be like between herself and Elena Thompson, who's currently in second place in the jump event with a 149 or 45.3. Enif Anguano with a 45.1 in third. Alicia Bagnoli with 44.2 is the fourth place skier, and Lily Steiner with 42.8 meters. Those are your top 5 competitors, and they are through to the final. So, we've had a lot of great skiing today. We've still got some great skiing to come tomorrow, tomorrow being Friday, with the remaining elimination rounds of competition. We've got the men's tricks, we've got the women's slalom, and we've got the men's jump.
Yeah, no, great day of skiing tomorrow. 2 days of preliminary rounds. We finished today. And then on Saturday, weather allows, we should all be watching the finals.
Okay, so continuing on, and a little bit of a discussion with the women's overall. Maria Vipranyetsova, I mean, tricked a little bit earlier on, got about 1,900 points, didn't make it through to the final. So she is totally reliant upon what she's done on the jumping lake and what she projects to do out in the slalom lake. And that could the overall battle could well be settled tomorrow, but it certainly will be by Saturday.
Absolutely. And, you know, like talking to Maria this year a few times, like occasionally at tournaments, I could tell she's been working a lot on her slalom, like shifted branch. She's now on a La Pointe ski, really training hard. I know she's pushing that like mid-11, you know, so obviously she's going for big score, not only in the slalom event, but also to sustain her overall.
and she's the over 35 women's overall champion in the European Championships for a reason. So congrats to Maria Viparanetseva on making it through to the final, as well as the other competitors. Make sure you click and subscribe on the YouTube channel to be involved in the chat. And if you hit that bell icon, you know what happens. You get a message and to be informed as to whenever the next live broadcast becomes active.
Brilliant.
All right, then. Yes, indeed. So we've got some great action. We'll return tomorrow morning with the continuation of the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships here live from Recetto. My name is Tony Lightfoot. He is Matteo Luzzeri, and in my customary greeting, it is ciao for now.